Please take your seats. We'll be starting with the program. Kindly settle down. Please take your seats, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramesh K. Goyal, Registrar, Dr. O.P. Shukla, our chief guest for the program today, Dr. Shailja Chandra, guest of honor, Professor Rabi Narayan Acharya ji, Professor Asim Ali Khan, esteemed dignitaries and awardees, deans, Chairman BOG, Dr. Sridhar Dwivedi ji, deans, directors, head of the departments, faculty members, and all the delegates, it gives me immense pleasure to extend to you all warm greetings on behalf of Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University. Today, we all have gathered here on the occasion of 13th IASTAM Oration and Awards Function and International Conclave 2023. जिन दूरदर्शी और दिव्यदर्शी लोगों की स्मृति में इन पुरस्कारों की स्थापना की गई है, वह ज्ञान के उज्जवल प्रकाश स्तंभ रहे हैं और जिन्होंने आने वाली पीढ़ी में सीखने की नई जिज्ञासा उत्पन्न करी है। वे बुद्धि के स्रोत रहे हैं जिन्होंने इस स्वदेशी विज्ञान की नियति को आकार दिया है। पुरस्कार विजेता आज के प्रेरणादायक प्रतीक हैं और इनकी उपलब्धियों ने विज्ञान को नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाया है। IASTAM India, in association with Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University, honors the extraordinary intellectual talent in today's oration and award function and conclave. इससे पहले कि हम कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाएं, मैं मंच पर बैठे सभी गणमान्य लोगों से अनुरोध करती हूं कि ज्ञान की देवी मां सरस्वती को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करने के लिए शुभ दीप प्रज्वलन समारोह के लिए आगे बढ़ें। धन्यवाद. Moving ahead, let us have the honor of listening to our very prestigious university song, which is beautifully penned down by none other than our respected Professor Sridhar Dwivedi ji, Chairperson, Board of Governors, Tipsaru.
भेषज विज्ञान के कल्पतरु है दिप्सरु, भारत भेषज के वैभव हे विपद हरु, हे दिप्सरु विपद हरु, हे दिप्सरु विपद हरु. भेषज विज्ञान के कल्पतरु है दिप्सरु, भारत भेषज के वैभव हे विपद हरु, हे दिप्सरु विपद हरु, हे दिप्सरु
May I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dipsuru, Professor Ramesh K. Goyal, to introduce the program and welcome the guests. Professor Ramesh K. Goyal, the Vice Chancellor of our university, has also been the Vice Chancellor of MS University, Baroda, and Director at various places, and currently is also Honorary Professor at Stavropol State Medical University, Russia, and a Distinguished Visiting Professor, UCSI University, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Sir has got over 45 years of experience in teaching and research, 5 patents awarded, 21 books, and over 380 papers published in various national and international journals. It is a matter of pride for the university that in the list published by Stanford University, United States of America, Professor Goyal has also been cited among the top 2% of scientists of the world. I request you, sir, to kindly welcome our guests and introduce the program.
Distinguished personalities sitting, dedicated divine souls on the dais and off the dais sitting in first rows, we can see how distinguished personality and what our university is getting blessed with. भारत ने देखी हैं दरियों की गहराई, देखी है पुष्पक से आकाश की लंबाई और विशाल गोल वसुधा की लंबाई। देखी है पुष्पक से आकाश की ऊंचाई और विशाल गोल वसुधा की लंबाई। इसीलिए तो भारत ने G20 में भी जगह पाई और प्रमुख पद भी पाया। पावन है आज का दिन दीपसरू के लिए। हमने तो दुआएं की थी कि कुछ पुष्प हमें मिल जाएं, लेकिन यहाँ तो पूरा चमन यहाँ आ गया है। पहला पुष्प एक रक्षा मंत्रालय के लंबे काल में सेवा देने के बाद पारंपरिक स्वास्थ्य का कवच लाते हुए आयुष के रूप में आयुष को बनाने वाली आज हमारे यहाँ मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में मौजूद हैं डॉक्टर शैलजा चंद्रा। साथ हैं हमारे साथ हैं आदरणीय, एक्चुअली तो आदरणीय का शब्द ही छिपा हुआ है उनके नाम में, दैट इज डॉक्टर हशीम जी तो चमका रहे हैं। दूसरी तरफ आचार्य रवि आचार्य जी, और इससे भी अहम, सबसे अहम पतंजलि योग और आयुर्वेद की खुशबू जिन्होंने देश में ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे विदेशों में भी और पूरी दुनिया में जो फैलाई है, ऐसे हमारे कुलपति श्री बालकृष्ण आचार्य जी। ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटी I welcome the chief guest, Dr. Shailaja, guest of honors, Dr. Hashim and Dr. Acharya ji, and distinguished personality, Shri Balkrishna ji. आधुनिक शल्य क्रिया और चिकित्सा, सर्जरी एज वेल एज इन द मेडिसिन, जो जिसमें अनंत सफल रहे और उसके साथ साथ आयुर्वेद में भी सफल रहे, ऐसे डॉक्टर पाटनकर और डॉक्टर श्रीधर द्विवेदी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। पावन है आज का दिन दीपसरू के लिए, जहाँ आप जैसे पुष्प ही नहीं पूरा चमन आया है। आए हैं आज आयुर्वेद के आहार के विषय में फैलाने वाले, जागृति फैलाने वाले, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में एक नई पहचान देने वाले डॉक्टर दिलीप घोष और डॉक्टर कानन, और डॉक्टर आयुर्वेद के भीमा, आई विल से भीमा ओनली, जिन्होंने पंच क्रिया का उद्घोष किया, और वंदन है डॉक्टर वंदना मोदी जी का, जिन्होंने आयुर्वेद के इतने प्रसाधन बनाए कि पूरे देश में आज जाने जाते हैं। शिक्षक रूप में भी आए हैं डॉक्टर चांडोला, तो शिक्षक के उप कुलपति श्री डॉक्टर मंजुनाथ जी और डॉक्टर शंकर राव जी। वैद्य तो होते हैं बहुत, लेकिन वैद्यों के भी अगेन पुजारी, और वैद्य भी खुद पुजारी होते हैं, तो उनमें वैद्य डॉक्टर देव पुजारी जी, डॉक्टर भूषण, डॉक्टर हरीश, डॉक्टर आयुर्वेद भूषण डॉक्टर हरीश रवि जी और डॉक्टर मौर्य जी। आई वेलकम ऑल दीज डिस्टिंग्विश्ड अवॉर्डीज हु हैव कम to this university, and we really feel proud to have assembled here in our university. आज के जैसा चमन पहली बार भी एक सजा था 2018 में डॉक्टर नरेंद्र भट्ट जी के द्वारा, IASTAM के जब वो प्रेसिडेंट थे, और उनके साथ आए हैं झंडू के डॉक्टर श्री गिरीश पारेख जी, और खूब हमें कीर्ति दी हमें। आए हैं अब नए और एक आयाम से जुड़े हैं, वो है डॉक्टर जो एक चमन और चंद्रकांत कटियार जी। थैंक यू एंड वेलकम टू दी ऑल दी IASTAM members of the official president, secretary and treasurers of IASTAM. हमने डूब के देखी है दरियों की गहराई, शायद एक छोटी सी चीन की गलती को या चीन के साइंटिस्ट की गलती से, लम्हों की गलती से सदियों की सजा है पाई। कोरोना ने जो किया सब जानते हैं क्या हुआ, लेकिन कोरोना के समय में डिप्सरू कुड ब्रिंग ए न्यू ड्रग। कोरोना के समय में भी डिप्सरू ने एक नई कोरोना की दवा बनाई, और सबसे धन्यवाद उनका होगा डॉक्टर एलिस वॉज मैडम और भूपेश जी जो डायरेक्टर हैं, वो अभी कुछ समय ज़रा नहीं आ पाए हैं, शायद वो थोड़ी देर में ज्वाइन भी करेंगे। और स्पेशल वेलकम टू ऑल दीज मेंबर्स इन एडिशन टू माय कलीग्स डॉक्टर अजय, डॉक्टर Kalicharan, who has been working day and night along with Dr. Shukla ji for continuously to see this event getting successful. Not only that, because of this, हमारे यहाँ आयु जेनोमिक्स और यूनानी जेनोमिक्स, यूनोजेनोमिक्स हमने नाम दिया है, कि नींव रखी गई है, और कई यूनानी और आयुर्वेद फॉर्मुलेशंस की not only the manufacturing and formulation but also testing has been done in this campus in the form of DIPSAR or College of Pharmacy for years together. And we wish that we continue this legacy. कई बार हम लेते हैं गजाननम भूत गणादि सेवितम कपित्व जम्बू फल चार भक्षणम उमासुत शोक विनाशकारम नमामि विघ्नेश्वर पाद पंकजम। श्लोक हम पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन कभी कभी लगता है कि इन श्लोकों के पीछे क्या छिपा है। एक बार डॉक्टर महेश गुप्ता आए थे US से, कैलिफोर्निया से। उन्होंने बताया कि एक ऐसा प्रोटीन, सर्टिलिन प्रोटीन दिया था जो ओबेसिटी, इवन इफ देयर इज ए ओबेसिटी द डायबिटीज विल नॉट अकर इफ इट इज एक्टिवेटेड, इफ इट इज नॉट you will have diabetes. And he was trying to recite in one conference, and I told him, no, this is the correct shlok. What I want to say that गजाननम भूत गणादि सेवितम, ठीक है पूजा कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कपित्व जम्बू फल चार भक्षणम, ये मैसेज था शायद वो श्लोक में आयुर्वेद का, जो हमें समझना था और उसका उपयोग करवाना था। दैट इज व्हाट इज द आयुर्वेद। सो US की खोज से पता चला कि जम्बू फल में सर्टुलिन है जो स्थूलकाय होते हुए भी डायबिटीज नहीं होने देती। शायद ये सिर्फ एक वंदना नहीं ईश्वर की, लेकिन साथ में इट इज समथिंग गिविंग द मैसेज। कोविड आया, एवरीबडी वाज क्रेविंग फॉर ऑक्सीजन, और उस समय बात निकली कि अगर कपूर को सूंघ लो तो ऑक्सीजन की कमी कम लगेगी। ये बात शायद सबको मालूम है, और सबको यही सलाह भी दी गई थी उस समय। तो कर्पूर गौरम कर्णावतारम संसार सारम भुजगेंद्र हारम सदाव संतम हृदयार वंदे भवम भवानी सहितम नमामि। हम बोलते हैं, शायद हमको भी ये सिखाया गया था कि ये शंकर जी की स्तुति है, लेकिन शंकर जी का नाम ना आ रहा है ना कुछ भी आ रहा है। भुजगेंद्र हारम, भुजगेंद्र द विष, द पॉइजन ऑफ द स्नेक, हारम उसको नाश करने वाले। तो नाश करने वाली तो वही ऑक्सीजन है। अगर कुछ पॉइजन हुआ तो सबसे पहले तो उसी को ही नाश होगा। शायद वो ऋषि मुनियों ने ये बात बताई होगी, ऐसा हमारा मानना है। ये हमने सुना है कि शायद ये शिव की स्तुति थी, लेकिन लगता है कि कोरोना के ऑक्सीजन में काफ़ी कुछ बता दिया। वेल, व्हाई आई एम सेइंग इज, फर्स्ट आई वेलकम द पर्सनालिटीज all present here, all the students are there, the participants are there, look different, innovative.
Thank you so much, sir. May I have the honor of inviting Dr. C.K. Katiyar, President IASTAM, for his presidential address. Dr. Katiyar has got a vast experience of over 35 years in the field of Ayurvedic medicine. In his 35-year stint, he has played the role of Chief Executive Officer, Healthcare, Imami Limited, Vice President and Head. All right, sir.
Thank you for, sorry for snatching the mic from lady. So, chief guest of today, Mrs. Shailaja Chandra, respected Acharya Balakrishna ji, chairman of the society of this institute, Professor Sridhar Dwivedi, Dr. Goyal, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ravi Narayana Acharya and Dr. Ahmed from CCRS and CCRUM, my very close friend and former president of IASTAM, member IASTAM ki jaan, the lifeline of IASTAM, Dr. Narendra Bhatt, Dr. Kirti, who is the organizing secretary, and a lot of people, Dr. V. Prakash, Dr. Dilip Ghosh, and galaxy of the people from outside and inside India. Please accept our best wishes for Happy New Year and welcome to 13th IASTAM oration. तो 13th मैंने आप कई बार यूरोपियन एयरलाइन में जाएंगे तो 13 सीट नंबर नहीं होता, 12 के बाद 14 होता है, लेकिन यहाँ पर त्रयोदशी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है भारत में, तो ये तो त्रयोदशी वाला 13th है. So it's 13th IASTAM oration and award function in Jamia. As you know, IASTAM is the only multidisciplinary organization dedicated to the cause of Asian medicine, including indigenous system for international linkages and contribution to Ayush and global care. It's almost more than 40 years legacy, 42 years to be exact, with well-planned academic and scientific deliberations on various issues and challenges for development of indigenous systems of medicine. Interestingly, the medical pluralism, as practiced and segmented, has reduced integrative mechanisms rather than expanding them. So expectation was something else, but what is happening is not exactly as per the expectations. The present academic and allied structure in the field of Ayush needs a framework where associations like IASTAM are needed. There is a need for the different systems and disciplines to exchange views and complement their activities to develop better capabilities for greater. We always talk interaction of Ayush with modern medicine. But before that, I think why not interaction between Ayurveda and Unani? So that also equally important. We should not forget those integrations also. Challenges for development of Ayush or Asian medicine for a more meaningful role in medical care are many and wide-ranging. These challenges, both at national and international level, include acceptance and recognition by academics, respect for ancient wisdom and traditions, modalities for integration and means and methods for complementary mechanisms between traditional and conventional medicine to satisfy medical needs in a highly recognized, economic and effective way. Tradition of integration with science is a welcome process. Cross-system practices and recognition are not so common. IASTAM has nurtured this unique practice since 1990 and has taken the form of an aspiring tradition. It acknowledges commitment and steady efforts put on by the experts to achieve high standards, to aspire for actually better. IASTAM in its limited role will take necessary steps to encourage deliberation and activities and create a platform to discuss various issues like today. We'll be discussing more on the regulations. Since its inception, there has been a sentient effort to recognize the work of experts for development of Ayush, the traditional medicine of Indian origin. IASTAM India Oration and Awards represents interdisciplinary thought and justifies its claim to be the only multidisciplinary platform of its kind in the country that is committed to the cause of traditional medicine knowledge of India. A simple look at the list of awardees will explicate the IASTAM approach. It encompasses a wide range covering different disciplines and activities. Dr. Bhatt will be explaining later about wide and light. Today, I think we are having 115 scientists which have been awarded in the last almost 40 years by IASTAM on continuous basis. IASTAM follows the stringent award selection procedure to ensure high credibility of these awards and are now committed. Our academic conclaves are rich in content and has become an event to look for. For IASTAM, fulfillment of the moral commitment of organizing the event regularly for 7 to 8 years with award function as promised to the sponsors has been very satisfying. This year, the theme of the conclave is regulatory aspect of Ayush and natural products for global life and competitive research. You would agree that there cannot be more appropriate time to deliberate such important aspects, at least when there are a lot of challenges faced not only in India but outside also. On one side, Ministry of Ayush is promoting Ayush in India, but outside world is yet not ready to accept our products as a medicine. So we are forced to export as a dietary supplement. Those kind of challenges are still there. I am sure with the presence of experts like Dr. Kaustubh, who is advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Dr. Katosh is likely to join, Dr. Dilip Bose, Dr. Shashikaran, Dr. V. Prakash, and Dr. Raman Singh, Director, PCIMNH. And moreover, with the presence of Mrs. Shailaja Chandra, the theme of the today, regulatory mechanisms and the need of revising them, need of relooking them, need of reviewing them will be further strengthened. We are very thankful to Professor R.K. Goyal, Vice Chancellor of this university, and the faculty and students, staff and administration of the institution to make this program a reality. Our special thanks are due to Professor Ajay Sharma, Dr. Mahavir from this institution, and our Secretary General, Dr. Kirti Bhati, who has really tirelessly have been working to make this program a success. No words would be sufficient to express our thankfulness to former President Dr. Narendra Bhatt, who has been guiding force behind this. I wish to congratulate all the awardees of the 12 awards for being selected to receive the coveted IASTAM award today. These awards are testimony to your contributions and achievement, and IASTAM feels privileged by your acceptance that you have accepted this award. We feel highly privileged and with humility. And with this, we welcome all of you once again and wish all of you the best in your careers in future also. And you have given your best to Ayush, and not only Ayush, multiple related fields also. And we hope that you continue to do your best. So once again, congratulations to all the IASTAM awardees, and looking forward to very, very fruitful interaction on the theme of today. And I really like the very, very poetic exposition by Dr. Goyal. So thank you very much for such a nice poetic exposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your worthy words and your best wishes. Moving on, I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramesh K. Goyal, and Dr. C. K. Katiyar to felicitate our chief guest for the program, Dr. Shailja Chandra ma'am. Can we have a round of applause for ma'am? Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. I now request Dr. Narendra Bhatt and Registrar Dr. O.P. Shukla to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Rabi Narayan Acharya ji. A round of applause for sir, please. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Professor Ajay Sharma and Dr. Kirti Bhati to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Asim Ali Khan ji. Okay, Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. May I now request Dean Academics, Dr. Deepti and Dr. Mahavi to kindly felicitate Dr. C.K. Katiyar. Thank you so much. May I now request Professor Harvinder Popli and Dr. R.A. Lakshmi to kindly felicitate Dr. Narendra Bhatt ji. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Moving forward, I would now like to invite former President IASTAM, Dr. Narendra Bhatt, to address the gathering about IASTAM Awards. Sir has got over 48 years. Sir, I hope you will give me a minute, please. Sir has got over 48 years of experience in academia, clinicals. Okay, sir has said that he doesn't need any introduction. Sir, please.
Ano Badraha Krutavo Yanto Vishwata. The chief guest of this event, Srimati Shailaja Chandraji, and I know we are going to be blessed with a Shakti. आज के समारंभ के एक अवॉर्डी जो हैं, लेकिन अभी मंच उपस्थित हैं महामना आचार्य बालकृष्ण जी, हमारे दो मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर खान एंड डॉक्टर आचार्य जी, आपके बहुत ही एंथुसियास्टिक, जिससे मिलकर हमेशा मैं उत्साहित रहता हूं, वैसे उपकुलपति प्रोफेसर रमेश गोयल जी, मेरे परम मित्र और वर्तमान यास्टाम के प्रमुख डॉक्टर कटियार जी, यहाँ के रजिस्ट्रार महोदय जी श्री शुक्ला जी, डॉक्टर शुक्ला जी, सामने उपस्थित काफी विद्वद्गण, देवियों और सज्जनों, मेरी यहाँ उपस्थिति स्टेज के ऊपर जरूरी नहीं थी। मैंने बहुत आग्रह किया कि आश्रम के डिसिप्लिन के अनुसार से नहीं किया जाए, लेकिन दोनों महानुभावों के आग्रह से मैं आपके सामने उपस्थित हूँ। 31 जनवरी, थोड़े कुछ दिन के बाद, IASTAM will enter its 43rd year of existence. I still remember the day when, as a 29-year-old young man, on the terraces of Zandu, I was participating in the establishment of IASTAM. It was established by Professor A.L. Basham, the famous Indologist from Australia, and Pandit Shiv Sharma ji. Many of you might be knowing, but I feel it necessary to acquaint you with him, that he was the main advocate of the indigenous systems of medicine, particularly Ayurveda. And he fought to such a level that he became the member of parliament to ensure that the Central Council of Indian Medicine Act was passed in 1971. His dedication, I had a chance to see from my young age of 8 in Mumbai. Unfortunately, immediately after establishment of IASTAM, we lost Panditji, and IASTAM decided to establish the first Pandit Shiv Sharma oration. And you'll be surprised, but the first oration was given by none other than Dr. Mullenweg, the famous Sanskritist, linguistics, who had translated Charak Samhita and Madhavanidan from Sanskrit to English. And they are both considered as one of the best translations in English so far. Then, as you know, Dr. Professor Ken Udupa took over as the president, acting president. And we are blessed with his activities. We had first IASTAM in 1983, followed by a major event in 1999, where it was the first ever international conference in the field of indigenous systems of medicine and Hotel Oberoi in Mumbai, lasting 4.5 days, with nearly 1,000 participants, 289 from abroad in those days. I'm talking 1990. Thereafter, in his memory, we established the Professor Ken Udupa Award. And when that award was given to Dr. G.V. Satyavati, former ICMR Director General, at that time we had money and the gold was cheap. So we used to give gold medal. So at that time the gold medal was worth around 50,000 rupees. So she said, this is all what I can afford, but can you institute an award in the memory of Dr. C. Dwarkanath, who was an Ayurvedic expert who had learned a lot about modern medicine, and that is how the C. Dwarkanath Award came into existence. Thereafter, after many years, we lost one of the very pioneering founder, patron, I will say, of IASTAM, and my mentor, Dr. K. M. Parikh. Girish Parikh is here. Jhandu board decided to sponsor 4 more awards, not only that of the Dr. K. Parikh, but other 3. And that is how it went from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 7. And then at some stage, I decided that we should have 12 awards. At that time, my idea was not to have the conclaves like this. And I wanted to have a full-day event so that people can remain present. At least 12 awards will make the one-day event. And I targeted 12 awards. And slowly we developed out those awards. The matter of pride is that though this is 13th, this is the 9th in a consecutive year. Every year, 9 years, we have been doing it particularly. After we shifted to Bharati Vidyapit University at Pune. Dr. Khatikar has already covered many of the aspects of IASTAM. But I can say that even today, IASTAM may be in a different form because the times have changed, dynamics have changed, needs have changed, science has changed, knowledge has changed. So we need to have a different outlook of IASTAM to play the role of, to provide a platform and play a catalytic role. That is what I have written in my note in the seminar this time. In short, we had a strong history of 42 years. The time is there now to change our dynamics, change our approach, change our systems, and how to bring the new generation. That is going to be our challenge to this whole activity. One of the main things which I learned was to have a social dimension to our medical systems, beyond our dogmas, beyond our domains. No system, no science could be useful unless it is useful to the people. And that is where IASTAM played a very big role in bringing anthropologists, medical scientists, or medical sociologists, social scientists, linguistics. And that is where I learned a lot about the needs of the system. If we want to grow, we cannot remain dogmatic in our nature. Cross-system understanding, not only within sciences, not only between systems, but also between languages and social dimensions and humanities is equally vital for any system to succeed. We are getting into a very competitive world. We have become global village today. Village has positivity and negativity. Everybody knows everything, like a small village. And still everybody has to have an identity. And if so, I think we have to create our own identity in the context of the whole. That is all what I would like to say, and I hope the IASTAM will continue to play that role. I welcome the awardees who are there. I feel privileged and proud that I could manage the whole system for IASTAM activities over last several decades, particularly last 2 decades. It has played its role in a very dynamic manner, in a very subtle manner. It is not obvious, but it is very subtle. The publications by IASTAM in 2005 about education reforms, research methodologies, cross-system practices, global approach to research, and so many. There are more than about 25, 30 events that we have conducted, and each one had a meaning, had a purpose, and we delivered in a printed form our proceedings. This has been the heritage of IASTAM, and I am sure we'll continue to do that. Thank you very much for your presence here. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr. Kirti Bhati, Secretary General, IASTAM, India, and Associate Professor, Department of Swasthya Vrita and Yoga, College of Ayurveda, Bharati Vidyapit, deemed to be university, to take over the stage for the award ceremony.
Thank you. Recognition and respect for true knowledge and achievement in the field of traditional medicine has always been a commitment at IASTAM India. It has always been IASTAM India's endeavor to provide a bridge between different streams of knowledge and faculties involved in development of traditional system of medicine. These awards are in tune with the interdisciplinary spirit of IASTAM, especially the efforts is to recognize pioneering work done by authorities from the modern science of allopathy, pharmaceutics, molecular biology, and other for the enrichment of Ayurveda and other traditional systems. Since 1990, as Sir said, IASTAM has been paying its tributes in memory of stalwarts yesteryears to the modern achievers who have made a contribution of significance in the field of traditional knowledge. IASTAM Pandit Shiv Sharma Oration for contribution to promotion of Ayurveda. IASTAM, in memory of its founder president and eminent Vaidya, Padma Bhushan Pandit Shiv Sharma, has instituted this oration for the excellence in propagation of Ayurveda for outstanding services rendered to the further cause of Ayurveda. The Pandit Shiv Sharma Memorial Oration was instituted with the explicit object of recognizing efforts put in the promotion and propagation of Ayurveda. This year, this award is conferred to Sri Acharya Balkrishna Ji, Vice Chancellor, Patanjali University, Haridwar. I call Dr. Mansi Deshpande to read his citation. I request Dr. Goyal sir to felicitate him with bouquet, Dr. Katiyar sir with shawl, Madam Shailaja with the trophy and books, Dr. Asim Ali Khan and
Namaste. IASTAM India, in memory of its founder president, is privileged to present the IASTAM Pandit Shiv Sharma Oration Award to you, Acharya Shri Balkrishna Ji, for excellence in promotion of Ayurveda. Acharya Ji, you represent the Indian spiritual tradition of yoga and Ayurveda. As a flag bearer of the ancient healing tradition of India, you have made Ayurveda acceptable to the modern world. You are a source of inspiration for trusteeships and entrepreneurs in the field of Ayurveda worldwide. Sir, as a founder secretary of Patanjali Trust, Vice Chancellor Patanjali University, and head of Patanjali Research Institute, you are leading various activities for the revival of indigenous knowledge for well-being of mankind. As a chairman and managing director, Patanjali Ayurveda, you have played a major role to build a global business around Ayurveda with mass following. Acharya Ji, you have studied Sankhya, Yoga, Ayurveda, Sanskrit, Panini's Ashtadhyayi, Veda, Upanishad, and Indian philosophy. You are a visionary, simple, easygoing, and a versatile personality with multidimensional skill who is constantly engaged in the service of mankind. You have a proven administrative and managerial skill admired by one and all. Sir, you have contributed 200 research articles in various national and international journals, and you are presently active on an ambitious project to develop World Herbal Encyclopedia with description of 60,000 medicinal plants. Sir, you are honored with Distinguished Award as a Champion of Change Award 2019. Manavsadi Pandit, and many more. Our heartiest congratulations on this stupendous achievement, and may the Almighty grant you many more years for active life to serve the cause of and promotion of Ayurveda for better health. Thank you.
I request Dr. Suraj to escort Dr. Dilip Ghosh. And I call Dr. Vikas Babu to read his citation. IASTAM Jandu International Oration for Research Contribution to Ayurvedic Products. IASTAM India instituted Vaidya Jandu Bhatji Memorial Oration Award in 2005 for excellence in drug design, research in pharmaceutical sciences in memory of great Ayurvedic scholar and physician from Jamnagar, Vaidya Jandu Bhatji, who also was founder of Jandu Pharmaceuticals. Mrs. Imami Limited from Kolkata acquired Jandu Pharmaceuticals in 2008. Imami has upgraded this award to an international oration designed by a foreign researcher and has been sponsoring it continuously till date. This year, this award is conferred to Dr. Dilip Ghosh. I request Dr. Vikas Babu to read his citation.
Members of IASTAM India are indeed privileged to confer the Jandu International Oration Award for excellence in the field of biology and research on Ayurvedic and natural product development to you, Dr. Dilip Ghosh. Sir, you are an international speaker, facilitator, author, and professionally associated with the industries and institutes involved in nutraceuticals, pharmaceuticals, and complementary medicine domain. You are an advisor and executive board member of Health, Foods, and Dietary Supplement Association, India, Council of Ayurveda Research, USA, Adjunct Industry Fellow, National Institute of Complementary Medicine, Western Sydney University, Australia, and Adjunct Professor, Kasturba Health Society, Medical Research Center, Mumbai, India. Presently, you are working as an honorary ambassador in Global Harmonization Initiative and are a board member of Vita Foods Content Advisory Board Panel. You have completed BSc and MSc degrees in zoology, microbiology, MPhil in environmental science, PhD in biomedical science from the University of Calcutta, India, and postdoc from Tufts University, USA. Dr. Ghosh, your research interest includes food chemistry and biotechnology and oxidative stress and bioactive and clinical proven functional foods. Dr. Dilip, you are honored with a fellow of American College of Institution, USA, and professional member of Australian and Institute of Food Science and Technology. Congratulations on this excellent effort, and may the Almighty bless you with the best of health to provide continued guidance in the field of Ayurvedic medicinal plants and natural product research for many more years to come. Congratulations.
I request Dr. Sabina ma'am to escort Dr. Patankar sir. I request Dr. Mahavir Dobi to read his citation. IASTAM Jandu. International Oration for Research Contribution to Ayurvedic Products. IASTAM India has instituted this award in memory of Vaidya Jandu Bharji, the founder of Jandu Pharmaceuticals, Imami from Kolkata, acquired this in 2008. Imami has upgraded this award to an international delivered by Indian scientists and has sponsoring it continuously till date. This award is this year conferred to Dr. Suresh Patankar. I request Dr. Dobi sir to read his citation.
Members of IASTAM India are very privileged to confirm upon you Dr. Suresh Patankar as an international expert, the Jandu International Award for the research contribution towards botanicals and natural products. Dr. Patankar, you are a chairman, S Hospital and Research Center and Professor Department of Urology, BJ Medical College and Sasun General Hospital, Pune. You have placed traditional medicine on the world map through your tireless efforts, validating Ayurveda and modern scientific principles, which have now become a roadmap for future generations. Your scientific approach, especially on herbal medicines, was appreciated by the American Urological Association. Congratulations on these tremendous efforts, and may the Almighty bless you with health and energy to continue your contribution in the field of natural products and drug development, and to uplift traditional knowledge and system of medicine for many more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. K.N. Udupa Award, IASTAM Award for contribution to research in Ayurveda indigenous system of medicine. IASTAM in memory of eminent educationalist, scientist and former president of our association, Dr. K.N. Udupa, has instituted this award for excellence in research in Ayurveda. Indigenous system of medicine. It is preferably conferred to scientists, scholars from modern biological systems contributed to Ayurvedic research. This year, it is given to Dr. Sridhar Dwivedi. I request Dr. Prasun Gupta sir to read his citation.
Good morning, everyone. IASTAM India, in memory of Professor K.N. Udupa, is privileged to present this award to you, Professor Sridhar Dwivedi, for contribution in research on Indian medical system. Sir, you are a senior consultant cardiologist and the head, Academic National Heart Institute Distinguished Honorary Faculty, DIPSER, Adjunct Professor of Medicine, Cardiology, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. You are a fellow, National Academy of Medical Science, New Delhi, Royal Challenge of Physician, London, and Indian International Academy of Cardiovascular Science. Sir, you are a dedicated teacher, an inspiration for medical students, and a legendary healer for patients who propagate a healthy lifestyle at a grassroots level. Dr. Sridhar mentored several doctors and scientists for his research in several institutions. You have published over 240 research publications and guided more than 44 research institute, PhD and postgraduate degree in medical and biomedical sciences. Congratulations to you, sir, for your overall efforts for the promotion of traditional medicine system, and may the Almighty bless you with health and energy to continue to contribute to the research in the indigenous system of medicine. Thank you very much.
I request Dr. Suraj to escort Dr. Bhima Bhatt, sir. Dr. C. Dwarkanath, IASTAM Award for Contemporary Interpretation of Application of Ayurvedic Principles. IASTAM, in memory of great Ayurvedic research scholar, Dr. C. Dwarkanath, respected both Ayurvedic and modern fraternity, has constituted this award for excellence in newer interpretations and contributions based on fundamental principles of Ayurveda, leading to its novel application. I request Dr. Vidhi to read his citation.
IASTAM India, in memory of great Ayurvedic scholar Dr. C. Dwarkanath, presents this award for excellence to you, Dr. Bhima Bhatt, for your contribution to contemporary interpretation and application of Ayurveda principle. Sir, you are working as medical director in Ayurveda Hospital, Medanta Medicity Hospital, with an integrative approach, reinforcing belief of providing world-class holistic healthcare, unique treatment approach, optimizing fusion of modern medicine and Ayurvedic disciplines of Ayurveda. Dr. Bhima sir, you are a gold medalist and MD in Kai Chikitsa and Panchakarma from prestigious Gujarat Ayurveda University. You have over 40 years of clinical experience. We congratulate you, sir, for your tremendous effort, and may the Almighty grant you health and many years of active life in contribution to learning, teaching, and research in Ayurveda. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
I request Sri Girish Parikh sir to come on the dais. Dr. Mahavir sir to read his citation. Dr. K.M. Parikh Memorial Award for contribution to development of Ayurvedic herbal pharmaceutics. IASTAM India, in memory of Sri Dr. Krishnanath Parikh, its founder member, a visionary in the field of Ayurvedic pharmaceutical research and development, has instituted this award. And this year, it is conferred to Dr. Vandana Modi ma'am. I request Dr. Suraj to escort her. Vice President, Phytopharma Chemistry Department, Cadila Pharmaceuticals. Dr. Dobi. Dr. Dobi, please read.
IASTAM India, in memory of Dr. Krishnakant M. Parikh, its founder, treasurer, and a visionary in the field of Ayurvedic pharmaceutical research and development, is proud to present you, Dr. Vandana Modi, this Dr. K.M. Parikh Memorial Award for your contribution to the development of Ayurvedic and herbal products. Dr. Vandana, presently working with Cadila Pharmaceutical Limited for 34 years, heading phytochemistry department as vice president. Dr. Modi, you have pursued Master of Pharmacy in the year 1987 from Gujarat University and gained from CMAP Lucknow for the technology knowledge. Madam, congratulations on this stupendous effort, and may the Almighty grant you health and many more years of active life to contribute to the development of Ayurvedic products and pharmaceutical sciences. Thank you.
Thank you. I request Dr. Sabina ma'am to escort Dr. Chandola sir. And Dr. Mansi Deshpande to read his citation. Veena Patel. Dr. S.N. Gupta, sir, please come on the stage. Srimati Veena Patel from Gujarat is an indigenous philanthropy in the society engaged in social work, setting up healthcare units, global Ayurveda hospital at Nadiad, leprosy hospital, and old age homes in Gujarat. This award is sponsored by Srimati Veena Patel Trust, Nadiad. I request this award goes to Dr. H.M. Chandola, former director, principal, Chaudhary Brahma Prakash, Ayurveda Samsthan, Delhi. I request Dr. Mansi to read his citation.
IASTAM India, in memory of Srimati Veena Patel, a modernist with faith in tradition, is proud to present the Award of Excellence to you, Dr. Harimohan Chandola, for your contribution to the teaching of Ayurveda. Sir, you are former professor and hospital director, Uttaranchal Ayurveda College, Hospital, Dehradun, former director, principal, Chaudhary Brahma Prakash Ayurveda Charak Samsthan, Government of Delhi, former HOD and Dean, IPG Tendar, Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar, involved in academic, clinical and research activity for last 37 years in various capacities. Congratulations on these excellent efforts, and may the Almighty give you health, energy to continue with the teaching and knowledge of Sanhitas, our ancient scriptures. Congratulations. Thank you.
I request Dr. Suraj to escort Vaidya Jayant Pujari, sir. Sri Mathuradas Parikh, IASTAM Award for Excellence in Profession Ayurveda. IASTAM India instituted this award in memory of Sri late Mathuradas Parikh Award, set the tradition home-bound heritage of Ayurveda on an industrial footing in the pre-independence business environment in India. This award has been supported and sponsored by Dr. Sri Girish Parikh, sir. I request Dr. S.N. Gupta, sir, to read his citation. This year, this award goes to Vaidya Dev Pujari, sir, Chairman, NCSM.
IASTAM India, in memory of Sri Mathuradas Parikh, is extremely happy to present this prestigious award for excellence in the Ayurvedic profession to Vaidya Jayant Dev Pujari ji. Sir, Jayant Dev Pujari ji, you are presently Chairman of National Commission for Indian Medicine, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. You worked as a recognized Guru of RAV, New Delhi, under the Ministry of Ayush. Sir, you are consulting Ayurvedic physician and Panchkarma expert and researcher. Sri Dev Pujari ji, you have worked as an expert on WHO ex-consultation meeting for developing WHO documents regarding benchmarks for practice in Ayurveda, Panchkarma, and updating of Ayurveda training documents. Sir, you have co-chaired the Asia Pacific Quality Register Review Panel for Accreditation and Quality Assurance in Higher Education and Healthcare. Sri Jayant Dev Pujari ji, you have also worked as research consultant to National Environment Research Institute, Nagpur, for the project Water Purification through Herbs, Director of R&D, Shiva Herba Research Laboratory, Nagpur. You have been R&D expert and consultant to Ayurveda drug industry. Sir, you also have several monographs and books on your credit. Congratulations on this prestigious effort, and may the Almighty grant you health and long life to continue your efforts in the study of Sanhitas nigantus, and other texts so as to benefit the entire Ayurveda fraternity. Thank you. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Suraj to escort Dr. Manjunath. Yoga Forum Munich Patanjali IASTAM Award for Excellence in Interdisciplinary Development of Yoga. Forum Munich has dedicated this award in the memory of Patanjali, author of Yoga Sutra, to encourage interdisciplinary activities and research on yoga. Professor Reinhard Bogle, being closely associated with IASTAM activities, has encouraged by its collaboration, has supported this award. This year, this award goes to Dr. Manjunath, Pro Vice Chancellor S. Vyasa. I request Dr. Mansi Deshpande to read his citation.
IASTAM India is immensely privileged to present to you Dr. Manjunath NK, the Yoga Forum Munich Patanjali Award for your outstanding contribution to interdisciplinary work in the field of yoga. Dr. Manjunath, you are the Pro Vice Chancellor and the Director of Research of S. Vyasa University, Bangalore, Vice President Vivekananda Yoga University, California, USA, Vice President Asian Yoga Therapy Association, Singapore, Board of Director Vyasa USA, Canada, and Founding Director of Vyasa Healthcare Private Limited. With your unique experience in translational research and academics, you are guiding and monitoring the research, development and management of several projects and programs. Congratulations on this excellent effort, and may the Almighty grant you health and many more years of active life for the continued development of yoga, research, therapy, and education. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Sabina to escort Dr. Rakesh Moria. Sri Gopal Das Parikh IASTAM Award for contribution to drug development in the field of phytochemistry, medicinal chemistry, pharmaceutical chemistry, or biochemistry. Sri Gopal Das Parikh followed the tradition of his mentors, Sri Mathura Das Parikh and Sri Jugatram, for manufacturing classical products while protecting basic needs of Ayurvedic principles and tradition. When Jandu adapted the newer technologies that became the hallmark of Jandu products. This year, this award is conferred to Dr. Rakesh Moria, Consultant CSR, CDRI, Lucknow. I request Dr. Prasun Gupta sir to read his citation.
Good morning once again to all of you. IASTAM India, in memory of Sri Gopal Das Parikh, a leader in the Ayurvedic industry, is privileged to present to you Dr. Rakesh Moria this award for your contribution in the field of natural product chemistry. Sir, you are former Chief Scientist and Head Medicinal and Process Chemistry Division, CDRI, Lucknow, and former Consultant, Institute of Advanced Study in Science and Technology, Guwahati. Dr. Moria has completed his BSc, MSc, and the PhD from BHU, Banaras Hindu University, and has done a lot of postdocs in UK, Israel, and USA. Sir, your main research interests are engrossed in the field of drug development from Indian medicinal plant and Ayurvedic medicine. He has published more than 700 publications in his credit. He has published 11 book chapters, having more than 9,000 citations that itself recognize him that what kind of work he was doing. Being an academician, always we have a dream that before retirement you should give something to society, and Dr. Moria is privileged that before retirement he was able to give the society 2 botanical drugs for the treatment of osteoporosis and for the fracture healing. Please give a big round of applause for him. You have boasted for lots of CSI Technology Award for these discoveries, and currently these drugs are on the market and serving society for the treatment of osteoporosis and fracture healing. Dr. Moria, I would like to congratulate for all our efforts and the contribution to the Indian science, and I wish you all the best for your good health and good future. And we are looking forward to your support, guidance for the national building in near future. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I request Dr. Suraj to escort Dr. K. Shankar Rao, sir. Vaidya Chandra Prakash IASTAM Award for contribution in Rasashastra. IASTAM India has introduced this award in memory of Vaidya Chandra Prakash, a renowned Ayurvedic physician of India who practiced Rasashastra and became famous by treating otherwise untreatable conditions like cancer, rasaushadis. This award has been supported and sponsored by its son, Vaidya Balendu Prakash. I request Dr. Vikas Babu to read his citation. Dr. Vikas Babu.
IASTAM India, in the memory of Vaidya Chandra Prakash, is privileged to present to you Dr. K. Shankar Rao this award of excellence for a contribution to the field of Rashashastra. Dr. Shankar Rao, you are the Honorable Dean of Vijayashri Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Jabalpur, a former Pro-Vice Chancellor, former Director, NIA Jaipur, former Professor and Head, Department of Rashashastra, NIA Jaipur. Sir, you took part in the survey of Occupational and Environmental Health Society for participatory research in Asia by PRA Delhi, invited by CCRS in the national campaign on the anemia and other diseases, along with the coordinating officer for Ayurvedic drug standardization cum development of formulations, including team member of developing formulations for chikungunya and NIA Jaipur. And he was a member of Ayush Niti, Government Rajasthan, RAV, and New Delhi. Sir, you got Young Scientist Award from SV University, Tirupati, WHO Fellowship from SEARO of WHO, and visited Thailand and also visited Singapore through Ayush delegation. Sir, you have been invited by organizations and institutions of Ayurvedic and allopathy system of medicine. Congratulations on this excellent effort, and may the Almighty give you many more years of active life to continue contributing to the field of Ayurveda. Congratulations.
Thank you. I request Dr. Sabina to escort Dr. Haridra Dave. Sri Jugatram Vaidya IASTAM Award for Excellence in Shalya Tantra. IASTAM India instituted this award in memory of late Sri Jugatram Shank Prasad Vaidya, the grandson of Ayurvedic visionary Sri Jandu Bhattji. Though brought up in the high family tradition of Ayurveda, Sri Jugatram had an opportunity of acquiring profound experience in chemistry and pharmacy while working under Professor Lee in the chemistry lab at Rajkot. This award has been supported and sponsored by Dr. Sri Girish Parikh sir. I request Dr. Vidhi to read his citation.
IASTAM India, in memory of Sri Jugatram Vaidya, a renowned Shalya Chikitsak, has the pleasure of presenting to you Professor Haridra Dave sir this award of excellence in Shalya Tantra. Dr. Dave, you are presently working as an Ayurvedic ophthalmologist, expertised in painless tooth extraction by Jalandhar Bandh Yog method for more than 40 years in the field of Shalakya Tantra. Sir has been the former Deputy Director, Training and Research, Directorate Ayush, Government of Gujarat. Sir have been the President of the Association of Shalaki TAS and has organized many workshops. Congratulations to you, sir, for your excellent work, and may Almighty give you the best of health and many more years of service in the cause of humankind. Congratulations once again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I request all the committee awardees, please come on the dais for a group photo. After this, we'll have a photo with the managing committee members also. I request all the managing committee members and members of IASTAM please come on the dais.
कहाँ जा रहे हैं सर? फोटो लेना आपके साथ? हाँ।
उधर जाएंगे आधे लोग।
अवार्डी के साथ मैनेजिंग कमेटी। अरे आप पूछ हैं, हम सोचा थे, हम पूछ हैं, आप पूछ हैं, हाँ।
सर ग्रुप फोटो
सर के पास खड़े रहिए।
ना मैंने बता दी
I once again congratulate all the awardees and hand over the stage to Dr. Sheetal Kalra.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kirti. May I now have the opportunity of requesting all the revered dignitaries present on the stage to release the souvenir, please. I once again request all the dignitaries present on the stage to release the award book, please. Can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you so much. May I now invite our guest of honor, Professor Vaidya Ravi Narayan Acharya Ji, Director General, Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences, to kindly address the gathering. Sir was a professor of Ayurveda Pharmacology at ITRA Jamnagar, where he has been a faculty from 2007 to 2022. Acharya Ji has published more than 325 research articles in various journals. Thank you.
Namaste to all. Most respected chief guest of today's occasion, Madam Shailaja Chandra Ji, Acharya Balakrishna Ji, and all the dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. I feel privileged to be a part of IASTAM Oration Award, and on the stage I thank the organizer and particularly Katiyar Ji and Bhatt Ji for giving me the opportunity. Sir, I am a member of IASTAM, live member of IASTAM Association when I was a postgraduate scholar at Jamnagar in 1996. And I thought that I will be part of this stage also in my life. I thank you. And dear friends, particularly in this era, the role IASTAM is playing is the vision IASTAM has shown 30 years back. Now, government is also changing the same vision, that is in a part that Har Din Har Ghar Ayurveda, and the award is, today's award is, shows the vision of IASTAM 30 years back, where the foresee the need to boost any association, any scientific society, that is communication, collaboration, cooperation, and coordinations. These 4 C are very essential to progress in a way in a society or in an office or in any scientific organizations. And you see the vision of IASTAM where they have this collaborative way. But now this new education policy in 2020 says that collaborative research or integrative approach of all the faculties, not only in, so the point raised here that we need collaborations, and not only collaborations with different organizations, scientific organizations, but also we need inter-Ayush and intra-Ayush both collaborations. We have many strengths, and we need to expose Ayurveda, particularly if with the vision, to achieve the vision Har Din Ghar Ghar Ayurveda, we must reach not only Ayurveda, all the Ayush system, and we need that some evidence-based medicines, and that evidence-based approach, the public will accept our Ayush system or Asian system of medicines, what the IASTAM is approaching since long, that if we come to the public with most effective and most authentic type of medications. And I hope in future we'll have more collaborative project being leading a research organization of Government of India. I'm here to share few things what CCRS, being the leading research organization of the country, is in Ayurveda, in one of the Ayush sector, Ayurveda, what we are doing, our Government of India, according to the plan of Government of India. We are collaborations, and we need cooperations and coordinations. That's why we have started different projects, particularly even if the academia, the stakeholders are academia, the pharmacies, your hospital sector, and particularly the laboratory or in established institutes. We are open, now CCRS is open, not only previously but the government organization, but also we are open to the private industries, private educational institutions of national importance, and also to the laboratories, not only to restricting ourselves to the government organizations. We have started to boost research inculcations among different stakeholders of Ayurveda. Particularly, we have started a research Spark research project, so undergraduate scholars can boost, that can come up with innovative ideas. And I am happy to share that this year, after it's in a first program, we got more than 1,100 research projects from undergraduate scholars, and out of them, at a financial position, we could award only 100. And we got very good project reports, innovative ideas from the undergraduate scholars also. Now, we are coming up with PG Star programs for PG scholars, where a PG scholar, here in the Spark program, we are providing 50,000 scholarship for 2 months, a small project work. And for the PG Star program, we are coming up with 1 lakh per scholar per year. So 100 scholarship we are going to. And for the collaborative and cooperation works, we have PhD programs and postdoc programs. We provide stipend, good for the, so I invite good project, PhD level project from DPRCU or other agencies, and postdoc programs where every year we provide 20 in each PhD and postdoc, and that most are open to the collaborative that our other science peoples. And we have also started research inculcation programs for the teachers of a college. Now we got good proposals from 100 Ayurveda institutes. We have an MOU with NCISM. I thank the chairman of NCISM, by the Jayant Pujari, for its interest, for its coming forward to have collaborations we have with CCRS, and we get good proposals. So with this, I again invite all the stakeholders. Previously I have a meeting with the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the ISO, but sir, that we are open, we need good quality research proposals, and we are going to have interactive workshops with pharma sector also. There were 40 pharma sectors are coming up with us for different, we are open to take their clinical research projects and also our product, how to sell. We have already developed more than 20 technology transfer to different companies, and we are open for this. With these remarks, I thank again the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thank you all, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Professor Asim Ali Khan, guest of honor for the program today, to address the gathering, please. Sir is Director General, Central Council of Research in Unani Medicine, Ministry of Ayush. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. Very respected Mrs. Shailja Chandra Sahiba, the former Secretary Ayush and the chief guest of today's function. Very respected Shri Acharya Balakrishna Sahib, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Goyal Sahib, Professor Rabina Acharya ji, my colleague in ministry, Dev Pujari Sahib, Dr. Ram Mohan Singh Sahib, he is the director of PCIMNH, Shri O.P. Shukla ji, Professor Dwivedi ji, President IASTM Dr. Katyar, Dr. Narendra Bhatt, Professor Ajay Sharma, distinguished awardees, learned professors, friends, dear students, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to be here today to address this August gathering on the IASTM Oration Awards Function 2023, an inaugural ceremony of International Conclave at Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences Research University. I would like to first of all congratulate DIPSRO University on organizing this international conclave and providing an important forum for the experts in the field of pharmacy and Ayush to exchange their views. Hearty congratulations to all the awardees. We all know that now DIPSRO University is one of the ultimate destinations for education and training and research in pharmaceutical sciences and allied areas, which is catering to the health needs of the people at large. Not only within our own country, but beyond the borders as well. This is the pharmacy university, first pharmacy university in India, which started in 2015, and it has already attained high standards in education, research and innovation under the dynamic leadership of its Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramesh Goyal Sahib. Very happy to know that Deepsra University is organizing this event in association with the International Association for the Study of Traditional Asian Medicine, which is the world's foremost community of scholars and practitioners devoted to understanding the history and contemporary practice of Asian medicines in their various forms. Friends, one of the impediments, if I cut short my words here, in acceptance of herbal products is the lack of standard quality control profile. There is no doubt that the safety monitoring of herbal medicines is an important concern nowadays. The assurance of the safety and efficacy of traditional medicine requires monitoring of the quality of the products from collection through processing to the finished packaged product and is dependent upon the standardization of these herbal drugs. The quality of herbal medicine, that is the profile of the constituents in the final product, has the implications on efficacy and safety. Adverse events reported to the regulatory authorities in relation to the use of herbal products are often attributable to poor quality of source material and at some time the manufacturing process. We have pharmacopoeias. One of the director of PCIMNH is here, Professor Mohan Singh. Pharmacopoeia is a legally binding collection of standards and quality specifications for medicines used in a country or region. It comprises of a set of appropriate tests that will confirm the identity and purity of the product by using reference substances. The pharmacopoeia indeed is a public tool that maintains quality of medicines by collecting the recommended procedures for analysis and specifications for the determination of pharmaceutical substances, excipients and dosage forms, and in most cases consists of general part that tests methods and general requirements. Ayush systems, namely Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, homeopathy, yoga, naturopathy, Soba Rigpa, out of them, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and homeopathy have published their pharmacopoeias. We call them as API, UPI, HPI, and SPI. And these pharmacopoeias consist of two parts. Part one comprises of the single drug monographs, and part two comprises of compound formulations. If I talk in terms of CCRUM, that is the Central Council for Research in Unani Medicine, which I'm coordinating the activities these days as a Director General, is the apex organization for research and development related to Unani medicine. Over the years, the CCRUM has emerged as a leading government organization for scientific research in Unani medicine. And the areas of research include clinical research, including safety and efficacy studies of Unani drugs, validation of the fundamentals and regimental therapies, drug standardization and quality control, survey and cultivation of medicine plants, and literary research. CCRUM, through its various drug standardization research units and institutions, has been engaged in generating data with regard to standardization of Unani drugs. So far, the Council has also complied and published 6 volumes of National Formulary of Unani Medicine, containing around more than 1,200 formulations, 6 volumes of the first part of the Unani Pharmacopoeia in India, containing almost 298 monographs, and 7 volumes consisting of 40 monographs is under publication. 4 volumes of the second part of the Unani Pharmacopoeia of India, containing more than 100 monographs of compound formulations, have been published, and 5th volume, consisting of almost 50 monographs, is under compilation. Other than these, various books on physiochemical analysis, standardization, and chemical investigations of medicinal plants are also published by the Council. These formularies and pharmacopoeias serve as official compendia of standards under the Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940, pertinent to quality standards of the Unani medicine. The Government of India has established the Pharmacopoeia Commission of Indian Medicine and Homeopathy as the nodal agency for developing standards in Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and homeopathy drugs. Ministry of Ayush, through its quality certification program like Ayush Mark and Premium Mark, is also assisting industry in setting up of quality standards. The Ayush Premium Mark is part of voluntary quality certification scheme to ensure the efficacy of herbal products. This scheme is designed to ensure the efficacy of herbal products based on the Indian system of healthcare, including Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy as well. The Ayush Premium Mark is intended for companies who export their products and are in compliance with high manufacturing practicing standards, such as those set by WHO, European Commission, USA, and other countries. In Unani medicine sector, industries have come together on a common platform, and one Unani Drug Manufacturing Association, they call it UDMA, has also been established. And this is going to give industries a more structured way to address various issues related to products and developing standards. Friends, it is the need of the hour for a meaningful dialogue among experts from traditional medicine and experts from pharmaceutical sciences to explore collaborations in further developing the quality standards of Ayush products and discovering new drugs based on traditional medicine. To achieve the excellence in research and innovation in Ayush, particularly Unani medicine, the Council is collaborating with leading premier institutions like Institution of Medical Sciences and many other institutions in the country. I am happy to share that CCRUM and DIPSER, under the able leadership of Professor Goel Sahib, has recently signed an MOU for cooperation. A collaborative effort between CCRUM and DIPSRU will certainly help to solve challenges associated with classical as well as new formulations of Unani medicine, its standardizations and pharmacological evaluations. As Professor Acharya Sahib was just telling that we at Ayush, under the able leadership of primarily with Honorable Prime Minister Modi Sahib, that he has been hand-holding and guiding the Ayush forces, and Minister and Shri Rajesh Kotecha ji, hundreds of activities simultaneously are happening, and I think many of us are well aware of it. While we talk in terms of, while we are expanding our infrastructure, we are also within Ayush, we have earlier very limited dialogue was within Ayush. Now we have much dialogue between Ayush. My friend Acharya Sahib is here, my friend Kaushik ji is there, and Raghavendra Rao Sahib is there, Baswa Reddy ji is there. So we all sit together, we talk to each other, we understand each other, and much dialogue has happened. And based on that understanding, we have also come up with that in terms of practice, in terms of pharmacovigilance, in terms of even researches together, we have joined hands, we have close dialogues, and for practice also that we have come under one roof, like in Ayush Health and Wellness Center in Rashtrapati Bhavan. See, such kind of models also we are coming at. Under one roof, we work together. We have also opened this integrative model in Safdarjung Hospital and many other institutions. Probably we are going to have replica for that. So a lot of things are happening. Same with WHO, we have open dialogue. We have signed MOU as a Ministry of Ayush with WHO. And recently, the benchmarks for practice and education in Unani and Ayurveda have already been released. Honorable Secretary and Honorable Director General of WHO were there in Geneva, they released. We have also been working recently, just last week, 10 days before, one document by WHO and with the efforts of Ayurveda and Unani and Siddha, we have also come up with it has also been released recently, Unani document that is on terminologies, international terminologies on Unani medicine. Similarly, we are also working with WHO on inclusion in the International Classification of Diseases, Chapter 11, and Traditional Medicine, Chapter 2. So we have many meetings with WHO officials. We have a team which is working very closely on a uniform platform between Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani. We have identified experts and with the experts from WHO. We have completed the alpha draft by now, and we are working on the beta draft. Hopefully, by the early next year, we are in the International Classification of Diseases as a uniform dialogue between these three sciences. So a lot of work is happening. Like I suggested that many organizations we are collaborating, like intra-Ayush we are doing. Similarly, we are also working with the experts from other sciences, like this university or AIMS or Hamdard or many other universities of Pune and JNU and Vallabhai. So many institutions we are working with. Many of my colleagues from this institution who are very good scientists, they have already applied for the projects. Some of the projects are with them. So from using this platform as a privilege, I request some of the leading scientists of this organization that they come forward and forward the proposals, good proposals with Unani medicine. And before proposing those proposals, I think the best would be that if we could sit together before they propose, so that we can work together, we can think what is the priority of our country at the moment, our people, so that those kind of research projects could be formulated and we can work together that way. So I think this is a wonderful platform. This university is doing good. Recently, Professor Goel Sahib, a learned scholar, he has been working on Ayush genomics, Ayurveda genomics. He is also, we have been discussing in last month that we were together in our council, we were sitting together, that how to go ahead with the Unani genomics, and he has wonderful ideas. We have developed a concept paper so that we can together work on that idea also. Equally thankful to Acharya ji that he has been very kind enough, and he has been guiding force for many times we meet in the Ministry of Ayush. He is doing wonderful work under his leadership there. And in Patanjali, thousands of researchers. The other day, he was speaking in Ayush, and he told me that not only within India, but outside India, hundreds of researchers, wonderful collaborations are happening. So a lot of efforts are being made and put into in taking Ayush to a new horizons. Internationally also, we are doing a lot of collaborations in Ayurveda, Unani, and Siddha. We are converting our books into different languages so that it can go in different parts of the world, whether this is Japanese, this is Spanish, or this is French. And many centers are also being opened up. Many infrastructures, new infrastructures are being opened. Recently, one infrastructure, last month we were in Silchar, Assam. There was a small unit of Unani. Now, there is a huge regional research center of Unani medicine. We have wonderful National Institution of Skin Disorders in Hyderabad. So almost 23 parts. Recently, Ministry of Ayush was kind enough to grant one center of excellence to one of our centers in Kashmir. That is a regional institution of Unani medicine in Kashmir. So a lot of things are happening. This is the high time that we all come together as an integrated model where the government is also trying. Let us work together. Recently, just 5-10 days before, one advisory council was also constituted in the BIS, that is the Bureau of Indian Standards. So all the services and products of Ayush are also coming in that. So those sectoral committees have been constituted for Ayurveda, Unani, and Siddha and homeopathy. And those have started working. Many documents from Ayurveda has already been published. Some documents for all the sciences are being worked out. So hundreds of activities are going on. This is a wonderful platform. I request all the colleagues and scientists, senior scientists, to come forward to collaborate with Ayush system so that we can benefit the masses, not only within our own nation, but across the globe. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. Wish every best to DIPSRU and IASTM organizers for giving me this opportunity, and wonderful distinguished guests who have received the awards today. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now have the privilege of inviting our chief guest for the program today, Dr. Shailja Chandra, former Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Ma'am. Sure, sir, sure. It's a cordless mic.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Dr. Chandrakant Pandav. I spent 45 years at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. I'm called the Ideal Man of India, and in 2021 I got Padma Shri. Dr. Shailaja Chandra, Madam, is a close family friend. We speak the same mother tongue. Madam, I just want to make 3 points. The Honorable Speaker, sir, you said that there has to be an active collaboration between all pathies. Actually, there is only one system of medicine that takes care of your suffering and pain. These are all artificial divisions: homeopathy, allopathy, naturopathy, yoga, artificial. So my 3 statements are as follows. Number 1, the main health problems that we are facing today in India are non-communicable diseases, NCD. Madam, 75% of deaths are because of NCD. So that's one area where we need to make a difference. The second thing is cancer. And amongst the cancer, it is the breast cancer that has taken the place. Cervical cancer was earlier, but now the breast cancer has taken. And Madam Shailaja, I just want to tell you that I am suffering from Parkinsonism disease. I am recovering from it. And from my own experience, I am taking allopathy, I am taking homeopathy, I am taking Ayurveda, so I am taking all kinds of medicines.
Sir, we will be discussing in the panel also.
I'm just thanking you. You called up at the right time.
So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam.
नाराज भी करते रहते थे, क्योंकि वो पता नहीं क्या क्या आसमान की बातें करते थे। मैंने कहा कि आप तो बेसिक चीज़ भी नहीं बात करने को तैयार। तो चलिए, जो भी वो दिन थे गुजर गए। I only want to say today, and starting with the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Goyal, the President of IASTAM, C.K. Katiyarji, all the people who, the DG of CCRAS and CCRUM, and all the dignitaries on the dais, all the people who have won and been honored today with this awards, prestigious awards, and all the people in the audience, including Dr. Pandav. I do want to say that the subject today is a serious one. It is not just something to be taken lightly. Unfortunately, and this is my feeling, and I have the stage, I have the mic, you must permit me to say what I want to. First, I do acknowledge that the university, this particular university, has done tremendously. It has not just become a university, it has become a milestone in the history of pharmaceutical sciences, not just academically, but it has produced some of the new things, herbal formulations for people who are in critical, you might say, state, as well as for AC2 inhibitors. I mean, this is something stupendous, not talked about, because by that time the COVID had begun to wane. But if there is something to be proud of, it is that. Leave that, all their collaborations with science and technology, DBT, DST, all the collaborations which are being done with other countries and with other institutions, including Ayush institutions, is really commendable, and it was not so. It is obviously something which has taken off. It was not there in my time. Everything was vertical. Nobody talked horizontally. It is happening, which is a matter of pride. It is also a matter of pride that IASTM, in the totality, it is a small organization, but in terms of how it has kept the flag of Asian medicine, and in India, Ayurveda, Unani, the flag alive, credible, given legitimacy, and none of this drum beating. I have never heard anyone from IASTM saying, "अरे हम ये तो कर सकते हैं, हम तो एड्स को भी क्योर कर सकते हैं, हम कैंसर को भी क्योर कर सकते हैं." फजूल बातें नहीं करते हैं. I am saying फजूल बातें because you can cure anything, but prove it. Please prove it. And there's no way you can prove without proper research leading to publication. You can do any amount of research sitting in a laboratory. If it is not published, it is not acknowledged. It is not measured. So that is why the whole point of research is not to keep on and on churning out stuff, but to churning out proof. And today, the theme is very important, not for today's event, but certainly for the two-day conference, the conclave. The regulatory aspects, without the proper regulation, if quality control is just on paper, if the Drugs and Cosmetics Act is only there to be defied, if you have completely different standards between 80 top manufacturers and whole lot of, I think, 8,000 others who may be doing anything, maybe they're doing well, maybe they're not, how do I know as a consumer? As a consumer, I have a right to be told this has been tested properly, for which today you have the scientific way of testing. Whether it be the spectrophotometers or the HPTLC, whatever tests, why can't this university try and lay down those standards which are not being laid in a way which ought to be absorbed by industry? I'm glad that the Pharmacopoeia Commission and the Indian Pharmacopoeia are coming together. That's a very big thing. I'm very glad to hear today from Khan Saab that there's going to be BIS standards. That is another very good thing. But ultimately, no two blades of grass are the same. How are you going to say that this is quality and this is no quality? How do I know that the ingredients listed are there? How do I know that the ingredients are what was said? I think it is time that we rose out of the old belief that Ved mein likha hai to isiliye bilkul sach hai. People like me who are fond of Ayurveda and who have been taking both Ayurveda and Unani medicine all my life, not all my life since I joined Ayush, I can say that I have received relief. I am not very bothered about quality. If it comes from a good manufacturer, I use it. But does the world know who the good manufacturers are? No, they do not. So therefore, I think that it is time that you in this university, you in IASTM can't do it, but they can certainly act as an accelerator. We do need standards that the world will respect, and those standards a university can produce. The pharmacopoeias are being made, but they are not in tune with what global standards are. The monographs are not in tune with the global standards. So we can keep saying we are the best. We can say Ayurveda and Unani are flourishing in India. Yes, but are we really doing what we are supposed to do, which is to develop and propagate for the benefit of the public, not for the benefit of only profit or being able to do drum beating that we have done our best. We have even now, after thousands of years of Ayurveda, we don't have documentation to prove that it has been in use for 25 years. Documentation, which is what Germany wants. It has been in continuous use for 25 years. Are we not able to prove that we are using ashwagandha and guduchi and even your spices? Can we not? But we are not doing it. We are not satisfying what is needed. You need documentation. I'll give you a little example by digressing, and you will understand what this means. Miranda House is my college. 5 years running, it has been judged to be #1 by the National Ranking Framework. I asked the principal, how have you done it? I know my college, it's excellent, but how did it become #1 year after year? She said, Madam, we only documented what we did. Everything we did was documented. It's not that there aren't better colleges, but it is because documentation is the only way, and we're not doing enough of that. We make claims. It is time to stop making claims. If you say $18 billion worth of medicinal plants are being exported, which is the latest report of RIS. RIS is a Commerce Ministry outfit. It's a published report, and it says $18 billion of medicinal plants, Ayush plants, are being exported. Are they Ayush plants? Can you call every plant that goes Ayush? Is it Ayush medications which are going? No. There is a completely new ballgame of nutraceuticals, cosmetic products, toiletries, which are herbal-based. They are going to Japan, they're going to USA, they're going to Europe, and they're being again produced, made into end products, selling at 10, 20 times higher price than what we are exporting here as our medicinal plants. I wrote a paper on it. I'm very grateful to Dr. Acharya that he almost forced me. I had COVID. He forced me to write that paper. And he said, "Kuch bhi likhiye, madam." I said, "Kuch bhi likhiye, kaise likhenge? Kuch bhi." So he said, "Jo aapko man karta hai, aap likhiye." So I chose this subject because I felt strongly, and it has great relevance to this university and to IASTM. You have to find a way of breaking down those medicinal plants. All the information is with Chef Excel. Shefexel is an export council of Ministry of Commerce. Until Ayush sets up its own council for export, you have to know what is going into Ayush products, which is Ayush per se, which is your medical systems, and what is going for other uses. The plants may be Ayush, they may not be Ayush. But to go on slicing a particular plant, ashwagandha, and say, वो तो हमारा आयुर्वेद का है. How does it matter आयुर्वेद का है? जा तो रहा है ना, और जा रहा है किसी और के प्रॉफिट के लिए. तो दोनों बातें की जरूरत है. नंबर वन, आपको मालूम होना चाहिए कि इंडिया कैन बी अ नेट सप्लायर ऑफ मच मोर मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स, मच मोर मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स, नॉट आयुष प्लांट्स. और आयुर्वेद और यूनानी के जो लोगों की इच्छा है कि क्वालिटी मेडिसिन मिल जाए, तो I would say it is something which we must capitalize on. Our Indian public is keen to buy this medicine. किसी को chronic cough होता है, कहीं ना कहीं antibiotics छोड़ के वो तो फिर आ जाता है, अच्छा कोई अच्छा दवा बता सकते हैं? हाँ हाँ, हमने वो नाम सुना है, बहुत अच्छा नाम है. तो किसी ने मुझे ये मेडिसिन दिया, मैंने मंगवाया, मैंने कहा देखने तो दो, ऑनलाइन मंगवा दिया. उसका ना तो बैच नंबर था, ना तो किसके लाइसेंस के द्वारा बना था, और हमारी फैमिली पूरी पी रही है उस कॉफ मेडिसिन को और रिलीफ ले रही है. अब दिस इज रॉन्ग. अगर हम ये टॉलरेट कर सकते हैं, तब तो आप we are really pulling wool over people's eyes. I would only say, in this moment, you have given me this honor of making me the chief guest. So I have the responsibility not to depress you. I have the responsibility to encourage you. I think that the opportunity ahead is huge. You have political support. You have public support. What is missing? What is missing is the perseverance to be rigid about standards. I don't mean standardization of formulations. I'm talking about standards of medicinal plants. How do I know that this has crossed the threshold? This is not the threshold. How do I know? Only if there is a standard which people are made to follow. If everything is accepted, then why have a standard? Anything can do. I can make a cup of tea using used tea leaves and still say it is a cup of tea. But that is not a cup of tea. So the only message I want to give to you is this marriage between two bodies, one huge, one small, but the small body has reached out to the big body, and the big body has agreed to clap hands. Now, if the two have come together, the thinking must be much bigger. It should not end with a conclave. It should not end with just scientific sessions. What is the goal? Our goal should be that India and Indian products of the medicinal systems and plant-based herbal products are respected. We know what people want abroad, what people want in India. We grow plants the way the demand is, not haphazardly done just by anyone who wants to make a killing on export. And we have to have the kind of, I would say, the zeal to shine in this sector. We have shone in coffee, in spices, in so many things which India makes. All those export promotion councils are doing it. We need to have that attitude towards our exports, but not if India itself is judged as being चलता है, यहाँ तो कुछ भी चलता है, कोई भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से आप लाइसेंस ले लो, कोई भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट आपको हाँ कर देगा. This sort of atmosphere has to stop. And if once India is able to show we did this, and we did it with proper, you might say, not only clinical research and with the kind of, you might say, pharmacological support that is essential. If it is able to show and it is documented and it is shown as a benefit to the public, who has benefited? If the public has not benefited, you can go on and on doing your work, which you must do. I am not here to tell you to stop that work, but I am saying you have a chance in your lifetime, your university and IASTM, to have a vision that we want to help the public of India, and by reputation, the public of the world will come to you. You don't have to go to them. So with these few words, I want to say that I've enjoyed being here. To go back so many years is a very, very long time for me. I was a very young officer at that time. And it has been a pleasure being here, and I really, really congratulate all the awardees. Each one of them has been picked out, as you could see, not because of name and fame, except for Acharya Balakrishna ji, who is now become world famous, and rightly so, and we are proud that we have a person like that among us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. We are not at all disappointed. Let us see, I can assure you. We have rather taken your all messages very, very positively. I'm going little out of protocol to tell few things. Actually, you had asked me when you accepted to be the chief guest that can you share something about the university? But probably I failed to give certain very important points. Number one is that, yes, our university has shown the presence. I was myself in the CDSCO as well as IPC and even NDTL. But our staff members are also joining. They are being invited in CCRUM, CCRS, and even homeopathy. Once the Homeopathy Council got some product on which they had some doubt, they chose us to get it tested, and Dr. Ajit of our staff member did that. So what I'm trying to say that, yes, we are in the list, and what you told very aptly about the standardization, yes, our university is into it, but in a little different way we are trying to do. And what you can see, the products have been coming, like Coroquil was one of them. Then we had Pop Tea, and then other products are also coming, and nutraceuticals. Then we are trying to have it as a one-stop. On one side, DSIR has given us CDRTH, wherein we will have GLP and GMP-based manufacturing and the laboratory facilities. On other side, of course, Innovation Center. But that Precision Medicine Center given by our TT, and Madam is here. She has been witnessing Dr. Alish Vaz, Madam. She is really helping us and see that we really do something. See, it is not simply genomics. We are going to see that this genomic is utilized for product development. That is what is my ultimate dream in that. Simply genomics and all, that will be more, it will take long time. But utilizing this in a different way, the same bioinformatics. Because this product could come within 6 months because of the bioinformatics only. Dr. Kali Charan, who is one of the organizers, also Dr. Ajay, we are working in that. So this is just, I wanted to share this information that yes, our university, we will seek your guidance again because you have a very long experience. We would like to have from you also learn many things. Second thing I would like to, so we welcome Dr. Alice Vaz, Madam also, and this to have joined us, although she was so busy, I will request, and before I really, Madam, felicitate Madam, I would like to tell one more thing. I was talking to our Balakrishna ji, and we have decided that DIPSRU will sign MOU with the Patanjali University. Thank you so much. बहुत धन्यवाद आपका कि आपने किया. I would like to felicitate Madam also. Please do. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much, and please proceed for the.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we proceed with the first oration by none other than Shri Acharya Balakrishna ji, I request Chairperson for the session, Dr. Narendra Bhatt, to kindly introduce Shri Acharya Balakrishna ji, Vice President, Patanjali University.
As we begin with the first Pandit Shiv Sharma oration. I have the task to, as a chairperson, but we are going to be sitting here only, to introduce Acharya Balakrishna ji. मेरे सामने समस्या है कि उनको कौन नहीं जानता। मैं उनका बायोडाटा है, करीब 8-10 पन्ने का है। बहुत सी कंपनियों को मैनेज कर रहे हैं। योग और आयुर्वेद का एक बड़ा अभियान जो चला रहे हैं, हम लोग सब जानते हैं। बहुत से पुरस्कारों से सम्मानित है और उनका आज यहाँ उपस्थित रहना वह स्वयं में एक हमारे ऊपर एक अनुग्रह है उनका। मैं उनको जब मिला, उनको बहुत बार टीवी पे देखा था, 2-4 मीटिंग्स में स्टेज के ऊपर हम आमने सामने थे, लेकिन जब पहली बार मिला और उनके R&D देखा मैंने उनको निवेदन किया है कि इसकी ज़्यादा प्रचार किया जाए। उन्होंने जो किया वो काम, आप में से बहुत कम लोगों को मालूम होगा कि मैं बॉटनी का भी विद्यार्थी हूँ और बॉटनिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का जो वेस्टर्न रीजन का जो हेडक्वार्टर था वो ब्लैटर हर्बेरियम इन सेंट जेवियर्स कॉलेज था और वहाँ पे हमारे पास करीब 1.25 लाख स्पीशीज़ का हर्बेरियम था और वहाँ पे मैं काम करता था। जब उनके वहाँ मैंने उनका कार्यक्रम देखा, रेखा चित्र, माइक्रोस्कोपी, मैक्रोस्कोपी और उनका एक वर्ल्ड हर्बल फार्माकोपिया बनाने का जो एक अभियान है वो अनप्रेसिडेंटेड है, कहीं भी देखा नहीं गया है। हम जिस प्रकार किसी टाइल्स की दुकान में जाते हैं और आपसे सामने वो मोमेंट्स आते हैं, डोर्स, कौन सी टाइल सिलेक्ट करनी है, जैसे कई हज़ार उनका पूरा जो फ्लोर है एक स्पेशल टेम्परेचर कंट्रोल रूम में किया गया है। मैं उनसे फ्रैंक बात कर रहा था क्वालिटी कंट्रोल और स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन के बारे में। उन्हें मुझे बताया कि किस तरीके से वो कार्य कर रहे हैं। उनका साइटेशंस देखा गया कि इज अमंग्स द टॉप साइंटिस्ट, 2% साइंटिस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड हु हैज बीन साइटेड। और उनकी जो एक मूर्ति हमारे सामने आती है और जब उसके पब्लिकेशंस का साइटेशंस देखते हैं तो हमें समझ नहीं आता कि ये व्यक्ति क्या कर रहा है। जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ, और ये मैं कुछ ही एक मार्केटिंग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से या उसको सराहना करने से दृष्टि नहीं रहा हूँ, बहुत सालों बाद, बहुत दशकों के बाद हमारे सामने एक ग्रुप आया है कि जो राष्ट्रीय भावनाओं को उद्बुद्ध करने का प्रयत्न कर रहा है। उस प्रयत्न के परिमाण अलग अलग हो सकते हैं, उसके अर्थघटन अलग अलग हो सकते हैं, हमारी मान्यता उसके बारे में विभिन्न प्रकार की हो सकती है, लेकिन हकीकत ये है कि उसका इम्पैक्ट है, उसका प्रसार है, लोकभोग्य है, लोग समझने लगे हैं, लोगों में आयुर्वेद के उन आयोग के बारे में जागृति आई है, उसके बारे में कोई भी शक नहीं हो सकता है। मैं खुद जब जंडू का सी हुआ था, बट डिफॉल्ट मैनेजर हुआ था, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता था कि मैं तो आयुर्वेद का फैमिली में पैदा हुआ था और बाय डिफॉल्ट मैं मैनेजर बन गया। जब उनको मैंने देखा तो मैंने बोला ये तो ब्रह्मचारी जी हैं, कि उनकी जो मैनेजमेंट स्किल है, जो शार्पनेस है। मैं करीब उनके साथ 1.25 घंटा पहले दिन बैठा था, 15 मिनट दूसरी देर दिखा। जो एक मैनेजर जो होता है कि जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर जो अपनी चीज़ को ग्राह्य करना है, उसका एनालिटिकल और कॉन्शियस माइंड जो है कि ग्रास कर लेना, वो मैंने अभूतपूर्व देखा हुआ है। तो उनके बारे में मैं क्या कहूँ, सब लोग जानते हैं आप। और ऐसे आचार्य बालकृष्ण जी को मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ कि वो पहला पंडित शिव शर्मा ओरेशन दें।
स्वस्ति पंथा मनुचरेम सूर्य चंद्रमसा विव पुनर्दधता घ्नता जानता संगमे मही। ओम शांति शांति शांति। आज इस पवित्र प्रांगण में, इस प्रसिद्ध विश्वविद्यालय में अपने आप को आप सबके बीच में पा करके, आप सबके दर्शन संभवतः मैंने पहले नहीं किए, जितनी मेरी आयु है उससे ज़्यादा अनुभव आप लेकर के बैठे हैं, इसलिए मैं आप सबको नमन और प्रणाम करता हूँ। ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं तो उस परिवार का छोटा बच्चा हूं और आज मैं अपने अभिभावकों के बीच में आ गया हूं। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। आदरणीय बहन जी बैठी हैं, शैलजा जी, जिन्होंने आयुष को एक तरह से एक स्वरूप देने का जो प्रारंभ भगवान ने इनको निमित्त बनाया, उन्होंने उस स्वरूप को बखूबी निभाने का कार्य किया। और बहन जी 95 में आयुष प्रारंभ हुआ, 95 में ही दिव्य योग मंदिर ट्रस्ट की भी स्थापना हुई, इसलिए आयुष की और हमारी आयु बराबर है जी। और मंच पर हैं आदरणीय भाई हमारे असीम अली खान जी। ये भारतीय चिकित्सा परंपरा में यूनानी को देखते हैं, पर इनकी निष्ठा बहुत अद्भुत है। हमारे आदरणीय आयु वृद्ध हमारे इधर बैठे हैं, आदरणीय श्रीधर द्विवेदी जी। पहला रिसर्च पेपर कब छपा था आपका अर्जुन के छाल के ऊपर? हाँ, जब मैं पैदा हुआ था उनका रिसर्च पेपर छप गया था। तो ऐसे आयु वृद्ध हैं, यहाँ पर ज्ञान वृद्ध हैं। और यहाँ पर आदरणीय सी के कटियार जी, हमारे कटियार जी भी अद्भुत हैं। इनकी मुस्कुराहट तो देखते ही बैठती। अभी बोल रहे थे झंडू पहले हमारे आदरणीय भाई साहब बैठे वहां थी, अभी हमारे पास आ गई, पर दोनों हाइट में और साइज में छोटे बड़े भाई लगते हो, तो मैं महसूस कर रहा था। और आदरणीय हमारे डॉक्टर रमेश गोयल जी, वाइस चांसलर से भी ज्यादा अद्भुत व्यक्तित्व के धनी, कल मुझसे कह रहे आचार्य जी आप आ रहे हो, मैंने सोचा कि आपके आने से पहले बात तो कर लूं, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। और हम अभी मिलकर के बड़ा अनुसंधान का कार्य भी करेंगे। और मंच पर अभी हमारी दिल्ली की जो है हमारे टेक्निकल एजुकेशन के सचिव हमारी बहन एलिस वाज जी यहाँ पर हैं, इनको भी मैं नमन करता हूँ। वैसे बहन जी और हम एक बार मिले हैं, पर इनके पतिदेव दिल्ली ट्रैफिक पुलिस के प्रमुख हैं और बहुत पुराने परिचित हैं, इसलिए आपसे कम मिला हूँ पर मैं आपको जानता हूँ, तो मेरी बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और साथ साथ में इस मंच पर हैं बहन भट्ट जी हैं और हमारे मैं सोच रहा था कि नीचे और ऊपर मंच में और मंच के सम्मुख भी आज जिनको सम्मानित, मुझे अच्छा लगा कि मुझे ऐसा लगा कि आप सबके साथ में खड़े होकर के मुझे लगा कि मेरी आयुर्वेद की गौरवशाली परंपरा का कहीं ना कहीं इस सम्मान में हमें आज शामिल होने का बहुत मौका मिला। श्री रवि नारायण आचार्य जी बैठे हैं, बिल्कुल स्मार्ट हैं एकदम, मंच पे शायद हमको छोड़ करके सबसे जवान वही हैं। तो इन्होंने जो हमारा वैदिक पादप वर्गीकी का काम शुरू हुआ, उस समय पर आपका सानिध्य हमें मिला और आपकी जो नॉलेज है, आपके जो विचार हैं, उससे हमने उसको आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। और मैं क्योंकि उस कार्य से जुड़े हुए हमारे आदरणीय वैद्य हमारे जयंत देव पुजारी जी मेरे सम्मुख है, मैं देख रहा हूं कि हमने पुरुषार्थ किया, पर उस पुरुषार्थ को कैसे लोगों के मध्य में पहुंचाया जा सकता है, वह एक अद्भुत अभिभावक के रूप में उस कार्य को पूरे देश के लोगों तक पहुंचाने का दायित्व आपने लिया, जिससे कि आज हमारे जो वैदिक पादप वर्गीकी से संबंधित काम को लोग अब मुझसे पूछते हैं। ये इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत ही कृतज्ञ हूं। और सब इस कार्य के पीछे जो इस मंच पर हैं, यदि मैं बात नहीं करूं तो हमारे वैद्य जी जो है, हमारे आदरणीय नरेंद्र भट्ट जी, ये ऐसे पहुंचे पतंजलि में, उन्होंने कहा आचार्य जी आना पड़ेगा। मैंने कहा बुलाओगे कहाँ? उन्होंने कहा पूना में। मैंने कहा भट्ट साहब बड़ा मुश्किल है। बोले अच्छा मैं दिल्ली में करता हूँ। तो हमने कहा ठीक है, दिल्ली में तो हम आ जाएंगे। तो आपका प्यार, आपकी ये संस्था और आपकी जो भावनाएं, आपकी संवेदनाएं सबको जोड़ करके एक दिशा की तरफ और लेकर के बढ़ें। भगवान आपको सतायु करें और पूरी टीम आपकी जो IASTAM की जो पूरी टीम है, मेरी बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। तो आज मेरे सम्मुख आप सब जो उपस्थित बंधु और भगिनियां, आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करते हुए इतना ही निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि आयुर्वेद की अनुसंधान की बात हो रही है और आप सब ने उस क्षेत्र में अपने अपने रूप में बहुत कार्य किया है और बहुत जब तक जीवन है समर्पित ढंग से आप काम करने वाले हैं। इसका उदाहरण तो मैंने देखा, मैं आदरणीय शैलजा बहन जी को कह रहा था, जब हम मंच पर खड़े थे, खड़े नहीं थे, सच मानिए आज हम मंच पर उठक बैठक कर रहे थे, तो मुझे लगा कि ये बुजुर्ग तो एक भी नहीं है, देखने में लगते हैं। तो यही ऊर्जा वो आपके कार्य करा रही है, जो आप लोग काम कर रहे हैं, वो ये बताने के लिए पर्याप्त है कि आप में इतना भगवान ने साहस और हिम्मत और सामर्थ्य दिया हुआ है कि आप लोगों के माध्यम से ही यह आयुर्वेद पूरी दुनिया में, पूरे विश्व में पहुंचेगा। इसमें हमें किंचित मात्र भी संशय नहीं है। पतंजलि विनम्र प्रयास कर रहा है। यदि मैं आयुर्वेद की बात करूं तो सबसे पहले बात आती है कि जो हमारे प्राचीन ग्रंथों की, शास्त्रों की, उन ग्रंथ और शास्त्रों को संग्रहित करके यदि उनमें लिखे हुए, अभी भी आप बहुत सारे द्रव्य गुण के विशेषज्ञ हैं, जड़ी बूटियों के हैं, अलग अलग विधाओं के हैं, उन विधाओं में हम आज जड़ी बूटी के लिए, जैसे यहाँ पर हमारे आचार्य जी बैठे हैं, 2 आचार्य हो गए, तो आचार्य जी बैठे हैं, द्रव्य गुण में हम आयुर्वेद वालों ने क्या कहा कि कोई संदिग्ध है, कोई अनुपलब्ध है। तो ये संदिग्ध आयुर्वेद में मैंने सबसे पहले इस बात को पुरजोर के साथ कहा कि संदिग्ध पौधा नहीं होता है, संदिग्ध हमारा नॉलेज होता है। पौधा तो जो है वही है, यदि हमको पता नहीं है ये बात अलग है, पर हमने पौधे को संदिग्ध बना दिया, हमने अपने नॉलेज को संदिग्ध मानने को हम तैयार नहीं है। तो फिर उस भाव से जितने भी पुराने आयुर्वेद के निघंटु ग्रंथ थे, हमने जो काम शुरू किया, चिकित्सा बाकी कार्य तो चलते ही थे, अनुसंधान के क्षेत्र में हमने निघंटु से कार्य शुरू किया। तो निघंटुओं में हमने देखा कि इतनी गलतियां, बहुत सारे अप्रकाशित निघंटु हैं, प्रकाशित निघंटुओं के अंदर भी वो प्रिंटिंग मिस्टेक या पर चलते आ रही गलतियां, इतनी गलतियां थी जिससे पौधे का कुछ हो गया था। फिर हम पौधे और नाम के साथ दोनों चीज को ढूंढने के लिए जाएं तो कहीं ना कहीं गैप था। तो निघंटुओं का कार्य करते हुए फिर हमने ये पाया कि जो प्राचीन बहुत सारे ग्रंथ ऐसे हैं जिनको हमें प्रकाशित करने की आवश्यकता है, तो हमने लगभग 34 से ज्यादा जो अप्रकाशित और जो पांडुलिपियां थी, शोधन का काम पतंजलि के द्वारा करने का विनम्र प्रयास किया गया, जिसके माध्यम से आयुर्वेद के जो औषधीय द्रव्यों का या चिकित्सा के कार्यों में जो शुद्धता की आवश्यकता थी, एक स्तर तक हमने उस कार्य को संपादन किया। और उसके बाद हमने देखा कि जो पौधे हैं, लगभग आयुर्वेद में मुश्किल से 700 पौधे हैं जो शास्त्रों में जिनका वर्णन है। परंपराओं को सबको मिला लेते हैं तो 1000 पौधे हैं। पर देश के अंदर आप सब जानते हैं कि प्लांट्स बायोडाइवर्सिटी की दृष्टि से हम देखें तो लगभग इस देश के अंदर भगवान के दिए हुए जो लगभग 20,000 पेड़ पौधे वनस्पतियां इस देश के अंदर हैं। यदि मैं पूरे विश्व की बात करूं तो आप सब जानते हैं कि लगभग 3,60,000 पेड़ पौधे हैं। यानी कि दुनिया के अंदर पेड़ पौधों की बात करते हैं तो 3,60,000 में लगभग 16-18% की लगभग वनस्पतियां भगवान ने हमको दिया है। यदि मैंने फिर औषधीय दृष्टि से फिर उसका एनालिसिस करने का एक प्रयास किया, एक अंदाजा लगा रहा था, तो मुझे लगा कि लगभग पूरी दुनिया में जो ज़्यादा औषधि के रूप में प्रयोग होने वाले पौधे हैं, लगभग 2000 पौधे हैं। उन 2000 पौधों में यदि मैं बात करूं तो लगभग 700 पौधे भारतवर्ष के अंदर पाए जाता है। यानी कि भगवान ने औषधीय गुणों से ज़्यादा परिपूर्ण पौधे 30% के लगभग, यानी कि जितने वनस्पतियां भगवान ने दे रखी हैं उसमें से दुगुने औषधीय गुणों से युक्त इस भारत भूमि से भगवान ने कृपा की हुई है। अब हमें उसमें काम करने की आवश्यकता है। जब वनस्पति के विषय में काम करते हुए हमने एक चीज देखा, जब मैंने एक वर्ल्ड हर्बल एनसाइक्लोपीडिया की संकल्पना की, तो संकल्पना करके हमने धीरे धीरे टीम बनाना शुरू किया, क्योंकि काम हमारी टीम करती है। वस्तुतः हम तो निर्देशित, क्योंकि एक व्यक्ति की एक सीमा होती है, एक सामर्थ्य होता है, एक्सपर्टाइजेशन में हम हर चीज के एक्सपर्ट नहीं हो सकते हैं। मैं इतना जरूर मानता हूं एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर होने के नाते, जिस क्षेत्र में भी, क्योंकि बहुत सारी हमारी युवा पीढ़ी भी यहाँ पर है, भविष्य में बहुत सारे काम करने वाले हैं, तो एक चीज जरूर है कि यदि आप जिस क्षेत्र में काम करना चाहते हैं उस क्षेत्र के बेशक आप बहुत बड़े एक्सपर्ट भले ही ना हो, पर आपका बेसिक नॉलेज स्ट्रांग होना जरूरी है, क्योंकि वह हुए बिना आप दूसरे को कार्य में कैसे लगाओगे। क्योंकि कितना भी बुद्धिशाली व्यक्ति आपके सामने हो, उस बुद्धिशाली व्यक्ति को कार्य में नियोजित करने के लिए सामर्थ्य आपके बीच में होना जरूरी है। तो भगवान से प्रार्थना करते रहे, हम लगते हुए हमने टीम बनाई। जब हमने काम करना शुरू किया कि हमें वर्ल्ड हर्बल एनसाइक्लोपीडिया के संदर्भ में, यानी पूरी धरती में, जैसे आदरणीय बहन जी कह रही थी कि हमको आयुर्वेद को विश्व में स्थापित करने के लिए भी आयुर्वेद से हमको ऊपर उठ करके देखना होगा। यदि आयुर्वेद के अंदर रह करके आप आयुर्वेद को देखेंगे तो दुनिया में आयुर्वेद पहुंचाने का संकल्प हमारा कभी पूरा नहीं होगा। हम पढ़ते हैं कॉलेज में, हम आयुर्वेद का इतिहास पढ़ते हैं। मैंने कहा कि जैसे यूनानी वाले यूनानी का इतिहास पढ़ते हैं, मैं कहता हूं कि आप यूनानी और आयुर्वेद को पढ़िए। इससे आगे पूरी दुनिया के जो बॉटनी बेस्ड मेडिसिन सिस्टम की जो हिस्ट्री है आप उसको पढ़िए, तब पता चलेगा कि हम कहां खड़े हैं। और हम यहां देश के अंदर आयुर्वेद के लिए हम गौरव करते हैं, गर्व करते हैं। हम यही कहते हैं कि जब से ये मानव की सृष्टि है तब से आयुर्वेद है, पर ये तो हम कहते हैं ना। पर मैं उससे अगली बात आपसे पूछता हूं, दुनिया में ऐसे कितने लोग हैं जो आयुर्वेद शब्द से भी परिचित हैं। आदरणीय कटियार साहब कह रहे थे, हम दवाइयां लेकर के जाते हैं बाहर, कोई मेडिसिन दवाई तो मानता नहीं है, हम हर्बल सप्लीमेंट, फूड सप्लीमेंट, कुछ भी ABC, क्योंकि लक्ष्य हम उसको खपाने का प्रयास करते हैं। जैसे बहन जी ने कहा कि वही रॉ मटेरियल जाता है वहां पर। आज विदेशों के अंदर भी आप जानते हैं, एलोपैथिक वाले मुझसे बेहतर जानते हैं, आज एलोपैथिक के अंदर भी अब नेचुरल कंपाउंड की बात होने लगी है। और नेचुरल कंपाउंड तो नेचुरल पौधे से ही मिलेगा। यानी मेरा अश्वगंधा जा करके, मेरे सदाबहार पौधा जा करके, मेरा जो कॉल्चिसिन जा करके, यूनानी में ज्यादा यूज होता है, वो जाकर के दुनिया के अंदर वो ड्रग बन करके आ रहा है। फिर हम उसको बहुत महंगे रेट पर खरीद रहे हैं। जब जड़ी बूटियां हमारी हैं तो हम क्यों नहीं प्रोत्साहन कर सकते हैं। जड़ी बूटियां जब हमारी है तो हम क्यों नहीं उसको औषधि के लेवल पर ले जाने के लिए प्रयास कर सकते हैं। तो हमको बहुत काम करने की आवश्यकता है। मैं आज ये जरूर नहीं कहूँगा कि किसने हमने क्या किया नहीं किया। बहुत शिकायतें हो सकती हैं, बहुत तरह की हमारे आपस की बातें भी हो सकती हैं, पर हमको समाधान ढूंढना है। क्योंकि मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ यदि दुनिया के अंदर हम समाधान नहीं बन सके तो हम फिर समस्या बन के रह जाएंगे। तो हमको समस्या नहीं बनना है, हमें समाधान बनना है। समाधान बनने के लिए समाधान खोजना भी होगा। समाधान खोजेंगे तो समाधान बन करके भी आप उभरेंगे। जब हमने प्रयास किया तो पहली बार हमने देखा कि दुनिया के अंदर कितने तरह के पेड़ पौधे हैं, कितनी परंपराएं हैं। खोजते 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 भगवान की ऐसी कृपा रही कि लगभग 50,000 से ज्यादा पेड़ पौधों को, वनस्पतियों को औषधीय गुणों से परिपूर्ण हैं। ये चेक लिस्ट पहली बार जो ग्लोसरी बनाने का काम पतंजलि के माध्यम से हुआ। हमने देखा कि 50,000 पौधों से ज्यादा औषधीय गुणों से युक्त हैं। फिर हमने कहा कि अब हम इसकी इंसाइक्लोपीडिया बनाएंगे, क्योंकि नाम मिले तो काम हो। तो नाम ढूंढा, फिर काम शुरू किया। करते हुए कई बार हमको ऐसा लगा कि हमने गलत जगह पर पंगा दे दिया, क्योंकि वो काम इतना कठिन था। टीम बनाएं तो बच्चे अलग अलग फील्ड के अलग अलग तरह के एक्सपर्ट और अलग अलग तरह के विद्वान बड़ी जद्दोजहद और संघर्ष के साथ हम लगे रहे। जब 2013-14 में मुझे पता चला कि इसी तरह का काम WHO ने 1999 में शुरू किया था और उन्होंने हाथ खड़े करके 3-4 वॉल्यूम में किताब निकाल करके 2010 में बंद भी कर दिया था। तो हमने कहा फिर तो हमको करना चाहिए, क्योंकि मजा तो उसी में है जो दूसरा छोड़ दे, आपको करने का मौका मिले। यदि लोग कर देते तो हम क्या करते, लोगों ने छोड़ा तो हमको मौका मिला। इस भाव से हम लगे रहे और अभी लगभग अब तक लगभग 70 वॉल्यूम्स हम छाप चुके हैं। 109 वॉल्यूम में वो पूरा होना है। वर्ल्ड हर्बल इंसाइक्लोपीडिया पूरी दुनिया के 2000 से ज्यादा भाषाओं में वो नाम है वनस्पतियों के, पौधों के, लगभग नेम और वर्नाकुलर नेम मिलाकर के आपके 24 लाख लगभग नाम है उसके अंदर में, और करीबन 6-6.5 लाख रेफरेंसेज हैं अलग अलग पूरी दुनिया के, और 2000 से ज्यादा जो ट्राइब्स हैं उन जनजातियों के औषधीय पौधे उसके अंदर हैं। यदि ट्रीटमेंट सिस्टम की बात करें तो पहली बार जितने भी जो अलग अलग हीलर्स हैं उनकी बात करें तो जो हजारों हीलिंग प्रैक्टिसेस उसके अंदर हैं। यदि मैं पद्धति की बात करूं तो दुनिया में 10 ही पद्धतियां हैं, जो बड़ी बड़ी पद्धतियां हैं उन सारी पद्धतियां उसके अंदर है। तो हमने वनस्पतियों को सर्वविध रूप से एक जगह पर कैसे लाया जा सकता है वह कार्य हम कर चुके हैं। उसमें फिर हमको लगा कि जो पौधों की हमने फोटोग्राफ्स इकट्ठा करना शुरू करें, लाइन ड्राइंग शुरू करी, तो हमको बड़ा कठिन हुआ कि जो लाइन ड्राइंग वगैरह भी किसी की कॉपीराइट है, फोटोग्राफ्स कभी मिलता नहीं था। जब हमने कहा इतने पौधों पर काम कर रहे हैं तो हमको एक काम करना चाहिए। आदरणीय भट्ट जी, आप BSI की शायद कुछ बात कर रहे थे। BSI वालों ने मेरे को दीक्षा दी एक तरह की। मैं जब वहां गया तो रॉक्सबर्ग ने कभी पेंटिंग्स बनाई थी, बॉटनिकल पेंटिंग्स, वो पेंटिंग आज भी मौजूद है BSI हावड़ा में, कलकत्ता में। जब मैंने देखा सुंदर सुंदर कलाकृतियां हैं वनस्पतियों के, हमने रिक्वेस्ट करी, हमने कहा कि ये वनस्पतियों की ये जो पेंटिंग है वो हमको दे दीजिए, कुछ चार्ज ले लो, लिखवा के ले लो कि हम अपनी किताब के लिए ही प्रयोग करेंगे। उन्होंने कहा कि ये मंत्रालय, बहन जी मंत्रालय की, इधर ये मंत्रालय के आप लोगों में से भी कई सारे लोगों ने प्रशासनिक सेवाएं करी हैं, बोले परमिशन लेना पड़ेगा, दिल्ली से परमिशन आएगा, फिर उधर से आएगा, वो एक लंबी सी कहानी। तो मैंने कहा अच्छा, सुनता रहा। पर मैं बहुत विनम्रता से इस बात को कह रहा हूं, कृपया इसको बिल्कुल अन्यथा मत लीजिएगा। हमें लगा 7 समुंदर पार से आकर के एक अंग्रेज ने ये पेंटिंग्स, तो हमारे आर्टिस्ट तो हमारे ही थे, हमारे देश के ही भाई बंधु थे, अंग्रेज तो लेकर के आए नहीं था बनाने के लिए, तो हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते हैं। इतना भाव जागृत हुआ BSI के सौजन्य से। फिर हमने क्या शुरू किया कि मैंने आर्टिस्ट ढूंढना शुरू किए। वो कहानी बहुत लंबी हो जाएगी, मैं संक्षिप्तीकरण करता हूं 2-4 बातें, क्योंकि और बताने की मेरी इच्छा है। तो हमने क्या शुरू किया, लोगों ने कहा कि राजस्थान की जो आर्ट है बहुत अच्छी होती है, वहां से ढूंढे। मतलब मैंने राजस्थान से लेकर के मधुबनी आर्ट, बिहार से लेकर के और दक्षिण भारत की जो अलग अलग आर्टिस्ट सबको इकट्ठा करने का प्रयास किया। अलग अलग पौधे देकर के मैंने कहा इसके जरा आप पेंटिंग्स बनाइए। करते कराते हमने बहुत तरह के प्रैक्टिसेस किए, परंतु जो मुझे चाहिए था वो समाधान नहीं मिल पाया। फिर भी भगवान की कृपा हुई, एक पवन वो फाइन आर्ट का आर्टिस्ट था, मैंने कहा भाई तू करेगा, बोला मैं करूंगा। तो मैंने कहा बहुत टीम लगेगी, बोला आप चिंता नहीं करो। उस व्यक्ति ने वो जिम्मेदारी लेकर के उसने टीम बनाई, हम लगे रहे, हम पौधों को छांटते थे, हर्बेरियम के हिसाब से उसको मिलाते थे, जो जो फोटोग्राफ्स, बड़ा लंबा काम था। करने के बाद में पतंजलि से पहले, क्योंकि मैंने जब पता किया कि जो रॉक्सबर्ग ने यहाँ तो पेंटिंग्स थोड़ा छोड़ गया, तो जो रॉयल बॉटनिकल गार्डन है, क्यू गार्डन में पिछले 300 साल के अंदर में लगभग 10,500 के लगभग पेंटिंग्स पौधों के वहां पर हैं। तो दुनिया में इकलौता वो एक तरह से बड़ा बॉस था सबका, हम सबका। मुझे आपको बताते हुए बड़ी प्रसन्नता है कि आज पतंजलि के पास 32,000 कैनवास पेंटिंग्स प्लांट्स के बन करके तैयार हैं। जिसके बाद आदरणीय भट्ट जी कह रहे थे, तो जो चीज कहीं किसी की कल्पना में नहीं थी, तो आज रॉयल बॉटनिकल गार्डन सेकंड है, पतंजलि यानी भारत आज फर्स्ट है। भारत फर्स्ट है तो उससे 3 गुना ज़्यादा संख्या से फर्स्ट है, ये मैं आपसे निवेदन करना चाहता हूं। इसी तरह से लाइन ड्राइंग हमने करीबन 32,000 लगभग वनस्पतियों के लाइन ड्राइंग भी हमने बनाई है। इस तरह से लगभग 65,000 के लगभग वनस्पतियों के कैनवास पेंटिंग्स और लाइन ड्राइंग जो वर्ल्ड हर्बल इंसाइक्लोपीडिया के अंदर में जो हमने फोटो दिए हैं वो फोटो भी सब अपने पेंटिंग्स या अपने लाइन ड्राइंग है। तो पूरी तरह से वह मौलिक काम उस स्तर तक पहुंच चुका है। फिर हमने देखा कि जब आप सब जानते हैं बासमती, नीम और हल्दी पेटेंट की बहुत ड्रामा जो एक तरह से दुनिया में चला, उसको रोका गया, कई सारे काम हैं। तो उसमें से मैं आयुष का धन्यवाद करता हूं, जो सुषमा जी थी, शायद बहन जी उसी समय के आसपास रही होंगी, सचिव जो है। जब टीकेडीएल कमेटी बनी तो ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज को डिजिटलाइजेशन करने का काम जब भारत में शुरू हुआ तो वो ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज के कारण से वो परंपराएं रुक गई। यदि हम डिजिटलाइज नहीं करते, सरकार नहीं करती, आदरणीय बहन जी ना करती, तो वो हमारे हाथ से, तो क्योंकि वो चीज एक जगह पर नहीं थी। तो मुझको एक रास्ता सूझा जब हमने वर्ल्ड हर्बल इंसाइक्लोपीडिया बनाया। दो बातें मेरे को बहुत वो कर गई। एक तो ये रास्ता के रूप में वहां एक चीज मेरे को दिखाई दी। दूसरा, जब ट्रेडिशनल जो चाइनीज मेडिसिन है वो क्लेम करते हैं कि हमारे पास में 11,000 मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स हैं, हम क्लेम नहीं कर सकते हैं। हमारे पास तो 700 हैं, मिला लो तो 1000 हैं। 1000 से ज्यादा आयुर्वेद वाले अपने औषधीय पौधों का क्लेम नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि हमारे पास शास्त्रीय रूप में कोई डॉक्यूमेंटेशन नहीं है। तो हमारे मन में एक भाव आया कि क्यों ना हम, जब ऋषियों ने जिस तरह से काम किया उसी तरह से काम करें। तो जो वर्ल्ड हर्बल इंसाइक्लोपीडिया के अंदर में जो 50,000 पौधों में से जिनके औषधीय गुण ज्यादा हैं, ऐसे हमने लगभग 20,000 पौधे अलग से छांट करके उनको प्राचीन ऋषि शैली में, जैसे हमारे निघंटु लिखे गए, जैसे हमारे आयुर्वेद के संहिता ग्रंथ लिखे गए, उसी तरह से श्लोक बनाने का काम हम कर रहे हैं, जिससे कि वह हमारा ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज के श्रेणी में वो चला जाए। क्योंकि यदि 20,000 पौधों का पेटेंट के लिए हम जाते हैं तो आप ये मानिए कि लगभग एक पेटेंट का इंटरनेशनल पेटेंट करते हैं तो लगभग 2.25 करोड़ रुपया खर्च होता है। क्योंकि हमने 1-2 पेटेंट्स किए इसलिए हमको पता है, और वो 20 साल के लिए मिलता है। पर वो ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज की श्रेणी में आ जाने से वो हमेशा हमेशा के लिए पेटेंट हो गया, और वो देश के लिए, हमारी आगे आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए हमने ज्ञान को सुरक्षित रखने का काम किया। उसमें एक और मजेदार बात मैं जोड़ देना चाहता हूं, वो ये है कि वो 20,000 पौधों में हमारे तो पूरी प्लांट बायोडाइवर्सिटी 20,000 है, तो उनमें से लगभग 7-8 हजार तो भारतीय होंगे। अभी उसको भी मैंने अभी अलग करने का काम शुरू कर रखा है। मान करके चलिए करीबन 12-13 हजार पौधे हैं, वो विदेशी पौधे हैं। तो कल वो हमारे नीम हल्दी को तो क्या लेकर के जाएंगे, उनको अपने पौधों को पेटेंट लेने के लिए भी लोहे के चने चबाने पड़ेंगे, क्योंकि वो डिजिटल नॉलेज के रूप में हमारे यहाँ सुरक्षित होगा। तो ऐसे देखा जाए तो ये काम सरकारों का है, विभागों का है, हमारे लिए काम आयुर्वेद का है। तो जो हम कर सकते हैं, जितना हम में दम है। लोग कहते हैं कि बाबा जी दवाई बनाते हैं, पतंजलि कॉमर्शियल काम करता है। एक बात बता दूं, ये जो रिसर्च का काम है ये करोड़ों का नहीं अरबों का काम है। दान मांगने जाते तो कौन कितना देता, कोई लाला 1 दिन दे देगा, 2 दिन दे देगा, फिर कहां से देगा। तो आज कम से कम उन साधन का हम अपने जीवन के लिए प्रयोग नहीं करते हैं। यदि पतंजलि में कुछ 1 पैसे का आय होता है तो हम 100 पैसे का देश के लिए, समाज के लिए वापस दे करके इस चीजों को संरक्षित करने का काम भी हम कर रहे हैं। उस तरह से ये परंपरा को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अभी तक मैंने देखा कि लगभग चरक, सुश्रुत आदि में सब आयुर्वेदिक ग्रंथों में मिलाएं तो अभी उपलब्ध और प्रकाशित ग्रंथ लगभग 200 के लगभग होते हैं। 180 के लगभग ग्रंथ आयुर्वेद के छोटे बड़े मिला करके हैं। यदि श्लोकों की संख्या मैं सारी गिनती करूं तो लगभग 1 लाख श्लोक तक भी हम लोग नहीं पहुंचते हैं। तो मैं आपसे निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि हमारे द्वारा लगभग अभी तक 3 लाख के लगभग श्लोक बनाए जा चुके हैं। यानी पूरा आयुर्वेद ऋषियों का श्लोक 1 लाख में था, तो हम करीबन 3 लाख नए श्लोक आयुर्वेद में जोड़ चुके हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त एक निवेदन और आपकी जानकारी के लिए मैं लाना चाहता हूं कि आयुर्वेद में जो निदान की परंपरा, डायग्नोसिस, क्योंकि हमारी वो ताकत थी, सर्वविद नाड़ी और मैं देख रहा था ये तो बाकी का ध्यान गया कि नहीं गया, वो जो हमको मोमेंट दी वो भी नाड़ी है, वो नाड़ी परीक्षण वाला देख रहा था मैं, बड़ा अद्भुत बना रखा है। तो जो नाड़ी परीक्षण से लेकर जिह्वा, मल, मूत्र, नेत्र आदि के जो परीक्षण की जो विधा है, आयुर्वेद की जितनी जो गहराई से है, या जो दोषों की कल्पना है, दोषों के आधार पर रोगों का वर्गीकरण की जो विधा है हमारी बहुत वैज्ञानिक थी। निदान की परंपरा भी हमारी पुरानी थी। माधव निदान 6वीं सदी 8वीं सदी से लेकर के, ठीक है, उसकी व्याख्या 12वीं सदी तक होती रही है, परंतु हमारे पास ऐसा कोई ग्रंथ अभी, बहुत सारी बीमारियां उस जमाने में थी, अब लगभग खत्म हो गई या नहीं है, और आज इतनी नई बीमारियां हैं कि लगभग हम लोगों ने 336 के लगभग, यानी कि 350 के लगभग बीमारियां पुरानी, नई और वर्तमान में प्रचलित, यानी इवन कोरोना तक को भी उसका जो निदान को लेकर के एक नया ग्रंथ कि सौमित्रीय निदानम के नाम पर लगभग 4500 श्लोकों का नया ग्रंथ, जिसके अंदर लगभग 18 छंदों में श्लोक है, और जो क्लिनिकल जो उसके जैसे कहते हैं ना, उसके जो अलग अलग तरह के जो कंडीशंस हैं, क्लिनिकल कंडीशन की बात करते हैं, लगभग मैं आपको निवेदन करना चाहता हूं 1700 से ज्यादा क्लिनिकल कंडीशंस उसमें दिए गए। तो इसीलिए ये जो क्योंकि आदरणीय आते ही मेरे को देव पुजारी जी ने यही पूछा था कि कितने क्लिनिकल कंडीशन से, उसी दिन गिनती शुरू करी वैद्य जी। तो क्योंकि आप लोग सिखाते हैं, हम सीखते रहते हैं, तो इसीलिए आप लोग शुभकामनाएं दीजिए। काम करने की फौज हमारे पास है, हम पूरी ताकत लगा करके काम करने के लिए तैयार हैं। तो इस तरह से निदान का कार्य, फिर इंटरनेशनल रिसर्च जर्नल में पब्लिकेशन का काम, जो एक और जो थी कि जब हमने वर्ल्ड हर्बल एनसाइक्लोपीडिया का काम शुरू किया तो मेरे को एक बात बहुत खटकी, वो ये खटकी कि संस्कृत में हम जब कहते हैं कि विश्व के सबसे प्राचीन भाषा है, सर्वाधिक वैज्ञानिक भाषा है और उसमें बहुत कुछ है, तो मुझे लगा जब हम देख रहे थे तो वनस्पतियों में संस्कृत में प्रायः लगभग 23,500 टोटल नाम है। उसका कोश भी अभी आने वाला है। सारे नामों को लेकर के हमने आयुर्वेद वनस्पति कोश तैयार कर दिया है। परंतु यदि पौधों की दृष्टि में जाते हैं तो मात्र 1000 से ज्यादा पौधे हम कवर नहीं कर पाते हैं। यानी 1000 पौधों का 23,500 नाम है। जब हम 50,000 पौधों का नाम कर रहे थे तो हमको लगा कि इन सारे पौधों का भी संस्कृत में नाम होना चाहिए, इनका नामकरण होना चाहिए। फिर नामकरण के लिए जब हमने शुरू किया, उसी जमाने में हमारे आचार्य जी पहुंचे थे, तो वो पूरी विद्वानों की टीम हमने बुलाई, तो हम लगते थे दिन भर नाम करते थे, संस्कृत में बनाते थे। जो आयुर्वेद में भी नामकरण की एक विधा है कि प्राचीन काल में ऋषियों ने स्वरूप के बाह्य आकृति के आधार पर, प्रयोग के आधार पर, स्थान के आधार पर एक बेसिक प्रिंसिपल है। तो हमने उसी तरह से नामकरण जब शुरू किया, शुरू करने के बाद में बाहर जो बगीचे में ऑर्नामेंटल्स और सब पेड़ पौधे नाम करते थे, जब बैठे बैठे कमरे में बाहर निकलते थे तो अगले दिन हम भूल जाते थे कि कौन से पौधे का क्या नाम रखा। तो बड़ी समस्या हो गई। तो हमने कहा ये तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगा, जब मेरे किए हुए नाम मुझे ही याद नहीं है, मैं देख करके नहीं बता सकता हूं, तो किसी का श्यामलाल क्यों रखा, किसी का रामलाल क्यों रखा, माँ बाप को पता, हमको नहीं पता है। तो वो स्थिति वनस्पति में ना हो जाए, तो एक बड़ा कठिन काम था। ये बड़ी लंबी प्रक्रिया की मैं बातें सुना रहा हूँ। ये 10, 15 साल और 50 लोगों की टीम के माध्यम से जो काम किया गया, उस बात को मैं 5-10 मिनट में आपको बताने का प्रयास कर रहा हूँ। उस समय पर मुझे लगा कि जो मॉडर्न बॉटनी है, इन्होंने भी तो नामकरण जो द्विनाम पद्धति है, सिस्टम है, तो हमको क्यों नहीं उसके हिसाब से भी कुछ सोचना चाहिए। तो हम कहते हैं ये बात सही है कि अंग्रेज हमारी सारी संपत्ति, धन दौलत, हमारी ज्ञान विज्ञान चोरी करके ले गए, उन्होंने बड़ा सृजन किया, भाई हम में दम हो तो हम भी चोरी कर लें। तो हमने सोचा कि यही कर लेते हैं। तो जो द्विनाम पद्धति, जो मॉडर्न जो टैक्सोनॉमी और पूरा उनका जो टैक्सोनॉमी के नामकरण की जो विधा है, उस विधा को फिर मैंने बाकायदा पढ़ा। कई दिन मैंने बॉटनी विधिवत, मेरे यहाँ बहुत सारे एक्सपर्ट हैं, मैंने कहा मुझे भी तो पढ़ा, बेसिक तो चाहिए मुझे। तो हमने पढ़ाई करते करते मुझे समझ में आया कि जो द्विनाम पद्धति है, वह पद्धति पूरे विश्व के में, क्योंकि हमारे ऋषियों का लक्ष्य था जो जीवन में प्रयोग होने वाले पेड़ पौधों का नामकरण करना। उनका यह लक्ष्य नहीं था कि पूरी दुनिया के पेड़ पौधों का नामकरण करना है, पर जब पूरी दुनिया में जाना है तो उसी तरह की विधा को लेना होगा। द्विनाम पद्धति को हमने लिया। और मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूं कि जो मॉडर्न बॉटनी के भी बहुत सारे आप लोग सब एक्सपर्ट हैं, टोटल यदि मान लीजिए कि नेम और सिनोनिम्स मिला करके लगभग 12 लाख नाम हैं। 12 लाख नाम के अंदर में लगभग यदि आप यूनिक निकालते हो तो लगभग 2.25 लाख है बॉटनी के अंदर, टोटल पूरे वर्ल्ड की मैं बात कर रहा हूं। और मैंने ऐसा किया कि जीनस को हमने यूनिक बनाया तो 17-18 हजार तक, 15,500 हैं। तो वो मान लीजिए 16,000 भी हो जाए। जीनस को हमने यूनिक कर दिया, फिर हमने स्पीसीज को कैरेक्टर में ले लिया, तो जीनस मेरे 15-16 हजार हो गए, मेरे स्पीसीज के कैरेक्टर कम से कम 5,000 से कम ही होंगे। तो मान लीजिए कि 5,000 और 16,000 21,000 कैरेक्टर में, शब्दों में हमने पूरी 3.5 लाख पौधों के नामकरण की विधा बना दी। और इतना है कि आप वनस्पति से, क्योंकि वनस्पति का नाम का मतलब होता है कि नाम से आप उसको पहचान कर सकें, उन नामों के अंदर इतना सामर्थ्य है कि आप नाम देख करके यदि आप जंगल में भी चले जाएंगे तो आपको अंदाजा लगेगा कि इस नाम का मतलब इस पौधे का है। तो एपीजे 3 चल रहा है आजकल। एपीजे 3 में क्योंकि उन्होंने पौधों के पहले वैंथम हुकर ने शुरू किया था, तो वनस्पति को जंगल में देख करके आप पता चल सकता था। पर एपीजे 3 अब ऐसा हो गया कि आपको माइक्रोस्कोप लेकर के लैब में बैठ करके आप प्लांट्स को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं। हमने कहा ये गलत परंपरा है, क्योंकि वो चेंज होते रहते, इसलिए जीनस और उनकी फैमिली और पता नहीं स्पीशीज सब चेंज होते रहते हैं। तो हमने कहा नहीं, ये परिवर्तन वाला नहीं, एक स्थायित्व वाला कार्य भी होना चाहिए। तो दुनिया के लिए, क्योंकि कितना भी बड़ा बॉटनिस्ट हो वो 1000-2000 से ज्यादा नाम याद नहीं रखता, पर हमारी बॉटनी इतनी ईजी है कि यदि मान लीजिए कि 2100 यदि शब्दों में यदि उसको हम ला पाते हैं तो 21,000 में मान लीजिए कि हमारे मुश्किल से 5,000 श्लोक बनेंगे। और कोई एक छोटा बच्चा भी रट लेगा, यदि 5,000 श्लोक रट लिया मतलब धरती के उसने 3.5 लाख वनस्पतियों के नाम रट डाले, तो परंपरा कर दी गई है। तो ये सब कार्य पतंजलि के माध्यम से हो रहा है। थोड़ा सा मैंने पूरा, हमारे पास हर्बेरियम है, लगभग अभी 20,000 से ज्यादा पेड़ पौधे वनस्पतियां वहां रखी है। बायोसेफ्टी लेवल 3 लेवल का रिसर्च लैब है। NABL एक्रेडिटेड हमारे पास 3 रिसर्च लैब हैं। NABH एक्रेडिटेड 2 रिसर्च हॉस्पिटल हैं। और लोग कहते हैं आयुर्वेद में रोगी नहीं आते, रोगी ठीक नहीं होते हैं। हमारा जो EMR सिस्टम है वहाँ पर 1 करोड़ से ज़्यादा पेशेंट्स का डेटा आज हमारे पास है। दुनिया के सब तरह के रोगियों में करीबन 69 कंट्रीज के लोग चिकित्सा के लिए पतंजलि में आते हैं। और पतंजलि के अंदर ही हमारा जो वेलनेस चलता है, 4,000 पेशेंट्स की इंडोर फैसिलिटी है। इतनी कड़ाके की ठंड में भी वहाँ जगह नहीं है, 6-6, 8-8 महीना पहले बुकिंग होती है। तो ये सब हमारा कोई काम नहीं, ये ऋषियों का काम है, ऋषियों की विधा है। उस विधा को स्थापित करने का विनम्र प्रयास है। पुनः आज आपने हमको यहाँ बुलाया, मुझे अच्छा लगा आप सबसे मिल करके। मैंने कहा कि आप बड़े हैं, मैं छोटा हूँ, तो एक बच्चे होने के नाते बापुओं को अपनी रिपोर्ट कार्ड देने का मैंने प्रयास किया है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत प्रणाम।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आचार्य जी। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी प्रोफेसर रवि नारायण आचार्य जी से कि वो सेशन को कंक्लूड करें।
Thank you for providing me an opportunity to give concluding remarks to an oration given by Acharya Balakrishna ji. I am fortunate to work with him for 10 days at his Patanjali Yoga Pit 10 years back. And what the idea, that day we discussed regarding why not go for binomial nomenclature for Ayurvedic plants with Kamretashi. We have Arjuna. I have an idea to follow Yadavji Trikamji. Arjuna group, he has given the basic ideas by Yadavji Trikamji. To considering being a botany graduate myself, I have certain ideas at that point of time. So we discussed, and I am grateful, sir, you have captured it and have published all these things and taken it forward, which I couldn't do since last 20 years, being academician and a researcher. Sir, you have very rightly told in your speech regarding there should not be any controversial drugs. And for your kind information, the director of PCIMH is here. In last meeting, after joining CCRS, we have taken a decision, being a member of the committee, that there is no substitute. In any pharmacopoeia, there is no word of substitutions. So we are coming up with alternate drugs for if Withania somnifera ashwagandha, it's a good availability cultivated drugs, but explant is not available, then alternate 1, alternate 2, alternate 3, so that pharmacy can go. Pharmacy is a great dilemma, that why if you are putting all the, if some other plants, then the pharmacy, the drug license authority doesn't give the permission. So to overcome that, we are coming up with a plan that every drug, if it is not available, then some alternate drugs with same pharmacological properties, proven pharmaceutical actions, pharmacological actions and pharmaceutical properties will be there, sir. I admire, sir, your dedications towards enriching Ayurveda in terms of botanicals, in terms of digital literary research, in terms of you have contributed 34 books, new addition of books from Nigantus, particularly my area of interest. And with your guidance and all these blessings, I have targeted after joining CCRS that in the next 5 years, I assure CCRS will come up with 50 books. I have given target, and 27 onwards, I'm working on that also. So you are a leader, not only a leader, ये मार्गदर्शक भी हैं आप, आपका बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, इस संचय धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Professor Sridhar Dwivedi ji, Chairman BOG Organizing Secretary, Professor Rajesh Sharma, to propose vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, one and all present over here. Respective Chief Guest, Mrs. Shalja Chandra, former Secretary, Ministry of Ayush, Guest of Honor, Professor Ravi Narayan Acharya, DG CCRAS, Professor Asim Ali Khan, DG CCRUM, Secretary Ma'am, Ms. Alice Was, President IASTAM, Dr. C.K. Katyar, former President IASTAM, Dr. Naren Bhatt, our Chairman BOZ, Dr. Sridhar Dwivedi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramesh K. Goyal, our Dynamic Registrar, Sir, Dr. O.P. Shukla, all the awardees who are sitting in front of me, the deans, the directors, HODs, the faculty members, other distinguished guests, I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to all for gracing this beautiful occasion. आज हमारे सामने जो अवार्डीज हैं, उनके बारे में मैं एक बात कहना चाहूँगा। आपको सम्मानित करके मुझे ऐसा फील हो रहा है कि हमने अपने आप को सम्मान दिया है और हम सभी डिप्सरू फैमिली बहुत ही गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं। So thank you one and all to be here. This conference would not have been possible without the support of all our dynamic leaders, especially our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, who is with us to give suggestions day and night, and our Registrar, Sir, he has given all possible administrative support. The dynamic president from IASTAM, Dr. C.K. Katyar, Sir, and Dr. Naren Bhatt, Sir, they have given beautiful suggestions and they have taken care of this particular event in the Dipsaru campus, and out of the campus they have watched what thing we are basically doing over here. A special thanks to all the members of organizing committee members. They work really hard day and night to make this particular event like this. In this particular event, we are having very, Divya Sharup Shri Acharya Balakrishnan and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, already told, we are looking for MOU with Patanjali University, Haridwar. Sir, आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट मैं भी करना चाहूँगा. We are also working in the area of herbal drug. We have a small team of dedicated faculty members, around 100 plus faculty members we are having. But we assure you, आपके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाने के लिए हमारी पूरी टीम तैयार है. DG CCRAS और DG CCRUM सर से मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी सर. We are keen towards to get your support. Can we establish Center of Excellence in Ayurveda and Unani in our Dipsaru campus? So please support and guide us. Shalja Chandra Madam ने बहुत अच्छे suggestions दिए with respect to the quality, safety and efficacy of herbal medicine. She has described the role of IO system of medicine. Definitely, Madam, we will assure you, we will try to launch n number of products sequence-wise. Already one product is available in the market, that is Coroquil Zinc, but we assure you, soon we will launch n number of products which will ensure quality, safety and efficacy of herbal medicine with the implementations of all rules and regulations on which this particular conference is planned. I hope this 2 days international conference will be a fruitful event and help all the policymakers to strengthen the regulatory backbone of IO system of medicine, which is not the complementary, which is the main Indian system of medicine, one should say like this. The complementary system is not IO system. This is the main system. Other systems are the complementary and alternative system. I have a wonderful day at Dipsaru and enjoy this particular conclave for these 2 days. Have a great day ahead. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request everyone to kindly rise on your seats for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much for your valuable time. I request everyone to kindly proceed towards lunch, and we'll assemble after 45 minutes in the auditorium. And there is one announcement. Speakers of plenary lectures and expert talk are supposed to submit their PPTs on the stage, please, to the IT section there. Thank you.
hello, chick one, chick. Hello, sound check. Hello, check one. Sound check one.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting with the next session post-lunch. Before I invite Dr. Dilip Ghosh, Principal Consultant, NutriConnect, Sydney, Australia, for his oration, I invite Dr. C.K. Katiyar and Dr. Raman Mohan Singh, Director, Pharmacopoeia Commission for Indian Medicine and Homeopathy, Ghaziabad, under the Ministry of Ayush, to come on the stage for chairing the session, please. I request our chairpersons to introduce Dr. Dilip Ghosh, please.
Good afternoon to everybody. So it's a post-lunch session, but I hope Dr. Dilip will make it lively session so that you don't sleep. So to introduce Dr. Dilip Ghosh, he is a celebrity in the field of nutraceuticals throughout the world. So whether you go to any Vita Foods Asia, Vita Foods Europe, or even anywhere in the Europe, US also, because two things. He has published a lot of books. He is a great academician besides being an industry man also. So currently he is a director, NutriConnect at Sydney, Australia, director at Trigonella Labs, Private Limited, Sydney. He is adjunct to industry fellow in NICM Health Research Institute, and advisor HARTSA in India, and also ambassador to Global Harmonization Institute in Australia. And his two books have really impressed me. One was on nutrition for the brain, other is Trigonella. So on Trigonella, whole, I think, 400 pages book covering all the aspects of Trigonella and the kind of potential it has. And I am sure the kind of, if you look at the top 20 selling herb in US, Trigonella is one of them. But what, for which indication it is sold, various indications. So I think Dr. Ghosh might share some of these insights on a global market also, besides regulations. And so he is having knowledge of regulations in Europe, in Asia, India, as well as in the US. So I think looking forward to a very enlightening lecture. With this, I invite Dr. Dilip Ghosh, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ghatiyarji. I love to speak at the same level, but today I am going in the podium. Yep. Good day, everyone. I'm very much excited and honored to be here. First time in this university, but I'm a almost regular visitor in India, almost every month. This is the 4th visit in last 4 months. I think it's great because I have been involved in Ayurvedic globalization in many countries, including Australia and New Zealand, for last 3-4 years. And that's why that honor, that IASTM Jhandu Oration Award, I think it will definitely impact on my work, that is the Ayurvedic globalization. And my topic is also today some sort of similar thing, West meets East, and how to globalize Ayurveda. And you see that that madam, Shailaja Chandra, she highlighted many challenges and many issues, that is the real issues. I have been working 5 countries, including 4 continents in my professional career. So I also experienced in this area what are the challenges also, and we are trying to resolve these issues. We are trying to make some solution in this issue. I think I can give some lead where she finished. As you know, I think everybody knows that one disease, one target, and one drug, that concept no more valid, just to treat the disease. And that leads to a different story, and that is the integrative medicine researcher or scientist, they are following this route also. That is the multi-drug or multi-component target pharmacology exploration also. And health for all. I think pharmaceutical has a lot of limitation, and we experienced during this pandemic what are the limitation of pharmaceuticals. And that health for all is only possible if we can introduce the evidence-based or clinically tested natural medicine or nutraceutical or Ayurvedic product also. I've been working in this area for a long time. I am not a Ayurvedic practitioner, that is my disclosure, but I am very, very fortunate to working with Indian leading Ayurvedic researcher, practitioners and policymakers also. And also I have been done a lot of, actually I started my career in a pharmaceutical company, then I moved to the natural medicine, nutraceutical area for last 15 or 16 years. So I will share some of my experience also. So where West meets East, time to globalize Ayurveda. I think you all know who is she. She is our role model. She is our inspiration who are involved in the traditional medicine or natural medicine area. She is Dr. Tu Yu Yu. the Nobel Prize winner in medicine in 2014 for a discovery for artemisinin, isolated from Artemisia annua for malaria. She had no medical degree, actually no formal degree also, no MBBS, no PhD, but still she got the Nobel Prize in medicine, and 85 years old when she got this award also, but anything but traditional. So that means we are also here talking the traditional medicine or other form of medicine also. As Dr. Cartier mentioned, I love to talk, my first passion, and this second passion is writing something. Last 6-7 years, I published many books, all with World 2 Publishing Group, the Academic Press, Elsevier, and the CRC Press, Taylor and Francis. So these are the book. I think you will be interested. The biotechnology in this area. So Monday I have a presentation at All India Institute of Ayurveda. That is a personalized nutrition, but how the artificial intelligence and machine learning, these are integrating in personalized medicine area, personalized nutrition area, that will talk. So the biotechnology, it is very important in this area. Second book, the clinical aspect, that is very lacking, as you know. There are some evidence in last 5 years in Indian Ayurvedic industry, but these are not compelling evidence, especially to the Western world also. Third book, innovation. So how to bring your product from a lab to market. So that is the innovation and commercialization of functional food, nutraceutical, natural medicine. So there are maybe millions of patents, but how many patents actually see the pharmacy? Maybe 2% maximum. So 98% patents have no use, no value. So, but there are a lot of opportunity. I am working with a couple of Indian companies also. One company, Pune-based company, they have 225 global patents. You can't believe, in only 3 herbs, 3 Indian herbs. But so far they commercialized 2 or 3 products, 200 out of 225 patents. But that book, I think I need to, there is a, how the whole pharmaceutical industry, that is already CRC Press sold more than 10,000 copies also. Pharmaceutical industry, how it moves to the nutraceutical industry, that area, domain. There is a paradigm shift. We called illness to wellness. So how these pharma industry is a sick, not sick industry, for sick people, but the how it moves to the wellness. That is, you are also in wellness industry. Also, Ayurveda has some therapeutic part, but also the wellness part also. Natural medicine, it's a big book, nearly 600 pages book. A clinical efficacy, safety and quality. So I published with Professor Pulak Mukherjee. This book, as Dr. Cartier mentioned, the nutraceutical in brain health and beyond. When we talk brain health, we generally talk about cognition and memory. But there are many things like Alzheimer, that Parkinson, even the brain trauma also. These are all brain related things. How you can control or sometimes you can treat all these brain health with the nutraceutical. And when I called nutraceutical, I always mentioned it is the evidence-based nutraceutical. Dr. Cartier mentioned that is the just 6 months before, I think already CRC Press informed me this, they already sold 800 copies, more than 800 copies of this fenugreek. And I believe, and many reviewers of this book, they believe this is the best compilation of scientific information, mostly from the clinical aspect on fenugreek. So we showed this, how this traditional knowledge you can convert or to the modern medicine knowledge also. So this one is going to publish in next 2 or 3 months, the nutrition science, marketing, health claims, and public policy. This is more about marketing side, how you can market your science, and that include the health claims and also the policy also. This is we are working. This is one of the very, very dream and prestigious project for me, working with Ministry of Ayush and All India Institute of Ayurveda. The traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine for neurocognition. So neurocognition is our first target for this book, but we are going to release a couple of other books on the traditional complementary medicine, the integrative medicine model on other areas also. I think, although it is not directly related to today's that conference also, but definitely it is related. That index released, I think, 1.5 weeks before, just now, Global Innovation Index. If you see here, again, okay. I choose 4 countries, the Switzerland 64.6, number 1, innovative countries from different perspective. China 55.3, India's position not even top 40 countries, 33.6. New Zealand 47, small country, 6 million people country, more sheep than human in New Zealand, but they are also 47 index also. Why? We need to reinvent our things. One thing, Niti Aayog, I think maybe last 3-4 months, they released a report also. India's investment in per capita R&D, that is world lowest. That is only $45 per capita. When you compare with we are not comparing with any Western countries, big Western countries. When we are comparing with BRICS and ASEAN, where India is the part of these things. So I think I'm just checking the notes. I'm not telling you the wrong thing. Yes, the Russia, that is the part of the BRICS, that is $293. Brazil, $173. Even our neighboring country, Malaysia, they are spending $296 per capita investment, R&D investment. So where we are? Only $45 per capita. And out of that, the 55% investment, R&D investment coming from government. Very, very small amount coming from industry also. But if you go to the Western country, they are high index or high R&D, all are coming from industry, not from government. But still in India, we are 100% looking for government investment in this area. So you know this nature, the master craftsman of drug molecule. That's why we are here. We are proud of that. We always proud of numbers, statistics, but that doesn't say always everything the right things. But if you see the 60% of all medicine are either natural products or secondary metabolites thereof. That year is wrong, it should be a 2010, relatively recent data. In cancer therapies specifically, out of 175 small molecule, 85 actually from natural sources. So these are all encouraging data, but if we see from our perspective, the Ayurvedic perspective, we have to go long way to establish that status. Veragan, the new drug called the Veragan polyphenol E, that is the first natural medicine that is approved by the US FDA as a drug also. So just giving you one example. Plant-derived natural product approved for therapeutic use. We all know the cardiovascular disease statin is there, and for multiple sclerosis, the fingolimod is there. But outside of these two big drugs, there are many drugs: artemisinin, methionine, capsaicin, galantamine, ingenol, paclitaxel, and mesoprostol. They have been completed phase 2, phase 3 trial, and they have been got status, the drug status on the different indication also. This is Dr. Katiyar's slide. He shared me a few years back. The plant-based product licensed as a drug in India, I think none of this in the market now. I am right, sir? Yes. The Gugulip, that is by Cipla, ginger extract by Dabur, and 1B revitalizer, that is Lupin Labs. It's unfortunate, I don't know the inside story also, but they approved as a drug, but they are not in the market anymore. When you compare the TCM, the traditional Chinese medicine, government invested billions of dollars. I don't know whether you have any chance to visit any Chinese laboratories, either private or university or government laboratory. You cannot believe how much they progressed. It's a billion dollar investment, and it's a fantastic laboratories. You can see that Dansheng, the Kang Light, Zuzing Kang, Zhu Heng Huang, and Nongshu, that is a pill also. They have completed phase 3 clinical trial. This is the pharmaceutical standard, and they are just waiting for the drug approval globally also. So they are much more advanced than any other traditional medicine area. You know the testing notes. In Ayurveda, we have a Nadi Pariksha, and also many, I think, Ayurvedic doctors or the other doctors, they are using the tongue health. And that tongue health, as a testing method, that is authenticated by modern medicine also. They can relate what are the traditional knowledge, traditional therapies, things, and they can include into the modern medicine also. Phytopharmaceutical drug. I think this is a great achievement in Indian regulatory landscape. So you know all. I think tomorrow we have detailed discussion in this area. So I am not going to discuss many things, but how many products so far, sir, approved in phytopharmaceutical? Maybe 2, 3? Right. Yes. So, you know, it's a so advanced, so very optimistic work, but no drug has been, no Ayurvedic or natural product has been approved under this category. So I can share one thing. I think it's not official yet. So one of my partner company in France, they have a product from cranberry, and they have done extensive clinical studies, 5 double-blinded placebo-controlled trial, lot of things also, and we applied with CDSCO for the phytopharmaceutical, and after many rounds of meetings and presentation, hopefully that will be approved in India also. So for the UTI, urinary tract infection. So I'm showing some glory, some shining globally, Ayurveda. Most of you know, but who don't know, only 16 countries so far in the world, they recognized Ayurveda as a system of medicine. System of medicine. Most of the countries are South Asian and Gulf countries, but few countries, European countries, very proud countries like Switzerland, Hungary, and partially Romania, Latvia, Serbia, and Slovenia, they partially recognized Ayurveda as a sister of medicine. But still, out of 250 or 300 countries, only 16 countries so far recognized Ayurveda as a system of medicine. This is also pictures are very proud moment for Indians. You cannot believe, I think one previous speaker mentioned, we are importing billions of dollar product, the ingredients to the global market. That's true. You can see it is 50% increase. That time it was 44% increase in the 9 months in Ayush medicine. But these are not medicine. These are just dietary supplement. But because it is under Ayush, we are claiming that. I think a few weeks back, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi ji, he in the World Ayurvedic Congress, 40,000 active medium and small units are operating in India. 200 crores rupees to 1.5 lakhs crore rupees in 7 years. That means 8% increase in 7 years. It's a very, very significant moment. And global market of this national medicine is 120 billion. And it is, that calculation has been done before pandemic for the 2020. But when you see after pandemic, that grows maybe another 20-30%. Because after pandemic, the definition of health has changed. So we see the health different way. And the GCTM, I was very lucky to present there physically at this Jamnagar event where Mr. Modi ji, Dr. Tedros, and other dignitaries, they opened this center. So you all know what is the benefit of this GCTM to India, or in bigger sense, the traditional medicine. To position Ayush system across the globe, it is 172 countries part of the GCTM. So it's a big, big opportunity for India, and that's why the Indian government, they initially invested $250 million US for this GCTM. That's the initial investment. So that's a big risk taken, government, but if it is work, it will be a fantastic. To provide leadership on global health matters pertaining to the traditional medicine, to ensure quality system safety and efficacy, accessibility and rational use of traditional medicine, to develop norms, standards, and guidelines, and the other capacity building exercise also. So what are the challenges? We all know the pre-globalization, so before you go to the global market, acceptability and adaptability. These are the two major challenges before you go to the global market. And when you are there are many more challenges. That is managing knowledge, because in Australia, we have 350 Ayurvedic doctors only. So these are very, very minimum number. They cannot manage the huge Ayurvedic knowledge in one country also. Integration is one of the main issue. It is not only integration between allopathic medicine and Ayurvedic medicine, but also integration between other traditional medicine also. Like in India, I think it is very important to integrate Ayurveda with Unani also. And in Western world where TCM is very well established, we need to do some work how to integrate traditional Chinese medicine with the Ayurveda. And the competition also. There is very, very fierce competition in this area. Difficulty faced by WHO member state, 172 state. If you see the 99% state, they agree lack of research data. We all know lack of financial support for the research on traditional and complementary medicine, lack of mechanism to monitor, lack of education training, lack of expertise within the national health authorities, lack of appropriate mechanism to monitor. So there are maybe 12 or 13 points they agree from 99% to 20%. Pre-globalization, as I said, lack of awareness, difficulty in explaining the system. It is very hard. How many people in Western world, they know the Ayurveda? No. Maybe they know Ashwagandha. You know this Western television channel, the local companies, pharma companies, they are giving a very funny advertisement. So Ashwagandha is very difficult to pronounce for the Western tongue. So that's why they use Ashwagandha type of that sort of things. So I think the Ashwagandha is very, very popular for different reasons. I think people know more Ashwagandha than Ayurveda. Adaptability, not enough qualified people, therapists and doctor, unavailability of the herbs and raw material abroad. There is no quality system here. I'm not sure, no, but lack of quality system. Because if you have some good quality product now, maybe next year you will have a very bad quality product. I think this is not only due to the quality control, maybe that different climatic change or soil change, or there are many factors that affect that area. Maybe 5 minutes. So post-globalization, I mentioned this one. So where West meets East. So I can show you a few slides on what we have been done so far in Ayurveda area. So signed MOUs with All India Institute of Ayurveda to develop or start a Ayurvedic chair in our university. Western Sydney University, we have a world largest outside China, the complementary medicine research and clinical setup that is called National Institute of Complementary Medicine. We have signed MOU with All India Institute of Ayurveda for some product development, clinical trials. We have signed MOU with Savitribai Phule University, Interdisciplinary School of Health Science. And recently, just last month, we have signed MOU with ITRA Jamnagar also. This is very exciting. You know the Australia-India relationship. It's a political relationship due to the China. It's an economic relationship that is highest in our history. Very, very high level of partnership between Australia. And Australia and India are working for last 7 years for the free trade agreement. So we signed agreement with India on, it is not called free trade agreement, it is just before free trade agreement, economic cooperation and trade agreement. And under this agreement, many, many Indian products you can export to Australia, zero tariff. And many, many Australian products like the wine, you know the Australian and New Zealand one is the finest in the world, but you can get in India that is minimum 3,000 rupees cost. But when it already started, because 38th December it started. So it will be much, much cheaper. That is 80% or 60% less duties. So this is a very, very exciting development. You see, this is the very last week. The Australian government, they approved 1,800 visa, special category visa, and that includes yoga instructor. So any yoga instructor, they can apply Australian visa under this special category. So maybe in the future, maybe after 6 months or 1 year, you who are the Ayurvedic practitioners in India, you can get special visa to Australia to practice there. This is our center, Nikam. I will go through quickly. Dr. Ghatia is looking for me. So our university is last times world ranking. We are #1 in the sustainable development goals. And we are top 200 top universities in the global scale. We are in research area well above the world standard. That is the ERA 5-star. So our research standard, that is well above the world research standard. So we have 3 big platforms. One is the preclinical, one is the clinical, and one is the translational, how you translate the science. State-of-art research laboratory, we have TGA licensed herbal chemical analysis laboratory. Only 2 laboratories in Australia, they are TGA approved, so we are one of them. We have a PC2, PC3 pharmacology lab because we have a big cannabis research area center, because in Australia, you know, cannabis is approved for the medical purpose. We have geographies research laboratory, and we recently started the GMP manufacturing facility also for this small batch. So we have a very, very established team with 1 postdoc, 1 PhD student, and 2 research assistant on the yoga. So we are doing research on the yoga and mental health. These are the, I already described. These are the 4 pillars in our center. Currently, we have this one, yoga and meditation, herbal medicine, and Ayurvedic chair. It will start probably next month. So this is the Australian situation. The market is very big. When you compare with India, you cannot compare with India because it's 1.35 billion people, and there is only 26 million people. But per capita consumption, that is 78% Australian, they are using complementary medicine. So that's the per capita consumption is very, very high when you compare with the other countries. That is 5.6 billion complementary medicine market, and the prescription medicine market, when it is coming with the Medicare rebate also, it is very, very close. That is 6 point something billion also. It's a huge market growth, $120 billion I mentioned. In overall healthcare system, market is very, very big. So this is on the last slide, Dr. Katiyar. So possible growth drivers. Why that industry is growing? Pharmaceutical touch in dosage formulation. I think that Sanskrit shabby Ayurvedic doctors, they are not that much dominant in India also. They were very much factored in maybe 10 years before also. So instead of crude plant-based material, standardized bioactive are incorporated in the dosage form which enhance the psychological adaptability towards the phytopharmaceutical. When it comes in a tablet or capsule, it is a different ball game to the consumer mind, the patient mind. It is a medicine. So that's why the dosage format is very important factor. Evidence-based approach, attitude development. It is not only attitude difference in the consumer also. There are a lot of attitude difference in policymakers, regulators, and even the industry also after this COVID. And government and Ayush initiative, I am closely working with Ministry of Ayush. I know all their activities, their mindset are completely changed, and they are investing a lot of time, lot of good time, and also the money also to develop this platform at the global level. Thank you, Dr. Katiyar, giving me some time, extra time.
Can we have a huge round of applause for sir? I now request Dr. Raman Mohan Singh to please conclude the session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh. Dr. Ghosh has given a very nice talk here that he started his lecture from the how that these even the modern medicines, your allopathic medicines is derived from the herbal means plants or from the plant origin by giving the example of artemisia and gugulupid and any other drugs also. Means everything is in our living being. You know that jivo jivasya bhojanam, jivo jivasya ausadam. Everything is in it. But even we are behind of manufacturing and artificial medicines and all that in last many days. Anyway, he also discussed about how his institute is working in Australia and how, you know, that many books he has written about herbals and the role of nutraceuticals. And in between, he also mentioned that how in India, these herbal medicines and came into the phytopharmaceuticals. And I just remembered, sir, that I was served in Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission from 2001 to 2015 as a head of R&D and IP and Reference Standard Division. So that time we have developed these herbal monographs in 2005, Indian Pharmacopoeia, and added 18 monographs first time. And that time Dr. Katiyar sir and Dr. D.B.A. Narayana sir and from Natural Remedies Amit Agrawal, we have made a group and all the ring testing authenticated, validated data has been verified in the Indian Pharmacopoeia laboratory, and then only it came into the Indian Pharmacopoeia. After that only government has approved that phytopharmaceuticals because Dr. Nityanand sir is the main who behind and Dr. Katiyar sir that we have to go to this for phytopharmaceuticals. And in the last, Dr. Ghosh has in his talk tell that how we can go ahead with these herbal medicines and herbal nutraceuticals to make our health updated more than anyone else. So thank you, Dr. Ghosh.
With your permission, just
Yes, sir.
I want to share just one information. I think this is not good to listen. You know that Cochrane review, this is the world highest review. Out of 8,000 reviews so far published, Ayurveda has only one. If you compare the homeopathy, they have 5 reviews, and the traditional Chinese medicine, they have 14 reviews so far. So Ayurveda, I think globalization is not only one area. You have to develop every area, so you can cover every milestone. I think this is one of the milestone, and Cochrane is one of the top platform. We need to go to the Cochrane more also.
Thank you very much, sir. And one more thing that you have given about the integration of all these therapies. So this is very must because many students, college students of homeopathy college and Ayurvedic college already visited our PCI match. And that time I always telling them that we have to make our patients happy and without any disease. So first you have to don't depend on one therapy. You have to adopt any therapy. Either it is allopathy, homeopathy, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, whatever, even the psychologically. You have to see his nerves, his eyes. You can talk about his, what is your nutrition in last week and what is your family's, about that. So that the patient when gone out of your clinic, he should feel that psychologically you have really seen and taken everything from you. Then only he will feel 50% psychologically he will treat it. Like you have given bhabut in the villages and tell, go bacha, tera bhoot gaya hai aaj se. And he feels that everything is good. Thank you, sir.
So your pages are there.
Yes, sir. Why not, sir?
So, sir, you can talk to him later.
Yeah, I'm coming to you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request Professor Geeta and Professor Rajiv to felicitate Dr. Raman Mohan Singh. Yes, sir. You can go, sir. I request Dr. Geeta and Dr. Rajiv to felicitate Dr. Raman Mohan Singh, please. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. We are done with the second oration, and I request the chairpersons to kindly take the seat. Before I invite Dr. Suresh Patankar, Honorary Professor and HOD Department of Urology, BJ Medical College, Pune, for his session, I request Professor Rajiv to kindly take the seat for chairing the session. Vice Chancellor, sir, will be joining soon for chairing the session. Dr. Suresh Patankar. I request Professor Geeta Agarwal to kindly join us for chairing the session. I request chairpersons to kindly introduce Dr. Suresh Patankar. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to join us on stage for chairing the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Dr. Suresh Balakrishna Patnakar, Ayurvedacharya, MB, MS, General Surgery. Currently, he is a professor and chairman, Department of Urology, AC Hospital Research Center, founder, trustee, AMAI, Charitable Trust, consultant urologist, founder, trustee of Urological Society, Pune, and so on. Regarding the awards, he has number of awards in his name. Dr. Pinamani Venkateshwara Gold Medal, Citation and Oration by Urological Society of India, 2015. Dr. Virendra Desai Oration, Urological Society of India, West Zone, 2013. Chandigarh Best Video Prize of All India Urological Society of India, 2007. NL Abhyankar Karyabhushan Award from Rashtriya Shri Shiksha Sansthan, Pune, 2005. Doctor of Millennium Award in 2005. Prestigious Award Patwardhan Puruskar for Research, 2001. Alumni Award May 2016 for outstanding work in the medical field by the Deccan Education Society, Ferguson College, Pune, and so on. Regarding the research and patents, he has enormous number of research patents in his name, received 2 US patents, a novel herbal composition for the treatment of wound healing and regenerative medicine, drug therapy for kidney stone, received 2 European patents, patent number 26800924, and for the same formulation. His publication in peer-reviewed index journal, total count is more than 40. First urologist to receive research grant from the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Indian patent for drug treatment in kidney stones, completed more than 20 research products. So I welcome, sir. Thank you very much. we have the first slide?
चक्रं जलौकान् दधदमृतघटं चारुदोर्भिश्चतुर्मिः सूक्ष्मस्वच्छातिहृद्यां शुकपरिविलसन् मौलिमं भोजनेत्रं कालाम्भोदोज्ज्वलाङ्गं कटितटविलसच्चारुपीताम्बराढ्यं वन्दे धन्वन्तरिम्.
Greetings from Pune. I'm really thankful for the Dipsuary, the Vice Chancellor, the staff, the office bearers, all the dignitaries of the IASTAM, Dr. Bhatt, Dr. Katia, all faculty members, today's awardees, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud privilege to be here to present my research story, a solo show for last 30 years. Being a urologist and Ayurveda, I always look at the patient's problems because basically we are here to treat the patients and not the doctors. So whenever there is a problem in modern medicine, I always look for the Ayurveda as an alternative. Of course, keeping Ayurveda as a base, all my research is subsequently translated into a global platform. This is my country, Kailas. You can see that Ellora temple, and this is another show. You can see my thickly populated people riding on a train there. And I'm sure you will enjoy this story, the transdisciplinary research which spans the unexplored ancients to the modern sciences. The research Indian perspective, then I'm talking about 5,000 years, Sushruta, the pioneer surgeon in the world. On the other side, you can see the various instruments devised by Sushruta. And till today, some of the instruments of modern surgery are based on these principles. So this was the situation then, and now this Make in India, our beloved Prime Minister has started, and I strongly believe this is the way forward for our traditional sciences to go ahead. So this was in 1998. As I mentioned earlier, being a teaching institute and also in private practice, patients coming to me, and there are many problems which we are not able to solve by the modern medicine. There are no solutions. So I thought, why not we look at the ancient sciences? Because I ultimately feel the medicine should be patient-centric and not any pathy-centric. As somebody mentioned just now, patient comes to us not for the qualification, not for the knowledge, not for the publication, not for the patent. He comes for the relief. Whatever way you can give him the relief, he wants that. So I started looking for the literature for alternative medicines. I think this need not be detailed. The research in traditional systems of medicines. Lots and lots of difficulties. This was a slide I made it for my citation in 2014 at USA or India, and still the same problems are there. Standardization, GMP, GAP, QC, GCP, lack of safety, lack of efficacy, various lack of clinical trials, various problems the trans systems of medicines are facing. What I needed is the scientific study of herbal medicine as per the modern scientific protocol, as accepted, obviously with some modifications. You cannot take it ad verbatim. You have to make your own modifications to globalize this. So this is the approach of reverse pharmacology, what is the bench to bedside. You all know. So first thing is a stone. That is a commonest problem urologist faces. You can see how big stone can become. You can see a stone of 196 grams removed by laparoscopic technique. But when it is a small stone, there are no treatments except drinking some water,
That's all. But this is how these stones keeps on growing and at times can damage the kidney and land up into big trouble. So we started looking at the Ayurveda and the pharmacological literature. Varun is one of the Kritivan narula. I'm sure this pharmac student must be knowing this. A very famous plant as a urolithiatic plant. And there are a lot of pharmacological references of its antiurethric activity. So these are the various references of Kritivan narula. Then we thought of doing a development and standardization. Authentication is the first thing because proper drug has to be authenticated. So this is one of the institute in Pune, Agarkar Institute, is a central institute where we authenticated the plant. Then this is the testing, which is very important because heavy metals are known to be all over the one article in JAMA has completely spoiled the Ayurveda. All of us must be aware that Ayurvedic medicine, they contain heavy metals and so they should not be accepted. So this is very important to do proper testing. HPTLC we had, I'm sure I did not go into details, and animal models, preclinical studies. So we created a rat model and we did the preclinical safety as per the various guidelines, acute, subacute, and confirm it the drug or a formulation is safe. That is the first part of it. Efficacy studies, we created stones in the rats and we use ethylene glycol induced urolithiasis. I am sure the students must be aware of this animal model because in pharmacology this is very important to have proper animal model. So these are urinary crystals. You can see there the alka stone is the modern medicine. This is the disease, Hermit plus, that is our drug, and there is a cystone. The minimum number of crystals are seen in case of our formulation. It shows, it reduces the crystalluria. There are various enzyme studies we have done. I won't go into details. The effect on oxalate synthesis in enzymes. What we can see that due to treatment of the IP, the levels of these enzymes are significantly reduced, thereby indicating the decrease in urolithiasis. So this is evidence what we have shown as efficacy in preclinical studies. There are the various studies, disease control tests and all those things. Liver enzymes, kidney enzymes we have tested. This is histopathology. A very important thing I wanted to bring to your notice that this particular medicine has got a renoprotective action. It means it reduces the inflammatory reaction in the kidney cells, which happens when you get a crystallization. You can see the standard, and if you see the control, that is our drug, that is the 8. And the other kind of Hermit, cystone, alka stone, you can see the least amount of inflammation is in the control group. So P is significant here. Then we did the clinical studies. CTRI, government we did this. Patients having 4 to 9 renal calculi, asymptomatic, non-obstructive. Here I want to tell you, if there is an acute emergency, you should not try medical line-of treatment. You cannot subject a patient to a danger. So whenever there is a asymptomatic, non-obstructive situation, then only we should include these patients. Then we did the clinical assessment by expulsion and reduction in the size of the calculi. Then pain reduction, this is the expulsion. You can see the extremely good results with the placebo versus treatment group. Recurrent stone. So this was another problem because stones are known to recur again and again and again. And there is no medicine so far, at least in modern medicine. So there we again tried this. So what we have seen, significant correction in hypercalciuria, hyperoxaluria, hypocytinuria, low level of magnesium, etc., etc. Again, it means this formulation helps in reducing the recurrence. So this is the patent we obtained, Indian patent. We obtained US patent, European patent. This is a copy of that. Of course, we also made the international presentations. You can see there in 2014, in AUA, American Urology Association, also appreciated our work on herbal medicines. Of course, these are the publications in all PubMed index journals. That is very important. As Madam told in the morning, that your research has to be published in good journals to get it acknowledged. So these are our publications. Now, this particular medicine is being used more than 10,000 patients. So what we say, what research you do, ultimately must benefit the society. It's not only the patent, not only the publication, but it must come to the rescue of the patient. That is very important. Now, this is very important problem in surgical field, fibrosis or stricture. One of the reasons of failure of surgeries is fibrosis. And in urology, one of the complications is the narrowing in the urinary passage, a very troublesome condition. Of course, fibrosis can take place many other conditions, which is one of the conditions we are taught. And it is because of the connective tissue growth factor is excessive. And lot of investigations are going on this. You can see the botulinum toxin, halofuran is a Chinese drug, steroids, rapamycin, but still there is no satisfactory answer for this fibrosis. Again, we thought at our hospital, why not explore the traditional systems of drugs? Because in Ayurveda, for a wound, Shodhan, Ropan, and Sandhan, these are the 3 steps. So we thought about this, and we again gone through the various pharmacology studies of the various Ayurvedic plant extracts. Again, we did the HPLC, HPTLC. We did again, same thing, preclinical studies in the rats. You can see the toxicity studies. This is a group histopathology data. I won't go into details. So what it shows in animal studies, that the favorable wound healing activity, promoting various stages in general and prompting formation of turnover of collagen. I'll just check my time. Just remind me of time, yeah? If I'm, because, yeah, sure, please. 5 minutes before they let me know. So what happens here, the turnover of collagen, which is the most important part of the wound healing, it is being promoted by our medicine. This is the initial studies. You can see the various wounds. This is the skin, what we removed through the mouth when we want to correct a stricture. There is a wound. If you see there, the one is the control and second one is the IP. Again, we have good publications, animal studies, then clinical studies. This is a patent. This is US patent, European patent. Now again, this formulation I am using regularly in our clinical practice for promotion of wound healing. Not only that, my own students, when they come to us, when they see the good results, they ask for these medicines and we start using in this. We got very good results. So this is one of the major problem in our surgical field, that wound healing. We're talking about COVID. So here, as I said, Ayurveda is our base. COVID is a disease of immunity. I strongly feel it is the innate immunity that protects us. Maybe the herbal vaccine can give the ready-made antibodies, but again, it has to be your own immunity. So why not you think of Ayurvedic point of view to promote the immunity and see whether it can help. So we made a safety and efficacy of herbal extracts to restore respiratory health and improve innate immunity in COVID-19 positive patients with mild to moderate who were hospitalized. And I am happy to say that this protocol was published in one of the prestigious journal of BMC trial. Normally they don't take Ayurvedic protocols to be published, but this is one of them they published in their journal. The publication after our studies, efficacy and safety of polyherbal formulation add-on to standard care. We don't want to bypass the modern medicine. If you start competing with modern medicine, probably it will not be accepted as a standalone drug, because there is going to be opposition, because this has not been proved. So we always, what we do is standard care along with the IP and standard care along with the placebo. This is how we try to work on this. What are the parameters? NRS, WHO score, viral load. This is one of that where we exactly measure the copies of the virals. Leukocyte count, absolute B cell and T cell, as you know, they're important for immunity. One is a cellular, second is a hematogenous. So B cell, T cell, CD3, CD4, T helper cells, CD3, CD8, T regulatory cells, NK cells, neutrophil count, TH cells, antibody levels. We also measure the antibodies in both the groups. So what was seen, the outcome was, there was a favorable result in COVID-19 patients, mild to moderate, showing the laboratory and clinical recovery in these patients. So what you can see, the polio formulation has an effective antiviral activity in mild to moderate. Not only we also did antiviral studies in one of the laboratory patent. We also did a post-vaccination modulation. Again, we have seen with this formulation, the immunity, antibodies, they are enhanced. And I think this is probably the first study in the world. It can be used as a herbal vaccine. That means patients who are vaccinated, they can have this medicine to continue to enhance their antibody level. Fatty liver is one of the commonest problems all over the world. And you can see in India, it is one in 3. And it is the precursor of diabetes and CKD, chronic kidney disease. So we did a randomized double-blind parallel group trial to efficacy and safety of the polyoral formulation from NAFLD. This is 2 centers in India. What is the conclusion? That significant improvement in the oxidative enzymes, lipid parameters, insulin resistance, and we also did USG and MRI studies to confirm that there is a resolution of fatty liver and improvement in various parameters. So this can be recommended as a drug along with the standard care. BPH, being a urologist, is a very common problem. What we see here, again we are conducting a 2-arm study, safety and efficacy of Ayurvedic preparation along with the standard care in patients of BPH. This trial is going on. Initial results are good, but we will come back to you when this. Gut health and CKD, very important. In Ayurveda, Basti is supposed to be the Ardha Chikitsa. And CKD, and as you know, not only CKD, everywhere you talk about microbiota. Change in microbiota is the cause of the disease. What you are is a microbiota is. So here we are using Basti, or call it as a rectal medication, in improving the gut health of patients receiving CKD with diabetes. What are the endpoints? TNF-alpha, IL-6, IL-18, the change in the pathogenic microbiota. That is very important. Uremic metabolites and symptomatic improvement. So this is how we are working. Now apart from this, just last few slides, I am not only doing research only in Ayurveda, we also go beyond it. This is 3D vision. As you know, we do a lot of laparoscopic procedures. The vision is a big problem. So we devised a new system of 3D vision. I don't go into the details, it's more of a surgical interest. So designed to overcome the issues of the present 3D vision, which is simpler, economical, and impeccable. This is the PCT, what we got the novel. This is another instrument we use, you know, in surgeon we use cutting and suturing. At the most it can function 2. So we try to make a multifunctional instrument where one instrument can do 4 functions. So once you introduce in the body, you can stitch, you can cut, you can hold, you can dissect. This is the purpose of this new innovation, this engineering design. Thank you very much. May all be well protected. And at the end of this, I must thank for this opportunity to all of you, my team and my wife Anuradha. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, for giving such a wonderful and very crisp presentation on the clinical trials and the this is a really wonderful oration. Normally we believe that IASTAM doesn't require any clinical trial, but what you have shown with the results, that how you can bring the confidence in the public, what you have discussed in the morning. So we really feel honored that the beginning has been made already. because I am sure that it is registered under CTRI, and during COVID period, if I am not wrong, over 600 registries were there, and mostly they were all of Ayush only. Many of the registries were on Ayush, all the products, and it was going on. So I remember that, but for other diseases, what you have shown, kidney or the NFLDL, all these, it was not so common, I mean, still. So we wish that this house, I mean, based on this conclave, we are going to give recommendations that yes, what should be the way out with respect to the clinical trial conduct, and let us deliberate in coming sessions that do we require any change? Do we have any suggestions? Because currently what is happening, as I understand, CDSCO has the regulation. The experts are there. Even in the Ayush different divisions, whether it is CCRUM or CCRAS, they evaluate the product, they have the clinical trials also seen, but do we feel out of this experience during this to make certain recommendations with respect to conduct and evaluation by the experts for the clinical trial? This is what is my suggestion. Thank you very much once again, and keeping for the timing also. Thank you.
Thanks for permitting me out of my timing. This is the University of Pharmacology, world's, or rather India's. I'm really proud to deliver my talk. I was talking with sir. You've got such a excellent student infrastructure. Why not you think of doing preclinical and clinical work? Now I'm working on the nanomaterials plant-based. We have found out zinc, silver, and one more from the plant-based nanomaterials, and we are going to use as a therapeutic value. We are going to make various preparations out of that. Same thing can be done, I think, because I am a single man, as a solo man, a single man army. If you can get support like this, we can much more, we can go ahead with this. That's my suggestion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, VC sir, Dr. Suresh, Professor Geeta, Professor Rajiv. We'll be starting with the new session now. I request Dr. Arya Lakshmi, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacognosy and Phytochemistry, to take over the stage, please.
Thank you, Sheetal ma'am. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Arya Lakshmi, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacognosy and Phytochemistry, Delhi Pharmaceutical University. After hearing the wonderful oration by the Professor Suresh Patankan sir, we now move on to the plenary lecture series. The theme of this section is Regulatory Aspects of Ayush Products for Global Reach and Competitiveness. For the commencement of this session, now would like to request the chairpersons, Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyaya, Advisor, Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush, and Dr. N.K. Manjunath, Pro Vice Chancellor, S. Vyasa University, to please take your seats on the dais. Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyaya is MD Ayurveda, MA in Public Administration, PG Diploma in Intellectual Property Rights from National Law School of India, University, Bangalore. Worked in various positions as Medical Officer, Senior Medical Officer, Chief Medical Officer in CGHS since 1998. Dr. Manjunath NK is the Pro Vice Chancellor and the Director of Research at S. Vyasa University. He is PhD in Yoga and Generic Medicine for S. Vyasa University. He has also been awarded the Doctorate of Science from S. Vyasa University for his contribution to yoga research. Now I would like to request Professor Ajay Sarma and Dr. Amrita Mishra to please come on to the stage and felicitate the chairpersons. Thank you. Please take your seats. Now I would like to request Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyaya and Dr. Manjunath to felicitate the speakers, Dr. Vishweshwaraya Prakash and Dr. Kanan Shaha and Dr. Narendra Bhatt. Please come on to the dais, sir. Sir, all. Okay. No, madam, just said at a time. Sir, please. Thank you. Please take your seats. Now I would like to request Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyaya to introduce our first speaker of the plenary lecture, Dr. Vishweshwaraya Prakash. Now I request Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyaya to felicitate the speaker, Dr. Narendra Bhatt, sir. No, madam, actually, no, they told it. Now I would like to request Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyaya to introduce our first speaker for the plenary lecture, Dr. Vishweshwaraya Prakash.
Welcome all. Dr. Vishweshwaraya Prakash is the President of International Union of Food Science and Technology since 2018 and Vice President of International Union of Nutritional Sciences from 2017. He is well-known former Director of CFTRI Mysore for 17 years and was appointed as Distinguished Scientist of CSIR Government of India upon his coronation. He has received more than 65 national and international awards, including one of the highest civilian awards, Padma Shri, coveted Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award for Science and Technology and Rajyotsava Award of Karnataka State and several Lifetime Achievements Awards from various organizations. He also served as chair and member of dozens of national and international committees and planning documents for Yojana Bhavan earlier, and now with DBT for Niti Aayog on various science policies for India in the span of 52 years of his scientific career. He has 217 peer-reviewed research publications, 120 articles and editorials on nutraceuticals and bioactive molecules, 55 patents filed, nearly 25 PhDs, and 900 plus keynote, chief guest, and convocation addresses delivered. He is author of 18 books and 9 more books in the pipeline, and nearly 40 different reports to various global organizations, including Government of India. I am glad to invite Shri Vishweshwaraya Prakash. In fact, I am also from the same state, from Bangalore. So now only I have met him. So He is also from Karnataka, I hope. Thank you. I welcome.
The time limit for the lecture is 15 minutes. And all the speakers are requested to stick to the designated time, and the chairpersons are requested to take care of the time.
Well, good afternoon to all of you, and it's very difficult to give a few talks after lunch. And I think all of your glucose metabolism must have reached the peak and come down. So even myself, I should not be falling asleep, I said to Parik, and I think it's right now a very, very distinguished stage of good chairs and a fantastic list of speakers here. I'm not going to take too much time. And I was already mentioning to Dr. Dangyach right now that if you cannot make a point in 15 minutes, you're just not possible to be a speaker. So I'll try my best to reduce my given talk of 30 minutes to 15 minutes. And you can always stop me in 10 minutes also, because I would have done my job. Yeah. So with that, congratulations to all the awardees, chairs, Dr. Narendra Bhatt, who was the former president of IASTAM, Dr. Katia, present president of IASTAM, and Dr. Goyal, the vice chancellor of this wonderful university, and all the friends, delegates, students, faculty, researchers, scientists, doctors, including engineers who develop all the equipments to manufacture all the drugs, and at the same time, the research and development scientists who are here, my fellow colleagues from CSIR, and other organizations of DBT, ICAR, ICMR, and also DRDO. It gives me a great pleasure to focus my talk on two things. One is on the regulatory aspect of so-called misinterpreted acronym of AYUSH. It is a Government of India ministry which handles traditional Indian system of medicine. Be it be allopathy, be it be Ayurveda, tradition is what is important. Like in traditional food in WIPO, they said that any food which is used for 30 years is traditional food. Can you believe it? So similarly, I think we are looking at TIMS, Traditional Indian Medicinal Systems, and its acronym is AYUSH. So we need to be very careful in telling. It looks like what Dilip said right now is very important. Ashwagandha is known more than AYUSH. I like that. Because it's very important that many people elsewhere in the world think AYUSH is a medicine. It's a brand name, like Bayer's aspirin. It is not. It is a system that we have acronym there. Number one, to reach this regulatory must help to produce more, innovate more, invest more, and give a lot of benefit to the public, as we talked in the morning, and at the same time, global reach of science. This has to be science-based and so-called evidence-based science and science-based evidence. If it is not, then there is going to be a huge confusion. Firstly, let me say, I'm standing in front of you because of the previous record of mine being the chairman of the nutraceutical regulations in FSSI. It took us 8 years to formulate with more than 800 scientists in that group. And it was gazetted. This committee was not dissolved, then it was gazetted. So in government, committees doesn't matter. If it is not gazetted, then the committee has no job to do afterwards. So I think it's very important when we talk of regulations, which is the focus of this session, in terms of, one, the area in which we need to focus today has to be, I'm going to cover it in 5 points. One is the India-centric finalized regulations, what we call, is not finalized regulation. It has to be regulation to be revisited every year to update it. Otherwise, we do a regulation, then go to a deep slumber of Kumbhakarna, and then wake up after 15 years, we have not updated. And the rest of the world is already using that in different form. This happened in nutraceuticals. November 23rd, 2016, nutraceutical was released for the first time in the world for regulatory. 5 days later, 9 countries had xeroxed and copied it in their language and called it there. regulation. So it's very easy in this world of communication. If you're not the first, in science the first and the last matters, in regulatory also. Just on 12th of January, FDA has issued a notice, no need for animal experimentation, just January 12th, for especially in animals, for certain drugs. So it's going to revolutionize the whole thing in a different way, and we can't be left behind. We have to be on a weekly basis updating. So the first point I want to make is, we must differentiate between, I was hoping that Dr. Narendra Bhatt will speak earlier than me, because in his remarks in the IASTAM brief note and newsletter, he has rightly mentioned differentiation between Aushadhi and Anna, or the food and Ahara. Ahara and Aushadhi must be differentiated. If we get into regulations of food, then we are having FSSAI, and let them handle that. They are good in handling that. Leave it to them, and don't confuse the Ahar with Aushadhi. Because if you stick to traditional Indian medicinal systems, everybody uses different words. I think if this group, now or later on, should gather together and finalize what word has to be used. Some call it traditional medicine, some call it traditional Indian medicine, some call it traditional medicine of India, and so on and so forth, and everybody is speaking the same. So I think we need to really have one single title, which will help us focus. So therefore, it is very vital. Where does sunlight come from? Sun. It's as simple as that. So first is to clearly mention for yourself, where are we going? Second is the differentiation between process and product. There is so much confusion in regulation between process and product, that process is confused to product and product is confused to process. I'm sure, Dr. You would understand from Vyasa that in yoga, we have a process of doing yoga is one, and the benefits of yoga is the end product that is going to become very vital. I can't confuse, give me the product first and practice later. That is not possible. Same thing here, if you don't differentiate in the marketing terms, I mean, differentiation of a product will make it sell better. Similarly, process and product has to be differentiated. So number two, take-home message for regulatory systems. And why I'm telling this is, in the nutrition of foods today, Dr. Shashikaran is here. Today there is so much confusion between superfood, functional food, super functional food, energy boosting foods, and add a little bit of boswellic acid to it, add a little bit of ashwagandha, call it Ayurvedic preparation, and claim it is healthy, it is good for your heart, and so on. So let us not confuse with all those functional claims of food. By the way, no food is non-functional, every food is functional. Tell me one food which is not functional. So these are all jargons we should not get into and get involved with Ayurveda or Unani or Homeo or Siddha in terms of confusing the whole system and diluting it further. So we need to focus, focus, focus. So the second point is processed product, and the third point is not to really confuse Ahara and Aushadhi. And Ahara to be relabeled as functional food and also energy boosting foods, healthy food and so on is not the order of the day. We will at the end, many people, either here or elsewhere in the world, are trying their best to confuse us. So let us get out of that syndrome and not confuse ourselves into a different mode of action. I like Patenkar's presentation, very focused on urology, very focused. You see his face, you see the kidney stone there, and you see the way he has given the real implements what Sushruta used. So I think it's here we need to be focused in order to do this. In that process, I would like to mention one more point. In all this, additionally, the country has to really move into an experts in the field of many references. The latest reference is Lancet. The latest reference is JAMA. Why are we ashamed of quoting Charaka and Sushruta as the first documents? What is wrong with that? I think 2000 years back, Dr. Katiyar's book clearly says that this is published. It is not hidden as a secret document in some underground belly. It is published. So don't hesitate to give a reference to Charaka and Shushruta. Otherwise, who is going to really care for one more article in JAMA that is going to be really a different thing? By the way, Dr. Patenkar rightly mentioned about JAMA and the Lancet and other articles which betrayed India of heavy metals. But Dr. Ashok Vaidya's fight in that, I would like to mention, put that to silence completely, because with a group of 5 people, that fight was so fantastic, never recorded by anybody. Media didn't cover, government didn't cover, nobody covered. But today, let the Britishers talk of Basma with heavy metals, you're going to die, nobody's going to talk. Nobody's going to talk. So we need documentation at the right time. Even a paragraph is fine. And that one paragraph of Dr. Ashok Vaidya made a difference. So these are Bhishma Pitamahas whom we need to really take note of. The third point is regulatory must play a supportive role to heal India message of our Prime Minister, and also the computational gastronomy usage with the huge biodiversity of India. It's a very complex sentence, therefore, as a teacher, I would like to read it again, the third point. Regulatory must play a supportive role, supportive role, to heal India, not to interfere in what to give, what not to give. That is the job of experts. Regulatory must make sure fake products, fraud products don't come in. That's all what it needs to do. Put you on the right path, put you on the right track to reach Chandigarh from Delhi, not to make a path and make you move there. So therefore, heal India with computational gastronomy, because unless today's science and technology of AI and machine learning and IoT is used, you can't really make just an old time of regulatory. You need to use those things in the best way possible to have the sharpest edge for you on the 21st of January, right now. Yesterday's knowledge has to be used today. ChatGPT is unbelievably a different tool today. What a tool it is. Can we use that? Is the kind of thinking that we should have. Otherwise, we get back into onion paper typing. It's too late, too late. You will lose the battle, you will lose the battle. So we need to be very strong. Having fought Basmati, having fought Idli, having fought partially turmeric, the patents, I know, if you are not up to date at 5 o'clock of today's news or 4 o'clock of today's news, you can't speak at 6 o'clock today. You can't. You are out of the whole regime because you don't know what it is. So let us use the tool, but not become slaves of the tool. Our knowledge is very important. The third point I want to quickly go and say, once again, this has to do with 5 different products produced from the same process. The process can be the same, but you may have 5 different products. Because why? The ingredients are different. You can't really measure the ingredients everywhere. So therefore, sometimes the processes are the same, but the products are different. In other cases, there are different processes, but the same product label. Example, Dr. Katiyar would agree with me with Chyawanprash. Yesterday dinner, we talked about it. Chyawanprash is Chyawanprash. How many brands are there in the market? Different processes, different way of doing, different heating of different temperature, and so on and so forth. So it's not necessarily all of them are same. All of them have the same bioactivity. So please do remember, the process will control the final quality of the product. So if the regulation does not cover process and standardization, then it is out of the system to follow. Impossible. Everybody will produce Chyawanprash. How can you distinguish? Yes, I'm on GMP. I'm on QC. I have a P1 lab, P2 lab. What are you talking about? Mine is best. But the process of how much ghee, what kind of ghee that you make it from butter, from which color cow and so on is well described. I think it's very important to realize that process. That's why in patents we have process patent and a product patent. But of late both get merged, but still the importance of process patent can never be taken away on the system. My last but one point is, regulation must differentiate to catch fraudsters but to also encourage honest manufacturers and youngsters and startups and investors and innovators in Make in India. If you don't do that, you can never win this war on regulation. Just by making a spiral bind regulation, you don't think somebody will follow this. It is the monitoring mechanism at different levels, at different stages, at different ways that will make your export market cling to the system. So therefore, here I would like to give an example of Codex Alimentarius. When I took the traditional foods to Codex Alimentarius in 1996, 97, what happened was something different. Is that the time? Okay, great, thank you. What happened was something different. We didn't want the approval of traditional foods. We wanted approval of ingredients, because ingredients opens up thousands of different products. If you approve one product, Codex doesn't approve any product, it's a guideline. But if you say, yes, you can make Haldirams or whatever it is, a bhujia, that's all we agree. But we want the ingredients to be clear. It took us 2 years to fight the ingredient and get the governance. Therefore, the instant snack market of India today multiplied by almost 18,000 times because of that small strategy. Silent, but strategy.
You don't get to stop. 5 minutes more.
No, I'm done. No problem. So, I have a small bonus here, so it's okay. Therefore, my suggestion is, if you are looking at Government of India regulation, you need to make sure that you are strategic for your own country, you are strategic for your industries, you are strategic for your global market, and India itself is a huge market, basically. So you have to be strategic. If you are not strategic in regulation, one word, and/r, will destroy a regulation. If you put and, the meaning is different. And/r, you're gone. So it's almost a very, very legal way of looking. And some of us who have been scientists have been forcibly converted by the government in many battles as legal people, but we don't have degree. But I just thought we should really make sure that regulations must differentiate to catch fraudsters and encourage honest manufacturers on science-based approach with a physical feeling of not that every time you're going to go back to the evidence, because the definition of evidence itself is a big question mark. Do you call Shushruta as an evidence, Charaka as evidence, or the most modern paper in JAMA and Lancet, and Indian Journal of Biochemistry and Biophysics, or Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan's journal as your quotation? So you have to be very clear what is evidence, how much evidence, is it complete evidence or an indicative? So all these confusion will retain. So regulations have to say the latest scientific literature. That means you want to prove Charaka, you want to prove Sushruta, and then use it. I'm sorry, it takes another 2,000 years. Human trial is already over with all that. So are we going to again feed it to an animal? Parikh was right in the morning when he talked to him. You cannot really redo, but you have to make sure it is safe product, because the utensils that you use in Ayurveda or even in Unani in preparation of Bhasma and Siddha and so on, and Homeo, they're different. In that, I want to add an extra. The point of Homeo here stands out extensively very well. Homeo is below Avogadro's number. Show me one analytical technique that can detect Homeo concentration. Chemists fail. I'm a chemist. I fail to detect Homeo. But that doesn't mean, Dr. Patankar said in the end, I am on nano now. At 25 years back, we couldn't detect nano. Today, we have tools. So there is an advantage of using the symptoms and curative effect and do reverse epidemiology, reverse epistemology, to take your words, Dr. Narendra Bhatt, from your editorial on the newsletter. It is so important that these epidemiology and epistemology has to be really focused and used it to build the evidence rather than do the most modern HPLC, LCMS, MS, HPTLC, and then prove me. Sorry. To prove that I am the son of my father and mother doesn't make my father and mother younger and grow again and produce me. How can it be? Not possible. So therefore, there is an evidence base, and that evidence on the traditional Indian medicinal system on TIMS, if I can call it as a unique word, TIMS, which many of you already use, it requires the regulations very clearly defined as to what is evidence and what is science-based evidence, what is evidence-based science. These have to be perfectly defined in advance. And don't use suddenly somewhere evidence-based science. What is evidence-based? Science is not evidence-based. Science itself is evidence-based. So it is called evidence-based dictionary. You believe in that? Evidence-based dictionary? Dictionary is dictionary. So therefore, it is very important to use the right word in that. My last but one point, concluding point before is the key to networking of interministerial, interdepartmental, and also academia and R&D institution is always talked about integratively. It is happening. But it will happen only if there is a large committee, and the committee will take care of everything you think. But I think it should be discussion. In a very recent, I'm not going to label which committee I chaired, in a very recent committee, which one of the government organizations formed, and I was the chair of that, there was a 5-man committee, or 6 men, or 5 women and 2 men nowadays. So you had, I asked the secretary, hey, look here, you also have to give me freedom to discuss informally with many people as I can. They will be listed ultimately. They are the real committee. So 5 heads or 10 heads cannot decide everything. We require a long time of a year plus, discuss individually, personally, in a conference like this and so on. Take the distilled wisdom and then make a report, not 5 people sitting in one bhavan and making a regulatory and putting it on all the systems of scientists, innovators, startups, so that they can all be close-ups within no time. So therefore, it is very important for us to realize, when we talk of integrated approach, it does not mean experts from these areas. It is informal discussion that generates knowledge. That informal discussion with industry that generates knowledge, that generates the loopholes that are there. And I think it is good to know that. I would like to cover my last point. In all this, what is the total benefit that the country gets? Is it just clearance of a product for selling? I think we should look at a much higher level picture when we talk of regulations. We are talking about Ayur valleys. If there is a Bio Valley, if there is a Silicon Valley, why can't India have Ayur valleys? What's wrong with us? We have 6 Ayur valleys in this country, and each one can develop itself. So today, these Ayur valleys should be our target. Because tomorrow, where do you get the talent? You get in that Ayur valley number 2, number 3, number 4, Northeast, Southern Himalayas, Western, Konkan, and the down south in the Kerala region. So many places we can establish Ayur valley, provided we have regulator from agriculture to aerospace. We have to have the spectrum of that. Otherwise, we can't really. And I would like to also say here that the beneficial sector need not be always Ayurveda. Yesterday we were discussing, Dr. Katia, Ayurveda can place a very umbrella role for Unani and Siddha, and may not be that much for Homeo, but unless the Ministry of Traditional Indian Medicinal System, which is acronym Ayush, is going to really build 4 pillars of regulations. One is for Ayurveda, another is for Siddha, another Unani, and another one for Homeo. You can never integrate into one regulation because a meter gauge cannot go on a broad gauge. I'm not telling which is broad gauge, which is meter gauge. You cannot. You have to have 4 pillars. You need a lot of modification in the general framework and then go forward. Otherwise, it is not possible. It is impossible to follow an allo rule for Homeo rule. Mr. Dangayach agrees with me. I can't agree with an allo rule because the mechanism is different. Sometimes the mechanism may not be understood, but the effect is there. So therefore, we have the product in advance, but the process is not well understood. Let us put science into that and understand it. So the thinking that prove your product, prove your knowledge is a wrong approach. The thinking should be, we would like to support your knowledge. We would like to support the evidence. And that's how the scientists should be helpful to the system of epidemiology and reverse epidemiology. Apart from reverse pharmacology, in a place like that, we talk. It's vital that when we revise these regulations, every year, there must be a set date. If Christmas is done on 25th December every year, why can't we have one date for regulations to be revisited every year? Are we so poor in planning? Yeah, that is also Make in India. It's not abroad, somebody. So we have to set a date. Every year this gets revisited. And even if 5 sentences change, that may start at 20,000 crore business. You don't know. So it's very vital to fix a revisit date. In the nutraceutical regulation, I had indicated the 1st of January every year. But every year the 1st of January is coming, but I don't see the Nutra regulations being uplifted into the most modern knowledge of understanding. Dilip Ghosh covered it very well. I'd like to say and close by saying that India requires all systems of medicine, including allo. But each has to thrive on its own strength, and India's massive strength of traditional Indian medicinal system supported by modern science, not to prove it, but to support it. Very, very vital. And the game changer for the world of regulation that it makes. This regulation, the world has to copy. If we don't do such a regulation, we are doomed. FDA will make its own regulation, EFSA will make its own regulation, you are doomed. This document has to be copied by others and say, hey, we can't change anything. This is so good, man. This is so good. So that's the kind of document a game changer will have. And ultimately, this synergy to give that energy to India must encourage, enable, energize, and elevate the understanding of traditional Indian medicinal system. Be it Ayurveda, be it be Unani, be it be Siddha, be it be also Homeo. But not because my chair is from a yoga institute with a famous Vyasa University, but yoga also is a part of it because the acronym Ayush covers that, both of you. And it's very vital that in yoga, both medicine, ahara and aushadhi is combined for different patterns. So that is an integrative approach. So therefore, it is not necessary to confuse the world, but lead the world with a document that the world has never seen. And that's what happened in nutraceuticals. And therefore, how much industry has come up? Unlimited. Nobody creates a value for that. So therefore, there is an opportunity, and this opportunity, the earliest we do, the better it is. And we have a tremendous responsibility on our shoulder. And if we shirk that, then you have to just follow. Please follow some other country's regulation, and you'll be happy. You can't if you cannot lead. But I don't think that is true. I believe that India can do, and we are capable of doing together. But if we don't have a strategy, we lose in investment, and the industry will lose confidence in us. And I don't think the industry will be just a taker. They have to be participant. Thank you very much for IASTAM, and also the DPSRU for giving me this opportunity. Thanks for Chair and Dr. Narendra Bhatt and all others for giving me this small opportunity to share my vibrant thoughts. But I tell you one thing, whatever it is, please do it fast. If you keep on procrastinating for 5 years and the report comes in 2030, the SDG goals would not have been reached, and your goal also would not have been reached. So don't complement and compromise on SDG goals, which are different. Shashikiran agrees with me that nutrition goal in SDG is different from Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and yoga. And I don't think we can really combine those two. And given health for all, it is vital that claim that our Prime Minister says, heal India. I love it very much. Heal India. Very vital, very vital. We are heartbroken sometimes. Heal India, motherly touch with our traditional knowledge. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. I thank the audience, especially the youngers who really have bright eyes, are making me excited to talk more. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent deliberation. Now, I would like to call Dr. Manjunath to introduce our second speaker, Dr. Kanan Saha.
Good afternoon, and it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Kanan Shah, currently working as Product Development Associate at AlphaMed Private Limited, Sydney, since March 2019. She was previously worked as pharmacist in charge at Pharmacy, Norwest, Care Chemist, Bella Vista, and as locum pharmacist. She is also having a lot of experience working as a business support consultant at the Pharmacy Guild of Australia, Sydney, Australia. She has several achievements to her credit. I think it's, let us save some time to listen to her more from her experience, what she's going to present. So I'm cutting short the introduction part of it. Over to you, madam.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Very well, welcome to the invitees, awardees, all the very senior speakers, and all the students and the staff for DIPSR. And I feel very honored to be here today. And I'll personally like to thank my guide and mentor, Dr. R.K. Goel, sir. I've been his PhD student, and to give me this honor of being here. Thank you so much, sir. So, starting up with my presentation straight away, we know we are short on time. So I work in Sydney on regulatory affairs of the Ayurvedic products between the TGA and my company. And today I'm going to introduce a little bit about the scenario there. We've heard a lot about things in India. But just a little snapshot of what we do there and how things work around there. So I'd like to go quickly on the introduction of complementary medicine. Most of you are expert about that here. So as we know, the complementary medicine is divided into two different things: mind-body development and natural products, vitamin and herbal medicines. Complementary medicines is practiced as a part of self-management strategy or initiated and monitored under the guidance of the complementary medicine practitioners there in Australia and all over the world. Trends of use of complementary medicines in Australia in particular. So people with chronic comorbidities do use complementary medicine on the top of their usual medicines, and predominant user group of complementary medicine in Australia comprises of younger women under 35 years age with tertiary education. So these are the data from the global data source, and these are the latest data from specifically from Australia. As many as 65% of Australian people with cancer in 2010 used some form of complementary medicine, more than half of whom did do in the combination with the conventional therapy. A similar finding was made in study of 4,500 Australians. 46.3% of participants used complementary medicines, out of whom 87.4% use alongside the conventional therapy as well. Today, I would not like to talk about the mind-body development, but I'd like to talk something about the second category, the herbal medicines there, which is what I'm working on currently in Sydney. So this is regarding the Western medicine, the Western population. Medicinal plants have gained attention in recent years, as we know, and post-COVID, it has gained a lot of attention. Estimated 70 to 80% of the world's population use non-Western medicine in the form of herbal preparations for their primary health care. And the proportions of Australian population using herbal products as mono or ancillary therapy increased from 48% in 1996 to 69% in 2005. The data from 2022-23 yet to come on the global data. Similar increases have been reported in many other countries, not just Australia, and as we know that in US and Canada as well, it is having a lot of attention. In Australia, just not Ayurvedic medicine, but the Chinese herbal medicine has the same level of demand. 10 most commonly used herbal preparations, as I have noted down there: echinacea, ginger, cranberry, peppermint, ginseng, ginkgo, chamomile, and people are getting attracted to herbal teas there as a part of their regular regime. And though there have been many single or two herb formulations right now in Australian market, but there are lack of multi-herbal preparations around that. So taking the leaf from the market and the knowledge of the Ayurvedic principles, my company is working towards introduction of multi-herbal preparations in Australian market. And in coordination with that, we work very closely with the Therapeutic Guidelines Australia, the TGA, for their approvals and submissions. So we've been working very closely with that. We all know that there are problems with the herbal medicines, not as a problem, but we know that people take and perceive as if that despite of the trends and demands, they know that it can be a secondary medicine. They think that it's available as without prescription. They self-medicate very easily. People get it from the market, e-commerce website in specific, and then that's the problem. And not all the herbal medicines are authentic, whatever is available on the e-commerce. So not having a proper knowledge of that has become a big issue in Western countries, and we have the same problems in Australia. Dr. Ghosh would relate that. But yeah, so for that, the TGA has been very, very strict. Sorry, I'm skipping a few slides just to cut the time, but so the lack of regulation and monitoring of the traditional herbal preparations in Australia and other countries has contributed to the illness and all the adverse effects, as we all know. And thereby in Australia, medicines such as Ayurvedic and traditional Chinese medicines are generally required to meet the same standards of quality and safety as other medicines. However, we know that in United States and Canada, it is considered as a dietary supplement. Well, it's very different in Australia. We have to go through the same stringent level of process as we would go for any medicine. And the regulations of herbal medicines are derived by the TGA, as with all other medicines that we do. TGA, Therapeutic Goods Australia, is a part of Australian Government Department of Health and is responsible for regulating therapeutic goods, including prescription medicines, vaccines, sunscreens, vitamins, minerals, medical devices, blood and blood products. Almost any product for which therapeutic claims are made has to be entered in Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods. In short, it's called as ARTG before it can be supplied in Australia. Complementary medicines in Australia this has to be registered through, if you have a medical claim, it has to be gone through the TGA. Now, if the risk of the medicines is lower, you just, it can be just listed on ARTG. And if there are higher risk medicines, they have to be registered on ARTG. So every product that claims a higher medical effect has to be registered through TGA to get an ARTG number, before which it can be sold in the normal market. The government has established enforceable standards of evidence to support claims for the listed complementary medicine and standards of quality for complementary medicine ingredients. Now, for the manufacturers and sponsors as well, they have to be licensed by the TGA, and sponsors of the complementary medicine supplied in Australia are required to ensure that their products contain safe amount of metals and non-metals that may be potentially hazardous, but whose presence is unavoidable. So the sponsors who are trying to register this products in the market, they are responsible more than the manufacturers. sponsors are also required to submit the TGA, a summary of evidence held by the sponsor that supports the efficacy and safety of the listed and registered complementary medicines on that ARTG. This also applies at the time of listing of any variations to the existing products, and there can be inspections from time to time. As we do the post-marketing surveillance of any other medications, the same level of post-marketing surveillance is also required for Ayurvedic products. As a part of providing assurance of high safety and quality, they do the post-marketing program for monitoring the safety. This includes monitoring reports of suspected adverse effect and testing of complementary medicines for quality, including heavy metal content. The TG has expanded the Australian pharmacovigilance guidelines to include sponsors of the complementary medicines as well. So the sponsors are responsible for the pharmacovigilance of all the products that are going on in the market currently. Apart from this adverse effect monitoring, to the same level of monitoring as we do with any other medications, same level of requirement are required for Ayurvedic medicines. And sponsors of the medicines are required to report to the TGA straight away within 24 to 48 hours any suspected adverse reaction from the medicines they are aware of, or if there is a blue card, as in there is data collected to the pharmacovigilance program. The labeling, packaging, and advertising of the complementary medicines do also follow the regulations under the same category as any medications. So they have the TGA codes, and it is important in ensuring consumer safety and integrity of the goods. The marketing and advertising of the therapeutic goods, including complementary medicines, is to be conducted in the same manner that promotes the quality use of the product. And they are socially responsible and do not mislead and deceive the consumer as we do it with any other products. Anyone can lodge a complaint, and the sponsors are responsible to answer them within the 48 hours of time. Quite stringent as compared to any other country. So as a sponsor, the exceptions are, there are certain medicines that do not come under control of TGA. Individuals are able to import any medicines for their personal use. They can buy the medicines through the e-commerce, or any Ayurvedic practitioners can procure the medications and give it to their patients under their guidance, though most of the medications should be with a ARTG number. The TGA considers the use of medicines that are not approved for supply in Australia to be experimental only. People wishing to use these products should bear in mind that no assurance can be given regarding the quality, safety, or effectiveness. Patients should discuss the use of unapproved medications with a health practitioner to determine whether such a medicine is suitable to them. There's another body apart from the TGA, which is called NICNAS, which is recently renamed as ASICS. So ASICS stands for Australian Industrial Chemicals Introduction Scheme. ASICS help protect Australian and environment by assessing the risk of importing the manufacturing raw materials. So any raw material, including all the herbal extracts, has to be available on ASICS. If it is not, we cannot import those raw materials. So we can't use them on the manufacturing of the herbal preparations. That includes chemicals, herbals, and excipients inclusive. Any chemical not found on the inventory, of course, with a sufficient supplementing data of safety and efficacy, can be introduced with an application. So you can introduce, and we have been trying to introduce a few herbal preparations, herbal raw materials right now, and working very closely with NICNAS and TGA. The third body that we need to go through is the poisons standard, the SUSMP. As we have it in India, we do have it in Australia as well. It is essential to look into the poison standard, which is a legislative instrument that consists of decisions regarding the classifications of medicines and poisons into schedules for inclusion in the relevant legislation of the states and territories. So we do follow the poison schedule of Australia. And again, for the Ayurvedic preparations as well, we do need to go through the poison schedule and see what category. And that decides the warning signs on the medications, the labeling guidelines and all. So we have to follow the codes of that. Anything that comes from there, we have to use it in labeling. So that is a very important and critical part before we release the product in the market. Now, after hearing all this, the challenges for the formulations, we all know that how much challenges do we face in the plants of manufacturing through the extracts via different formulations. But apart from that, getting through the TGA, the Essex and the SUSMP, finally getting the product in the market in itself is a big hurdle. But as a sponsor, we work as a sponsor, me and my company. So if we get through the identification of right product of the market, designing a right formulation, manufacturing with a registered TGA manufacturer. It is hard to get the registered TGA manufacturer currently in Australia, obviously, who are proficient. They can manufacture tablets and capsules, but the moment it comes down to topicals and oral liquids, it becomes a big challenge there. We've been working on a formulation for the last 5 months, just getting the formulation right. So we do have TGA approved facilities there, which do work on Ayurvedic formulations using our own extracts, but getting the right level of formula is, especially in terms of the oral liquids and topical preparations, it's a little hard. So this is a scope where I think India can give the expertise. If we have a few companies here who are TGA registered companies, we would be able to very easily outsource the manufacturing to India. So the only problem there is they have the TGA approved facility. They are open to formulation, so we can give them the formulation and make them to do the tablets and the capsules. But the moment it comes down to the topicals and the oral liquids, it becomes very tricky. So it's been to and fro, but I really, really hope that we do have certain manufacturing companies here who can actually meet to the TGA standards and we can get the approvals here, and so we can outsource all those formula here, and India can be a part of Australian manufacturing, in particular Ayurvedic formulations. So yeah, this was just a little description, very quick snapshot about how the regulations work for Ayurvedic formulations, in particular the multi-herbal Ayurvedic formulations in Australia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful lecture. Now we will move on to the last speaker of the plenary lecture session, and I would like to request Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyaya to introduce Dr. Narendra Bhatt.
Thank you. Actually, Dr. Narendra Bhatt doesn't require any introduction. He is popular among Ayurvedic fraternity and fraternity of pharmaceutical sciences. Dr. Narendra Bhatt has 48 plus years of academic, clinical, research and industrial experience with pioneering activities in the varied fields, including teaching and clinical experiences of 11 years at Ayurvedic College in Mumbai and 22 years in industry on various positions. As a CEO, he successfully managed Zandu, one of the largest Ayurvedic pharmaceutical organizations in the country. Dr. Bhatt has published more than 110 papers. He is nominated member of several government bodies and committees and is on Cancer and Ayush Committee under Ministry of Ayush. Dr. Bhatt has been associated with IASTAM since inception in 1981 and anchored its activities over many years to benefit Ayush. He has received 5 national awards and an international award as an Ayurvedic scholar and a clinician. Since 2009, he provides consultancy for research and innovation in Ayurveda for corporate strategic and development services. And I met him in 2004-05, and after such a long time, I am meeting him for first time. Even Dr. Bhim Bhatt, I had been to his home when I joined service in Delhi. So I am glad to meet all of them, and I thank you, IASTAM, to give all opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Upadhyaya, for your kind words. I was supposed to be the opening batsman. Now I have to now pitch for the overnight score, you know what we do. But I'm happy that I'm speaking after Dr. Prakash because he made my task a little easier. I will take a minute before I begin my slides. Dr. Prakash, myself, Dr. Katiyar, some of us, when we meet in different meets, we differ a lot because we represent different systems with different disciplines. But one good thing makes us come together is respect for science and objectivity. And I think that is what makes this whole process of integration very exciting. That is very important. When you let your dogmas go, when you let your own priorities go, for the national priorities, for the sectoral priorities, that is what makes a sense. Next, please. Oh, sorry. Now, what is regulation? You all know about it, but I need to define. Most of the time, we forget many things. When I entered industry, until about few years back, about say 7 years back, I used to look at regulation only with fear. कोई डंडा लेके बैठा है और उसको संभालना है. डंडा लेके बैठा है, संभालना है. That has been the buzzword in industry. That itself is wrong. Regulation is a mechanism for commonly shared objectives of consumer health, healthcare and medical solutions for the healing. Regulations cannot be beyond people, profession, and products. These are the three triads. Whenever I try to discuss regulation in last, say, about 1.5 decades at different times, different forums, including government forums, one thing which I observe is nobody wants to learn from their past. Either there are people who want to continue that, or there are something people who want to bring radical changes, which are not possible. So unless you learn from the past, you cannot move forward. Three main aspects are very important: methodology of regulation, technicalities, and administrability. Both as a scientist, as a researcher, as a practitioner, as a teacher, and finally as the head of an organization who had to deal with everything, one has to deal with the purpose of regulation. It has to protect the genuine interest, and I have underlined the word genuine, interest of people, IOS systems, the profession, industry, business, and all related activities. Next, please. Now, what has been our failures and gaps? If you try to look at it, I was just talking with the ADMA president, Mr. Chandubhai Bhanushali, about a month back. He came to my clinic. And when we interact with industry groups, I have been Secretary General of ADMA for many years in between. I also dealt with industries many times. And there is always a method to find a way. कुछ भी हो जाए, रास्ता निकालना है. और एक रास्ता निकालने का एक फेवरेट रास्ता है, वो जो नहीं कर सकते हैं, ऐसे कंफ्यूज कर दो. Girish Bhai is sitting here, is smiling. He was my boss. जब रास्ता निकालने का है और कंफ्यूज करना है, तो रास्ते बहुत हैं. So it does not match the administrative reach. Most of the time we have failed because it does not match administrative reach. I want to share one example I was representing when there was a proposed law about 10-12 years back, Dr. Upadhyayji, when there was a proposal to bring B-Farm, Ayurved, for every Ayurvedic shop. Somebody had an idea and somebody thought about it, and there was a parliament committee and I had to talk about it. Amar Singh ji was the chairperson, and there was another member of parliament, I will not name her. He said, Dr. Saab, ये तो क्यों आप objection क्यों कर रहे हैं? B-Farm Ayurved तो होते होंगे, मिलते होंगे बहुत. तो मैडम, B-Farm Ayurved है नहीं ये देश में, खाली एक जगह पे, खाली जूनागढ़ में एक पुरानी फार्मेसी थी, अरे कॉलेज थी, और हमारे वहाँ 3 लाख से ज़्यादा करीब आयुर्वेदिक शॉप्स है. तब 3 लाख बीफार्म ग्रेजुएट्स आयुर्वेद कितनी देर में करने वाले, उसके लिए कितने साल लगेंगे आपको मालूम है? तो ये जो अभी डॉक्टर प्रकाश ने बोला, that law has to be passed by Parliament. Parliament has to get approval of the Parliament Committee. I know Dr. Upadhyay and all these people are dealing with them. I had to help many administrators, IAS officers, joint secretaries in that time when they had to face those music. It's not easy. The more we delegate, the more it is going to be. But in India, we have found mismatch, and there is a technical mismatch between the criteria decided and those who are realistically achievement at the ground level. So what happens is, industry is very happy. They encourage you to give rules. And then they take objection that it's not achievable. It's a trick. I'm sorry I'm publicly telling all these things, but this is reality of life. In Ayush, what has happened is that over the last 25 years, we have allowed more and more gray areas to happen. Professor Anantnam Joshi and the then wisdom, when the first Ayurvedic Pharma Committee was formed, the commitment of Professor Nam Joshi was very different, much more than even an Ayurvedic physician. I had opportunity of working with him directly. He was an MSc in botany, MSc in chemistry, and he knew Sanskrit quite well, and he was exposed to people like Vaidya Madhuri Sastry and other scholars of that time. And he played a very pivotal role in bringing the first laws. And that is how the 56 books, and then they become 54, came into existence. Thereafter, we blindly followed it, because this is what India is. We did not touch the regulations for decades thereafter. We did not bother about it. We are very happy with what we are doing. Till the problems started coming in, till became global, till we became starting international. Somewhere in 90s when we started going to international bodies and our products started going there. So we had a reactive mechanism when we had the first problem of metallic detoxification, toxic effects. And that is where the JS schedule came, and then the GMP came and whatnot. I'm not going to history of that. But we never tried to take the bull by horn. Actually, those were the times when we should have taken the bull by horn. But in the process, we went on. I still remember several times, एक GR निकलेगा आज, दूसरा GR निकलेगा कभी, तीसरा GR निकलेगा, फिर हर GR का GR होगा, जो I mean, we created a reasonable, good, complicated situation. I call it reactive mechanism. I know there cannot be always black and white, but that does not mean that we create more grays. Now let's look at the administration. Am I going to depend every time on the Ministry of Ayush or the regulation, or should the regulation be part of the societal process? I think I'm asking one basic question. Just now, Kananji talked about Australia. Dr. Katiyar, myself, and Mr. Chandra, when we headed, we are part of the MCA discussions when we are part of the delegation. USP, you all know that it's a private body which is being managing the US-related issues. It's a part of the society, it's a part of the people, for the people. It cannot be the responsibility of the administrator to do everything. Administration is more a catalytic. Administrator provides the guidance. Administrator looks at what is good for the people and what is right for the sector. The solutions have to come from the sector. This is very important. Otherwise, we always give spaces for interpretations, extensions, and whatnot. In there, at times there are imbalances. So what happened is that at some stage, we decided to become more dietary supplement oriented. I'm not against it, but we gave value to the active principles. Yesterday over dinner, after 20-25 years, there were some good things music to my ears. And Professor Goel was sitting next to me, and there were other experts, and they were talking about the limitations of extractives and chemical synthesis. So it was like music to me. Because how an active principle behaves when a solvent system is applied, and how, and still we are far, far from how it works in a biological process. So we took about 3 decades to understand what happens. We need to have productive deliberations. Yesterday I had been argument with the administrator, Mr. Chaudhary. He was here. He was sitting across me and I said, self-regulation. He said, self-regulation is no regulation. And I don't agree with that. I wish he was here. I would have convinced him. Any country which is really succeeding in regulation, they have created a competitive environment. And by creating a competitive environment, by creating awareness so that the consumer is aware about what to accept and not accept, and thereby you make the industry stronger, consumer beneficial, and the administration easier. I think somewhere we have missed this whole opportunity in the name of tradition, in the name of our principles, in the name of our knowledge and heritage. We all respect our heritage, we respect our knowledge, but knowledge and heritage have to be contemporarily applicable. I, as an Ayurvedic physician, can very safely say that Ayurvedic principles of Dravagund or that of principles of any way, therapeutic principles, are contemporary in any time. We should know how to use that. You should know how to prioritize it, you should know how to apply it, how to find ways there. But unfortunately, what we have done is that we have waited for the technology to adapt to those requirements. So I have always cited this example. I am once again citing. When initially I started with polyherbals, we were only HPLC. But after a few years, we went into HPTLC, we started talking fingerprinting. There were more years, and then we started talking other technology. In 1981, I'm telling you the date, 1981, when Professor Nam Joshi had created one seminar in Mumbai. I had predicted, this is 1981 I'm talking, the future of Ayurvedic Unani products is going to be biological standardization. As we grow in chemistry, as we go in biological flows, as we learn more about biological fluids, the future is going to be where the chemistry, biology will have to come together. I know that I'm talking future, but I know that there were times when people like Larry Walker, the former director of the University of Mississippi, Herbert, he was one of my biggest supporters that, Narendra, you are talking future. I think if we don't take up these challenges, we will be failing in our duty. Another thing which very rightly Dr. Prakash pointed out is, we have completely neglected processes. Have we ever understood why a product of Jandu extract used to be different and better than other companies? Process was the same, aqueous extract was there, घना बना रहे थे, लेकिन क्यों बना रहे थे, कैसे बना रहे थे, क्या होता था उसमें? The nuances of air, water, heat are very vital to all the Ayurvedic products, whether it is avliya, whether it is extract, and whatever the use of it. I think we have not concentrated on process standardizations. There's one area which I would like to talk about it. And because I have been member of the Advertisement Standards Council of India, I'll just say one word. We need to be very careful about what the claims are going to be. Now I'm coming to this regulatory pluralism, where sometimes Dr. Prakash or or Dr. Ivan Katiyar, though he's an Ayurvedic person, we remain on different verticals. But we don't fight. We minimize the friction. I'm a hardcore Ayurvedic man with my footing in Ayurveda. My learning has been based on botany, pharmacology, and then chemistry, and then HPLC, and so on. Dr. Katiyar has been a pharmacology, neurology, and whatnot. Obviously, we are going to have impacts of our learning and trainings. But the sense lies when he and I sit together to find a solution to a problem. So what is our regular pluralism? We have Ayurveda. Ayurveda ke baad mein Siddha hua, then Unani. You'll be surprised. How many of you know that the Himalaya drug products, when they were introduced, LIF 52, Jerry Forte, and so whatnot, including Septalan, they were based on Unani pharmacopoeia. Because they were the products composed by a Lahore Hakim from Lahore. And they become world famous. They have survived. I always like to cite the example of LIF 52, which has survived more than 7 decades of its existence. If Ayurveda Unani systems were not possible, this would not have been possible. Several products at Zandu are also today being used today. Then we have now new phytopharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, food and nutrition products, cosmetics, and whatnot. Now we are struggling with new plants and new drug discoveries. And everybody is fighting with everybody to act the domain. And in the result, industry does what it finds the easy way. They have no choice. Here I will not blame industry. Thus the industry has a choice. I was advisor of a huge, big pharmaceutical company, a nutrition company. They were committed to Ayurveda. Over 3.5 years I worked with them. I worked with them to innovate certain drugs which are based on Ayurveda. We developed a Triphala which was 5x. We developed a product based on Bacopa which was differently managed. But at one fine morning, they told me that, sorry, Dr. Bhatt, but now I will have to go out of, we don't want to struggle with Ayush, we'll go under FSSI. So I don't know whether to be happy that it has gone under FSSI or to feel sad that it is not under Ayush. This is my dilemma. It's not my dilemma, it's the dilemma of the consumer. I can manage my dilemma because I'm coming from the sector. But as far as consumer is concerned, what is he going to look at it? Is he going to give 10 times the price under a particular category which he is going to pay? Or will he be comfortable to take 1/10 of that price under Ayush? I'm putting a very straight question. These are realities. Then we have fight between dosage forms and modern forms. For 50 years, since we started adopting to the modern pharmaceutics, we have tried to adopt all Ayurvedic products into वही standard liquids, tablets, solutions. 5 category है, उसमें करते रहिए, जो भी करना है उसमें करते रहिए. We failed to create and innovate from dosage forms, which now we are going to do it now. Now we are looking at lipid-soluble products. Now we are looking at Gugulu as a different ingredient. Now we are looking at the site of action of the drug and absorption and bioavailability in a different form. But in the process, what we have done is, we have lost many, many things. आचार्य जी ने बहुत अच्छा रास्ता दिखाया, नए प्लान से संस्कृतिकरण कर दीजिए, अच्छी बात है वो भी एक तरीका है. और ग्लोबल कॉम्पिटिटिव में किसी भी तरीका का जो is welcome. But we were selling ginseng for many, many years. I don't know how many of you know, but for a while I was also vice president of Ajanta Pharma. And they were selling 30+. And I was the one who changed ginseng, from ginseng to the change to an Indian plant product. It was still called as 30+, and then it was sold to Dabur. So I had the opportunity of converting the ginseng into a 4-ingredient product. Why I'm mentioning these things is that these are very important issues. What we need is the integration of knowledge and science, technology, and approach. Another thing which I never understood, even I used to argue with Sri Shiv Basanji, I said, why is it that we say that export certification is to be different? The moment you say that I'm going to give a separate export certification, as far as I understand, you are creating a doubt in the minds of Australian authority or a UK authority or a US authority, because you are telling that I am doing something differently for you, whereas my people are there. So you are saying that for your people I am doing this. I don't care for my people. That is not possible. No country can say that I don't care for my people. What is the implication? You may have a business strategy to enter these markets. That's a different thing why China did. But when you say that I am dealing with the same product, with a separate expert certification, it means that I don't care for my people. And I don't care for my science. At least I'm not comfortable with that. First, again, I would like to repeat. I'm coming to the main point which we said. Just now, Dr. Prakash reminded me, day after tomorrow, there is going to be an US FDA inquiry. I believe, Dr. Upadhyay, you know about it. And 2 Chinese origin Americans are going to put questions to us. They have put up 3 main questions. My product is Ayurveda, is it food? My product is Ayurveda, is it medicine? What is my product, food or medicine? These are 3 questions which are put up in that title. I wanted to become part of that. I sent a WhatsApp message to the concerned person, the highest authority in the administration. I have yet to receive the reply. Because I know how I can reply to that. Because I had to give the same reply to the company which I was advisor, who were paying me 1 lakh rupee per day. And I could convince their 13-member scientific committee of my approach. But I don't know whether India wants to do that or not. What is Anna? What is Aushadhi? What is Annaushadhi? We all know about it. But it is not as easy as it seems to be. What we need is a prolific models. Yeah, now we have already come there. So we need some interactive mechanism. I will go to that. Back. You have moved faster, I think. Yeah, go further, back. I don't know, where are you? Okay. Where is the first slide of this? Okay, as this, go back. You are moving very fast. Okay, right. Fine. I'm looking at prolific models of collective, open, and inclusive derivations. In next 2 days, I wanted to do that, but I don't know how we'll make it tomorrow, how we are going to do that. I would have preferred more consultative meetings, and let's see what we can do. Maybe we can do it separately also. We need to define the purpose of regulation. I don't think we have really given time to that. We need to establish a link between the administration, the profession, the industry, and the technicalities. Expert industry consumer viewpoint is also required. In our committees, we need people who are consumer-oriented, who are not part of the system. They are part independent viewpoint from the consumers. We need interactive mechanisms, and most importantly, we need to have periodic view. What I am surprised with the Indian administration is that, particularly FDA, Dr. Upadhyay, is that we are like a closed door. एक हो गया, बाद में जब तक दूसरी समस्या नहीं आएंगी, तब तक देखेंगे नहीं. I think, like many other countries, we should have a 3-year process that every time we revisit. Every time we restructure. Let us address what is the contemporary problem, what are the solutions, let us review it. Let experts come, let industry come, and let's continue, let regulation be a continuous process. I think that is will be a very dynamic process. Okay. Next, please. Yeah. Now, before I conclude, I want to talk about a few things. Are we aware what are we looking for today? These are the books on the left side. These are all the books which I have read from first page to last page, and there are a few more also at my home. They are all talking about the limitations of modern medicine. Last 25, 30 years. The first book which I read was Final Diagnosis by Arthur Haley. He was the first one who was admitted in a medical hospital, and he found problems. And then he became an author. In Search of Modern Hippocrates, I read this book about 27 years back. Roger Berger, Massachusetts Institute. And so many. Severe Trust, and the last one is The Truth Pill, which came recently. I don't agree with everything which is written there, but some things are realistic. On the right side is the medical profession, on the left side is the FDA regulations and how they are challenged and what is happening wrong. So if we are thinking that something which is coming from there is circumstance, this is the proof from there that they are not beyond doubt. They are also revisiting, but they have liberty to talk. They can write. We don't even address it. Next. Now, always, I remember my boss, Dr. K.M. Parikh, Girish Bhai, I'm sure you remember that. He always used to talk about that if we can have McDonald's giving the same potato chips all over the world, if they can provide the similar tomato sauce all over the world, why is it that we cannot produce Ayurvedic product in that way? This is one question which I would like to ask. Now, that is where what Dr. Prakash said, that we have to focus on processes more than only product. We have to look at the raw material. We have to look at where the potato is growing. We have to go to cultivation. I think this is a phenomenon which we should do that because that is our responsibility. And every time you don't have to have a genetic barcode of the raw material. That will be too costly. But there are other ways and means by which you can do that. We have to revive. This country can revive the theory of pharmacognosy, microscopy, and organoleptic analysis. This is where it will be matching with your approaches. It is also science. If Patanjali can correlate binomial nomenclature and Bentham and Hooker's system of classification, and he can revisit the authorship of plants, then why can't we don't look at it? I still remember my days of Ainsley and Demock when pharmacography were prepared. I think this is where the solution lies. I'm also looking at two centers like Starbucks and Cafe Coffee Day. And now last week, I don't know whether I have that photograph, I was very happy to see the center of Wagh Bagri Chai in Ahmedabad. I had a cup of tea with the guys, sir. Anywhere it is comparable to Starbucks. So if this is standardization, if this is quality, what prevents us from achieving it? Next. Finally, I can't resist. We all know that how milk is susceptible, how it is difficult to deal with milk as a product. See, if Amul can become one of the most success stories of industries, if an Indian Ayurvedic or an Indian industry can manage milk, our Ayurvedic products are so difficult to manage? Is the question which I am putting before you. Next. Next, please. It's very interesting. Here I have just put up a few names. Ashwagandha, he also mentioned. I am also mentioning. Very interesting. Ashwagandha is sold all over the world as dietary supplement. There are multiple products in all over the countries. How many of us know that Ashwagandha falls under the Aushadhi category? So who is superior, Ayurveda or what we know as Nutra? So Ashwagandha as an item, as an ingredient, falls under the medicinal category, sir, as the Aushadhi. Then I come across chocolates which are 90% cocoa. And do we know what affects your body when you are 90% cocoa? It's a food product. Then we have protein shakes. I have seen people dying because of that. People suffering from chronic ailment, gastro problems. Now we are looking at cookies and bars and gummies which are coming in a different form in all colors. We have a soap which is coming Ayurveda. It is sold in US, the soap sold in UK, the same brand is sold in India, but you see the difference. The excipients, additives are totally different. This is the situation of FDA in this country. Toothpaste sold in the USA, toothpaste sold in India is totally different. Drugs, I've already shown the books. Next, please. I'm talking about the basic epistemological differences. And I know it's a very small group. You might have read about it. Give me 2 minutes, I will finish it. Epistemological difference is that we are trying to, all the time in last 50 years in research, in FDA, in everywhere, we have tried to put big into small. My logic tells of experiment that there cannot be big into small, small is to go into big. So my reductionist approach is there. Then the reductionist approach will have to rise to the level of becoming an atomic category with the big, the concept, the universal concept. It cannot be the big universal concept of Panchamahabhuta and whatnot can not be put into a synthetic process. This is the basic epistemological difference. That is the basic difference of food, anna, anaushadhi, and aushadhi. Next. You can quickly go through. Many of you have seen this matrix model. I'm just going to touch that. Does it mean that we don't have solution? We do have solution. This image was created by me 22 years back. What I call as a matrix model, where you deal with the therapeutic relevance of the subjects for the purpose of quality and standardization. So when you deal with turmeric as house spice, when you deal with turmeric for the yellow turmeric cream, and when you deal with curcuma for the purpose of cancer, your therapeutic relevance will be driving the standardization and quality control approach. Simple. Next. आप आगे चली जाइए थोड़ा. Sorry. There are two more slides. I have talked about clinical validation. I'm hearing a lot. I wish Dr. Acharya is around. I don't know whether he's there. We have been struggling to create clinical research in this country. I'm sorry to say that we have failed to recognize the fundamental principles of Ayurveda as a part of system. Is it possible to create clinical research modalities validation within the system of Ayurveda? My reply is yes. I've done it past, and I know that it is possible. I had created a different model. It is called as EVA model. Very surprisingly, somebody heard me in UK. And somebody was editing a book on complementary alternative medicine. They invited me to write a chapter. I presented this model to them in UK, and they said that you write a chapter. I was given a 5,000 words limit. I tried. I told them, I'm sorry, I'm not able to attend. I want to make part 1 and part 2. This story is a little important. So they gave me, okay, 3,500, two chapters I submitted. They were good editors, serious editors, both British. They put queries to me. And finally, a 19,000 word chapter was accepted by the editors, and my contribution was higher than all that chapters of both editors, because they believed in what I was writing. It is evidence, validation, and acceptance, and in the process, we have an accelerated way of parallel development, accelerated way of product development. Now, next is going to be my last slide. In other words, if we are going to deliberate today or tomorrow, he already used the word, we must have a strategy. Without strategy, we cannot work. We need an approach. We need, all other things are tools, technologies, and that we have to sit together and find out tools, technologies, and modalities which are appropriate for our system. Industry must be part of the process. It has to be inclusive. It has to be competitive, and we must develop an approach to self-regulation. National needs must match the global reach. There has to be, we have to create a match. We have to be proactive, dynamic, and open consultative mechanism. Sorry if I have been a little harsh on a few points, but these are my views, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words, and you made some great points in the session. Now I request Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyaya to give the concluding remarks.
I will take just 2 minutes because you are already tired. And regarding first speaker, Vishweshwaraya ji, he talked about regulations to be dynamic. Of course, in India also regulations are dynamic only, but you can agree now if you see Drug and Cosmetic Act, it will come 1940. But 1940 Drug and Cosmetic Act allows you to make different rules which are keep on changing. So it is dynamic only, and he also agrees. That's how this FSI regulation came, where 450 drugs and add drugs has gone to FSI, Ayurvedic drugs, so many things. These changes are dynamic, and now also government has come out with draft Drug and Cosmetic Act, and you have all given the comment, public comments has been received, and it has been finalized, and government has now kept this before the cabinet for final decision. And again, it may be placed in the parliament, and it will come with lot of drastic changes which industry and public wants. Second, regarding process and products. He focused on these two things. So, one example he gave regarding Chyawanprash. If you know about the definition of drugs, classical drugs, under Drug and Cosmetic Act 3A, Chyawanprash, whether it is produced by X, Y, Z, any company, it should be same. If it is different, it is not acceptable. But however, it will be different because of the change in the quality of the raw materials used. Just here only has given the example, ghee. So what is the quality of ghee used? What is the quality of amla used? What is the quality of pipali used? Depending on that, it may vary. And botanical raw materials do have different changes depending on the geographical area where it is collected, time of collection, processing, everything. But product has to be same in principle, and the effect is also deemed to be same. Second, regarding regulatory framework as a supportive role. And Government of India, especially present regime, it considers we are only a facilitator. We will not consider as a controller. That's why the name of the drug control cell has been changed to drug policy section. So that is with the same principle. We are only policy makers, we are facilitators for the industry and the public to have a quality medicine. That is all what I can share with the Vishweshwarayaji's speech. Second is Dr. Kanansha. She throw light on what are the regulatory requirements of Ayurveda products to be imported to the Australia. We have to work a lot on this. Export aspects, we are very at very low level. Compared to China, we are nowhere. So we have to work a lot, and government is serious in this. And our Honorable Prime Minister has given the mandate, next 25 years, Amrit Kal, Ayurveda and Yoga should reach every nook and corner of the world. That is the mandate given to us. I don't know how much we will be successful. With the support of all of you, we will be able to reach. And I welcome Madam to interact with DPS section and with the Ayush Ministry to make any supportive roles from the government side for easing out regulatory framework for export of products to Australia. Second, Dr. Narendra Bhatt is a very senior most person, and regarding mismatch of administration and reach, he has given the one example of pharmacy. I have certain reservation. As at that time when this pharmacy regulation was coming, I was just a physician in the CGHS. I had a lot of hope with that regulation, but that could not be finalized. See, changes are dynamic, and we may not able to reach all of a sudden. Suppose if we make any restriction for sale licensing in ASO products, we will not create all of a sudden that all existing sale outlets should have a person with that qualification. We'll give 5 years time, 10 years time according to the feasibility, and meanwhile we will make certain basic minimum requirements. So there is a way to make a regulation. It will not come all of a sudden. Regarding regulation of raw materials, we don't have any regulation of raw materials. Can we expect quality product without the regulation of raw materials? Whatever we are doing in all these sessions are waste unless we ensure that there should be regulation in the raw material. So for that we should be proactive, we should be receptive to accept the regulations, to make it as a facility which can be converted slowly and can be implemented, and industry can change. And current regime of drug regulations, we are open, and I joined ministry in 2004, actually in April, in the month of April. In August we had a ASODITA meeting. We have already 3 of the important aspects under revision. First schedule, which has not changed for a long time, and regarding GMP, and also regarding E1 schedule, Pfizer's drug schedule. So we are ready to change, and we are also given the task to the Pharmacopoeia Commission to have a reception for the new dosage forms like spray, which is not allowed under current regime. So these changes we are adopting, and till today or till recent times we are reactionary, but now we are proactive, and with all your support, with academia support and industry support, we can able to make lot of changes, and I hope we will able to make changes. Thank you.
Just
Thank
I
you,
want
sir.
to say one word. First of all, chairing a session of legends. Okay, so we would like to redefine it as we were facilitators, because they are the leaders in the field, and it was a privilege and opportunity for us to be sitting here and listening to all of you. So, number one. Number two, particularly, I was just going through lots of this information, many of which I was going through for the first time, because this field is not directly connected with my work. I am a scientist in the field of yoga and also related allied sciences. But what I understood by all these deliberations from morning is that we use this very well-known sloka, yogena chittasya padena vacha malam sharirasya cha vaidyakena yopa karottam pravaram muninam patanjalim pranjalim ranatosmi. The whole essence was to say that we are going into the details and details and details of the products, and also breaking a herbal product into its smallest essential item. But that reverse pharmacology, whatever has been spoken, it is not just to do research, maybe also to integrate this whole process back into the hardcore of Ayurveda. So that's what I feel is also essential very strongly, which was reflected in Narendra Bhattji's essence, because he started from there, brought it back to Ayurveda, and said that we should start going backwards into it. And I heard even in the morning, Dr. Acharya also mentioned on the same lines. So it was a wonderful feast. Thanks to IASTAM, thanks to Dipsaru for getting us an opportunity to listen to such legendary people. And I wish more people would have been there to listen to these legendary talks. This is sad thing in a way, because probably we won't get an opportunity to come and sit with you all and to listen to you people. So it's an opportunity for many of them. At least all the Ayurveda colleges around, in and around Delhi should have utilized it, but that's the way it goes. But thanks to Dipsaru, students and staff, I'm sure you had a new enlightening approach to your research in future. And thanks once again for all the organizers for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All the session members, please join for the group photograph. Thank you very much. Now I will hand over the next session to Dr. Savina.
A very good evening to one and all. My name is Dr. Savina Chauhan, Assistant Professor session. Now I would like to invite our chairpersons of the symposia, Dr. S.N. Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Magan Bhai Adanwala, Maha Gujarat University, Nadiyad, Gujarat, and Dr. Bhima Bhatt, Medical Director, Ayurved Hospital, Medanta, Medicity, Gurugram, to kindly take their seats on the dais. Dr. S.N. Sharma is currently working as Vice Chancellor at Magan Bhai Adanwala Maha Gujarat University, and he is Distinguished Professor, Postgraduate Department of Kaya Chikitsa in JS Ayurved College, Nadiyad. He is Vice President of West Zone IASTAM. He is also handling the responsibilities as Head Academic Advisory Board, European Academy of Ayurveda, Bernstein, Germany. He has also 40 years of experience in teaching, research, and clinical in Ayurveda, nationally and internationally. He has authored 3 books and about 65 scientific articles. Awardee of several prestigious awards, including Jugat Ram Vaidya IASTAM Award for Excellence in Teaching in Ayurveda, Fellow of Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth by Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth, Ministry of Ayush, New Delhi, and Excellence in Integrative Medicine Research Award 2019 by the European Society of Integrative Medicine. Our next chairperson, Dr. Bhim Bhatt, is a gold medalist, MD in Ayurveda and training Panchkarma expert. He has over 40 years of experience in clinical and has more than 20 years of global experience across Japan, Brazil, England, France, Italy, etc. Currently, he is serving as Ayurveda physician and visiting professor, Japan Yoga Niketan, and conducts Ayurveda 3-level courses in Japan. He is participated in 70+ conferences globally in various topics. He has been awarded with Best Ayurvedic Service Award from Prime Minister of India, Captain G. Srinivasan Murthy Scientific Gold Medal, Dhanvantri Award, Ayurveda Kulbhushan Award, and so on. He has been an honorary physician to many noted personalities, former President of India, former PM of India, many ministers and former Lok Sabha speakers, etc. Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Mansi Deshpande and Dr. to please felicitate our chairperson. सर का नाम क्या है? I request Dr. Ajit sir to please felicitate the chairperson. Dr. Bhima Bhatt sir. Now I request Professor Ramesh K. Goel sir, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Pharmaceutical Science and Research University, New Delhi, Dr. A.K. Pradhan sir, Joint Drug Controller of India, Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay sir, Drug Policy Section Ayush to please take their seats on the dais. Now I request Dr. S.N. Gupta sir and Dr. Bhima Bhatt sir to please felicitate our speakers, Professor Ramesh Goel sir, Dr. A.K. Pradhan sir and Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay sir. Now I request Dr. S.N. Gupta sir to please introduce our first speaker of this symposium, Professor Ramesh K. Goel sir, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University, New Delhi. Please, sir.
I think it is just name to son. If I introduce Professor Goel, sir. It will be like showing lamb to son if I introduce Professor Goel, sir. So you know very well him, and so we do not use time just to introduce him. His introduction is speech itself. So please, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for keeping the introduction brief, because I can see the time. Well, I don't know. I was not to speak in this session. I was only about 2 days back. I was told that no, you have to start this function, something on this phytopharmaceutical regulation. And I was little anxious to know whether Dr. A.K. Pradhan has come or not. I am very happy that he has come. This phytopharma, so I'm going to be very brief. Phytopharmaceutical regulations of India, significance and bottlenecks. The reason I am daring to speak is that because I was there in the CDSCO committee with Dr. Pradhan, and we were always discussing with the companies, and there were so many challenges also at that time. Well, the real situation he will give. Well, when I went to China, when I went to Thailand, even Malaysia, I was proudly saying about this phytopharmaceutical regulation, right? Right from the morning, we have been hearing many things. Regulators, are they like a controller or facilitator? डंडे की भाषा कर रहे हैं या facilitate कर रहे हैं? Are they encouraging exports, or they are trying to trouble the companies to go out of the India and do the business? This is a big question. But at the same time, I remember the story when this Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1988 came up, and Schedule Y was introduced. Clinical trial regulations came in, and within few years, India was projected as the second or the largest country by the McKinsey that it will be on the top of for the clinical trial. Same thing happened in 1972. I was discussing yesterday with Girish Bhai that Hathi Commission and then regulation on the Patent Act, how drastically the whole scenario changed. So regulation definitely has the power, but it is misunderstood in the beginning. Phytopharmaceutical, I used to tell to the other countries that we have come for the first time in the world with a regulation for the traditional medicine in the name of phytopharmaceutical, wherein you have standardization, because when we say Chavanpras, kya hai, kaise hai, no, we have the answer now. Marker compounds and all, it is always debatable. I mean, what in the last session it was discussed whether process or the biomarkers or the product, what to discuss. Anyway, so the China could come up because they have their own regulations and they don't care. That is the reason that although we are the first one, the oldest one, the Chinese took over more. We have to debate on that. And our Prime Minister is trying to see that, no, we really do something in the Amrit Kal. Well, I will not like to go into anything because of the time. I will straightway come that we are in the era of fourth industrial revolution. So we have to have something which is technologically driven. As in the morning also, it was told by Balkrishna ji that no, you just cannot have everything older type. We have to translate into something modern also. To me, what is done at Patanjali is like a bioinformatics. It is AI-based what they are trying to make. Anyway, I will not go into detail again. People often talk that if Chinese scientists can get Nobel Prize, why it has not come in India? Yes, it is correct. But if you see the graph, I will not go again, it is a little complicated, that we are talking about the herbal base or the natural products. But we forget that even the modern medicines have come from the natural products. Vidamnia somnifera, okay, but the concept which came up, the dopamine, it is important. And how many drugs it has given. All modern medicines are based on that. Reserpine, okay, all right, Rauwolfia serpentina afterwards got withdrawn. But that concept of sympathetic system, release of neurotransmitter, depletion of neurotransmitter, that is still working even today. Aspirin is the longest one, but others have gone, but the concept continues. So, I mean, when the people ask Ayurveda, is it reviving? No, we are not reviving. It is already existing. Only thing that modernization has occurred. So in that case, I was seeing, I mean, you might be seeing these posters that with respect to industrial revolutions, I see revolutions occurring in the Ayurveda also. First revolution to me when Hanumanji brought the Aushadhi, probably yes, the source. Source-wise, then we herbarium, which is still going on, and we are talking about the biogenomics. If we talk of the extraction procedures, you are again seeing the changes which are occurring in the fourth era. Same thing is in the analytical isolation characterization. All these changes are going on. Standardization also, yes, it was talked that should we wait for the technology to come for the standardization, or let us believe the biological standardization. I, as a pharmacologist, remember when I was teaching bioassays to the students, we used to say bioassays will be replaced by chemical assays, but if there is controversy, you have to believe bioassays only. Am I right, Doctor? Those who have pharmacologists, they must be, it is a clear sentence written in the books, in Satoskar and even our books also. So, what I am trying to say is that regulation has a law, it is a powerful, I will not again deliberate, it started with the US FDA and all that, well again everybody is knowing about that. In India, first regulation, 1911, the patent regimes, patents and design something, and then MNCs, they were utilizing the imported, so there was regulation on the import of the drug rather than anything else. But true regulation, first Patent Act and then Drugs and Cosmetics Act. After that, there was a little silence, and the regulations were more on the licensing for manufacturing, import or distribution. We all know that. So regulation, to me, phytopharmaceutical is a sort of a fourth revolution in that, in the regulation part. I personally feel that yes, it is very important regulation, but when I was in the member, when our Pradhan is also sitting in the member as a chair, many times I feel there is a lot of problems in that. It is difficult to face industry on the other side, and then we had to have that. So, coming to that, this regulation came in 2015 Gazette. We can see that it was clearly defined, and it was the further to that rules and regulations, the cosmetics, drugs and cosmetic rules of 1945. See, the reasons are that yes, how to promote the herbal. Add-on biologicals, there are different terms used in different countries, but no regulation, even today. So regulation become easy access of market by the industry. That is also there. But at the same time, why they need the regulation? Because they want to go global. So if you want to go global, you have to have regulation. Am I right? Everybody the company is coming is, they want to have international market. They wanted to claim that no, we have passed the regulatory affair. That is the reason that they were coming. Otherwise, the route was very simple. Go to the Ayush, show the literature and get the license. I mean, this is also, everybody knows this. Okay. Now this what phytopharmaceutical. See, it's a matter of, it should be a debate rather than a lecture. So we will be talking and interacting. I will rather request the chairpersons also to take care. See, to me, I mean, I was supposed to give a sort of a sensitization about this phytopharmaceutical. See, what is required is that purified, standardized fraction with defined minimum 4 bioactive phytopharmaceutical compounds. Now come to simultaneously, I will be telling the significance and challenges. We are talking to have standardization. But in this regulation, probably the bottleneck is 4 bioactive phytochemical compounds. Now, compulsorily 4, all 4 have to be well defined, all 4 have to be shown the activity. Now it has been clarified that no, 1 is enough. You have to show the presence so that you can standardize it. Am I right? This is, we can again, I will like our Pradhanji to tell about that. Qualitatively and quantitatively assessed, 1, not all 4. Obtained from the extract of the medicinal plant, internal or external use, it can be there, but not the parenteral one. The bottleneck here in the minimum is, if suppose there are 4 compounds only from 2 plants, should we accept? Answer is no. It has to be single plant. But the wording is that from us, I mean, it is not that, I mean, it is not one word written, a written. That is the reason in the whole regulation. And that's what is the many time a point of debate. Anyway, I'm just trying to share a few experiences. But there is nothing wrong. What I say is that it is very significant that yes, you can claim whatever is there with the help of this phytopharmaceutical, you can claim the authenticity. Well, second is brief summary of the phytochemical drug. It has to be given, published literature, it has to be given. There's nothing in the side effect you have to mention. You have to have the published report, may it be charak or anything, but at the same time, other things. That is also there. And present uses, what you are proposing to be used. What is wrong in that? Nothing. Okay, then pharmacodynamic information and pharmacokinetic information and monograph if they are available. But now IPC is preparing the monographs also. Maybe it will come through that. Then identification, authentication and source of the plant. What is wrong? It has to be there properly. If it is a single plant, you have to show this taxonomical, morphological, habitat and whatever you are using. There is nothing wrong in this. And finally, the quality specifications, processing steps. Yes, what is wrong in that also? How it was processed. Nothing wrong. And details of the purity or packaging and everything it is to be mentioned. So these are different parts. I mean, there are 9 parts or so. Well, the stability data, all those things are, I think, whether you call it as Ayurveda formulation or other formulation, it is required. Maybe this human studies, are we exempting that? That is the final question when it comes to the committee. So this is what is there, the requirement of this phytopharmaceutical. And then again, confirmatory trials, marketing formula. So most of the applications come for the confirmatory, like can we go for the further trial and have the approval as the phytopharmaceutical. I think in last 4 or 5 years after this regulation, number of applications came, but then enthusiasm is going little down. But I think a time will prove, maybe some amendments are required. As debated in the last session, the regulation should be dynamic. So that is what is required. So to me, introduction of phytopharmaceutical is an important step from the country and from the world. I mean, we are the only one country who has given some sort of a proper regulation. At the same time, yes, we are facing some bottlenecks. It will inculcate high level of scientific inputs, that is for sure. I believe that. And it may be a booster to get not the herbal-based drugs, but the traditional medicines going global. That's what is my feeling. So thank you very much. And we had some drug. I had this anicostima thinking about that it will be a sort of phytopharmaceutical, because all things are there in that. 4 biomarker, everything is there, and probably we are going to take it up. I had a lot of studies. I will not go into detail because of the time, but let us debate on this part, because there are very few plants which can have all 4 markers or like that. That is the only biggest bottleneck. But at the same time, should we allow 2 plants or more? It's a big question. Only Pradhanji can only answer this. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, sir, for your outstanding ideas and presentation. Now we will move to our next speaker, and I request Dr. Bhima Bhatt sir to please introduce our next speaker, Dr. A.K. Pradhan sir.
You all. Yeah. Here is Mr. A.K. Pradhan. He is currently working as most responsible post as Joint Drug Controller India. The government has set up a 7-member high-level committee to prepare the first of its kind national drugs database in the country. It will provide comprehensive information about all drug formulations sold in India. Sir is the convener of this panel. I welcome you. Please share your knowledge.
Thank you, sir, for kind words. I think, sir, Professor Goel sir has already, made many of my jobs easy, because he has explained very nicely the regulatory aspects, all those phytopharmaceuticals and what are the requirements and how to interpret all these things. Because as sir has already mentioned that what was the actually need? What was the need that, there was a separate provision for phytopharmaceuticals, how it was felt, that need. As sir has already mentioned that obviously the objective of regulation is obviously to ensure that the product are of quality standards and safe and effective. But regulators, as already has been mentioned, regulators not like, they are regulators as on today or in this today's scenario. Actually, we are facilitator, obviously. Facilitator means you have to facilitate the, industry or researcher or whoever is involved in developing the products. And you have to make them aware that these are the requirements, how you can meet those requirements, what are the challenges. Their regulators play a very important role as facilitators. Obviously, if something is mentioned in the rules that you have to do this, those things obviously has to be complied with. But as regulators, we always try to, provide guidance that how to comply. What are the ways or what is the difficulties so that this can be. So definition of phytopharmaceutical, as Professor Goel sir has already mentioned. If we go by this definition, this is a very specific and unique, I will say. You will not find this type of definition anywhere in the world. Because when this regulation was first, conceptualized in 2013-14, that time that definition was also there, but concept of, 4 bioactive or phytochemical compounds, qualitatively, quantitatively assessed, was not there at all. Because those regulatory provisions which are framed and which was proposed to be incorporated in the rules, those were done after a lot of deliberation by a group of experts, including, all Ayush experts and also modern scientists also. But that time they didn't think that there should be something called at least four bioactive or phytocompounds. There was not there. And accordingly, when the draft rule was published, that time this 4 bioactive or phytochemical compound was not there in the draft rules. What happened? When the draft rules was published and it was made available for the public seeking comments, there are a lot of concerns that if you forget these 4 bioactive and phytochemical compounds, if it is not there, then what is the difference between Ayush and this drug? Because these provisions was proposed and intended for the regulation of as a modern drug, not as Ayush drug. It has to be something, there has to be something which will actually have some distinct component which will say that this is a phytopharmaceutical drugs which has been approved under modern, regulatory pathway. And how it is different from Ayush drug. Therefore, a lot of deliberation have gone into that time on draft rules itself. That how to distinguish. Then committee after committee, there are 2-3 committees, they deliberated for a long time. And finally it was decided that we should have this, extra thing that it is a purified standard fraction with defined minimum 4 bioactive or phytochemical compounds. I don't know whether it is how much scientific or whether it is scientifically absolutely okay or there is some gap still, because till today also we are asked what will happen if there is 1 phytocompounds or 2 compounds, 3 compounds which has been standardized, which is also purified, then what is that? Yes, there is a question. What is that? That if there are, 3 phytochemical or bioactive compounds, not 4, then what is that product? Under which category that will fall? Whether it is go to Ayush or it is under this phytopharmaceutical category. Because these aspects, obviously, as on today also, it needs further, clarification. But as I have already mentioned, that after a lot of deliberation and discussion among the experts, this was the definition that was considered, and it was finally, the rule was finalized having minimum 4 bioactive or phytochemical compounds. Then, another aspect is that whether, as Professor Goel Sahab has already mentioned, whether all those 4 phytochemical compound has to be bioactive or not. Because a rule says that it will have minimum 4 bioactive or phytochemical compounds. So we take it like this, that no, it is not necessary that all the 4 phytochemical has to be bioactive. It can be 1, it can be 2, it can be 3, or it can be 4. That is up to the manufacturer or developer. They can actually characterize and standardize as far as possible. They can say that these are the 4 phytocompounds, but out of this 1 is bioactive, other may not be bioactive. That is acceptable. Then the thing comes that what will happen if, there is an extract of multiple plants, medicinal plants, whether that is also covered under this definition. Because these are something which are open for interpretation. If we go by our definition of drugs, there also, they don't talk about fixed dose combinations. They mention that drug means a medicine or substance which is used for treatment, mitigation, prevention of disease, this and that, including this. But fixed dose combination, it is defined in, in the rules, that fixed dose combination is also covered under the definition of drugs. We don't know whether that is also applicable here, because we have encountered this, that there are, products which are actually extract of 2 or 3 medicinal plants, whether that will be covered under phytopharmaceuticals or not. That is also open for interpretation. And if we, consider this definition specifically, with the international, other definitions which are available, if you consider US FDA, because US FDA has a detailed guidelines, they call it botanical drugs. They have detailed guidelines. They have no such mandatory requirement that you have to purify and characterize at least 1 or 2 or 3 phyto compounds. No. Even US FDA, here this rule, there is a restriction that it must not be a parenteral formulation. Even if phytopharmaceutical, if you do all these things, if it is an injection, it is not a phytopharmaceutical, it cannot be considered. But US FDA doesn't, consider like this. In US FDA's guidelines, if you go through, even injectable formulation of a botanical drugs, they can accept it. And they can consider for further development also. They tell it botanical drugs. Similarly, if you go by WHO guidelines, that herbal, medicinal product, there also they don't say that you have to characterize and identify 1 or 2 phytochemicals or bioactive, which one is bioactive, that may not be required. But in our case, yes, it is a requirement. And therefore, when we have actually evaluated some products and applications in our office, these things have actually been crafted up, that what will be the case if there is extract of multiple plants, or whether there is a need for pharmacokinetic data of those bioactive compounds, because rule as such doesn't say clearly that you have to have pharmacokinetic data. Rule says that it is a purified standard fraction having 4 phyto compounds. 1 may be bioactive, 2 may be bioactive. Now the question comes, if you say that one compound is a bioactive compound, whether you need to characterize the pharmacokinetic aspects of this. This is also a question that needs to be discussed. Because all those, while we go for, and see, just next slide, the same way it is nothing different, but because phytopharmaceutical drugs and then new phytopharmaceutical drugs. The way drugs has been defined and then new drugs is defined. So in case of drugs, obviously drugs, then new doses for new indication, new route of administration, fixed dose combinations are also considered new drugs. So similarly, whether we can consider, extract of multiple plants having identified, characterized minimum 4 compounds, phytocompounds are also, covered under the phytopharmaceutical categories. And this is a simple things, because I have already discussed that how it is different from Ayush drug. Then there is some, discussion and other deliberation going on also, that although 4 minimum bioactive or phytochemical compounds should be there, then what will happen when there is less than 4, if it is 1 or 2, whether. And another things I would like to mention here, because sometimes, we face some critical situation because everybody talks about herbal preparation. You see, under regulation, herbal preparation, nothing is there called herbal preparation. If you want to manufacture and take a license, either you have to go through Ayush route or you have to go through modern route. There is no class called herbal drugs. Nobody will give you license saying that this is an herbal drug licensed under this. No. Sometimes we actually confuse ourselves by saying herbal drug. Herbal drug, there is no definition of herbal drug. Because herbal drug means, in general, anybody can understand that, yes, it is a plant-based product. That's all. But if you want to develop and manufacture and take license, then you have to go either this way or that way. There is no category called herbal product. Sometimes the product is licensed as Ayurvedic medicine, it is clearly mentioned, but it will be called as herbal products. No, it is an Ayurvedic medicine, it is not a herbal products. That is also there. So, as far as requirements for manufacture or import of phytopharmaceuticals are concerned, what are the requirements? Requirements, as already Professor Goel sir has already clearly mentioned. The point is that when we receive application, what is the practical situation? Because first of all, we receive application where actually the products might be in the market as Ayurvedic product, or it is in some other country as traditional product, or sometimes it is being developed in India. What we have seen that in many a times, these 4 phyto compounds, bioactive or not, but that characterization, standardization may not be there in the applications, because this is a new concept for everybody, that what kind of, these 4 standardized bioactive or phytochemical compounds has to be there. It is kind of new things. Even when we receive application for import of phytopharmaceutical products, they submit their application without going through this characterization. And then we ask them that our definition is this. Yes, later on, they try to characterize, try to identify, and they come with us that, oh, this is the extract, this is the product, but we have characterized these 1, 2, 3, 4 compounds, just for the sake of compliance of our definitions. And then, what happens? The next question is, which one is bioactive? If they say that this is the bioactive, now the question comes, what is the pharmacokinetic aspects of that bioactive compounds? Have you done any pharmacokinetic study in animal or in human? Most of the time that will not be there. Now when it is about safety and efficacy, because these are the products which are evaluated through our experts. Means if a product, if it is claimed to be used for diabetics, obviously it goes through our subject experts committee having endocrinologists and metabolic experts. They are very much interested to see what are the clinical trials that has been conducted with this product. Most of the times what happens, the dossier comes with some clinical data which has been conducted earlier. But those are not, through that robust GCP guidelines and all these things. So most of the times our experts feel that this clinical data is not adequate. So you have to conduct RCT. You go for randomized controlled clinical trials. Then the point, again, it is a great challenge for the developers and the manufacturer or importers. Because the way we thought that after having this phytopharmaceutical regulation in our regulatory landscape or framework, We thought that there will be so many applications and so many, development of these products, because many times, as sir has already mentioned, that if somebody wants to export such type of drugs to other countries, first thing they ask that whether it has been approved by, your country's regulatory authority, because they know all these regulations. They feel that yes, this regulation is fine, but whether this product has been approved. So that is the situation. But when we actually evaluate all these applications, then again there are 2-3 most important limitations is that in the application. One is, yes, obviously characterization, identification of 4 compounds. Once that is done, then the pharmacokinetic data of the bioactive compounds, and the most important things is clinical data. Clinical data through, randomized controlled trial. That is the point which most of the applicants are lacking. And there we have seen that most of the applications have not actually passed through regulatory evaluation process because of that. And all other things, everybody is ready, they can do. But clinical trials, conducting clinical trials and a randomized controlled clinical trial, obviously it is a costly affair, but there actually the obstacle is there. And that's why so far we have not received so many applications. Few applications we have received because our regulation is there since 2015. But only few applications we have received, and this has been, deliberated quite a number of times. But in most of the cases, we are stuck up with the clinical trial. When our experts say that you have to do clinical trial here, again, even if you have conducted clinical trial, some clinical data is there already, but experts, they feel that no, that is not adequate. You have to do a randomized clinical trial under GCP guidelines and adhering to all principle of ethical aspects and good clinical practices. So that is the situation. Therefore, I think all those requirements are there. Sometimes this toxicity data also, that is also one issue, that whether we need to do toxicity study with the phytopharmaceutical drugs. Yes, our rule says that you have to conduct at least, 20 to 90 days repeated dose toxicity depending on duration of therapy in 2 species of animals. There also the question comes 2 species, whether it will be rodent or non-rodent, because that clarity is not there in this particular regulation, but we have, clearly mentioned in our modern regulation that 2 species of animal, one should be a non-rodent species. So that is also there. And if it is a dermal product, then dermal toxicity data may also be required. So these are the, I have already explained what are the, but as I have already mentioned that clinical trial data is the main, point of consideration for considering that the product is safe and effective. But we, in our rules and regulation, there are also provisions, although it is not specific for phytopharmaceutical drugs, but it is in general for any product, whether it is phytopharmaceutical or any other new drugs or investigation on new drugs, these regulations are applicable. If the product is developed for a disease which is, serious, life-threatening, for which there is an unmet medical need, or the drug is indicated for a disease which has special relevance to Indian health scenario, then there is provision under which that clinical data can be abbreviated, can be relaxed, can be omitted also. That provisions are applicable for both modern drug as well as including this phytopharmaceutical drug, because these provisions are we very commonly use for many anti-cancer drugs, many other drugs where there is an unmet medical need. And definition of unmet medical need is also clearly mentioned in our rules. What is meant by unmet medical need? Basically, unmet medical needs means a situation where
the available therapy that cannot address the particular disease or conditions. Because there may be therapy available for certain kinds of serious life-threatening disease, but those may not be satisfactory therapy. So in that case, there is unmet medical need. But that whether a particular indication for which a drug is indicated, whether there is an unmet need or not, that is considered again by our expert committee on case-by-case basis. It is not a general thing. When the applicant claims that this is my product and this is indicated for this disease, which is a very serious life-threatening disease and there is unmet medical need, then whether that needs to be validated by the regulators, then there may be a chance of relaxation or abbreviation or deferment of clinical trial data requirements. So these are as I have already mentioned, this is a simple process, which is the applications are processed through our subject expert committees, and final decision is taken in as per recommendations. And timelines of processing of application because in today's scenario that regulators are not like earlier, long back, because I have worked since more than 25 years in this organization. Earlier we have seen that now in our rules, every activities, has to be completed within the prescribed timelines in our rule itself, because these new drugs clinical trial rules, when we published in 2019, that was the first time that our government asked that you have to specify the timeline, that you have to complete your application or you have to review your application within specific timeline. That's how the timelines for processing of various activities have been prescribed in our rules. And recently in October this year only, there are provisions that has been further changed, that if no reply is received from the regulator within the specified timelines, then it will be considered deemed approved. That is applicable for phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 clinical trials. Obviously, it is not applicable for the final approval of any new drugs, but if the application is for clinical trials or for bioequivalence study or for pharmacokinetic study or even for ethics committee registration, every activity for that we have to complete that application within the timeline specified, and if no reply is received, then it will be considered as deemed approved. This is the first time that in our Indian scenario it has come in our regulation, just in October 2022 that has been incorporated. So because earlier this type of regulation was there in US FDA. In US FDA, for investigation on new drug, if you submit the application and then wait for 30 days, if no reply is received from US FDA, then you can go ahead. That is their regulation, and that is there since long, time. But in our situation also, now we are gradually trying to have that kind of, regulatory landscape, so that that regulation should not be, a obstacle for the developers and researchers. I think we have now, phytopharmaceutical can be a prescription drug, yes, because if a phytopharmaceutical drug is approved, then it is approved with a condition that it should be sold by retail only under prescription of then oncologist or endocrinologist or psychiatrist, depending on the indication of the drug. And the GMP aspects, yes, that specific GMP aspects for phytopharmaceutical at present is not there, but we have published the draft regulation in 2018, government has published already for upgradation of GMP requirements, where we have kept a separate chapter for consideration of GMP for phytopharmaceutical drugs. That is also, but it is yet to be finalized. For some reasons, it has not yet been finalized. I think quality standard, as already mentioned, that if pharmacopoeial standards are available, that can be used, or otherwise the manufacturer has to standardize their specification and method of analysis. So it is also tested before approval. I think, thank you. Thank you, I've been able to complete.
Now I invite Dr. Kaustubhai Upadhyay ji, who presently posted as advisor Ayurveda in Ministry of Ayush after working in various positions in government sector. Please, sir.
Respected seniors on the dais and off the dais, and my dear friends. To be a last speaker is a challenging job, and for the listeners it is a painful job. So I will try to concise my talk within 10 minutes. I don't want to trouble you much. My topic is Ayush regulations. See, what is the purpose of regulation? What is the need? It is to prescribe standards. Optimum quality of drugs we have to ensure. We have to regulate the manufacturers, sale, distribution, post-market surveillance, etc., etc. You are all know about these things. Next, what drug regulation includes? I think the first two lines are stalwarts in this field, and behind these two lines, you are all youngsters. You can surf through web and you will find out these things in 2 minutes. So I will not elaborate on these things. These are all the preparations which I made for 20 minutes, but I want to concise it. Next, what are the types of legal provisions? There are 4 types of legal provisions generally. Enabling provisions, like this makes the regulator unable to bring rules, certain restrictions for the under the Act. That is like Section 33EB, which provides for manufacturing, drug licensing, etc. Next, prohibitive provisions, which makes the manufacturers or public not to use certain things, prohibit certain things in public interest. Like penal provisions, if you make any omission and commission which are not in public interest, there will be penal provisions just like 33E for misbranded drug, 33E for adulterated drugs, etc. Empowering provisions like 33P, it empowers the central government to give instructions to the state regulatory authorities to implement Drug and Cosmetic Act in whatever the purpose it is made. Then exemption provisions, like we have the rules where for export purpose labeling provisions can be changed to facilitate exports. So these are 2 acts, the Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and the Drugs and Magic Remedies Act and Objectionable Advertisement Act 1954, and regulations also came in on both these things. Drug and Cosmetic Act rules has come in 1945. Now, you might have already exposed to Drug and Cosmetic Bill, draft bill, which has already in the public domain, and we received more than 1,500 comments from the Ayush fraternity regarding Ayush regulations in that bill, and it is going to be finalized, and in present session only we may see this may be presented in the parliament, we don't know. Next, these are already I have told. Then what are the provisions of ASU drugs? Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani drugs. So far we have clear-cut provisions under separate chapter for these drugs. Homeopathy is regulated under the chapter which are covered for modern drugs. So there are 2 advisory bodies, ASU-DTAB and ASU-DCC. ASU-DTAB is the Drug Technical Advisory Board. ASU-DCC is consultative committee which contains members from the all state regulatory authorities. Then there are misbranded, spurious, adulterated drugs which are defined. Standards for ASU drugs has been defined. Prohibition of manufacturing and sale of drugs by state government and power of prohibition of manufacture by central government, appointment of government analysts, inspectors, penalties. All these things are already clearly mentioned in the chapter 4. Then disclosure of information to the inspector, drug inspectors, maintenance of records. Under GMP, you have to maintain so many records, and cognizance of offences, rule-making power, and Section 33P I have already mentioned. So there are certain powers and roles in the regulatory framework. Central government can make and amend the regulatory provisions. It has the power to give directions to the states in achieving the objectives, in implementing the objectives of the Act. And Pharmacopoeia Commission of Indian Medicine, whose director is here, and it is having the mandate for placing the standards for these ASU drugs. This is the central government's role. State government, they are the implementing authority. They have to enforce the legal provisions. Appointment of licensing authority, drug controller, drug inspector are the purview of state government. Drug testing laboratories, it is the state which has to make, and now Ayush Ministry has allowed private drug licensing testing laboratories also come along with the government drug testing laboratories. And now we have recognized almost around 100 plus laboratories around the country to meet the requirement of the ASU industry. Then appointment of government analyst, it is also the responsibility of state government. Then statutory bodies, I have already told ASU DCC and ASU DTAB, and subcommittee of homeopathy and DTAB. Then I will come out with the burning areas where we have to export of Ayush drugs. Because I have given the topic that how our regulations are relevant for the export in the sending medicines out of the country. So Ayush system is not a recognized system of medicine in many of the countries. So the drugs which are licensed as a Ayush drug in India may not be considered as a drug under their definition when it goes to their countries. So it requires little bit flexibility. Then Ayush medicines are commonly used as food. Before previous session also this issue has came. What is the difference between food and medicine in Ayurveda? We say viryavan aushadam. So salt, common salt, you use regularly in food. Without salt, you can't prepare any food. But whether it is a food or medicine, in Ayurveda, it's a medicine. Ginger, shunti, you commonly every day you are using food, whether it is a food or medicine, it's a medicine. And ajwain, jeera, elaichi, lavang, all these are medicines. So what is the difference? It is a dosage. How much elaichi you will add? If you add a whole 1 glass of elaichi in your food, you can't eat it. If you add one whole glass of salt into the food, you can't eat it. You can add a pinch of salt, a tablespoon of salt, because it's a medicine. So that's the difference. So we have to understand difference between food and medicine in Ayush systems. It's only dosage. If you use in good quantity, it is a food. If you use in small quantity, it's a medicine. And when it comes to phytochemicals, see, if you take extract out of 1 kg, you will hardly have 5 grams or 10 grams of extract. Then what is the potency of that 5 grams of extract? It is equal to 5 kg of raw material. And you should not compare to 5 kg of raw powdered drug, Ayush drug, into 5 grams, that should be equated to 5 grams of extract. So when you fix the dosage, you should consider all these things, then only you can able to assess what is the efficacy or side effects, everything else. So one more thing regarding Ayush products licensed as ASU drugs in India are exported as food supplements, nutraceutical, as per the requirements of regulatory requirements of the importing country. Then one more issue, WHO COPPP will give certification of pharmaceutical products. Jointly, CDSCO and Ayush Ministry and state government will visit and will give the certificate. But this will be useful only if we export the medicine as a medicine, Ayush medicine. If we export the same as food supplement, this will not come into help. This is also a burning problem for ASU industries. Then HS code category. Generally, all the licensed products under ASU will come under Chapter 30, pharmaceutical products. But when you are exporting the same as nutraceuticals or food supplement, it has to be considered under other categories of HS code. Sometimes the Chyawanprash only will go as a raw material, bulk material to some other countries. It's a medicine here, licensed medicine, it will go as some other country. How these things have been provided under the law, that I will explain. Rule 161 of Drug and Cosmetic Act, it provides for exemption of labeling provisions, packing, etc. So labeling can be adapted to meet the specific requirement of the importing country. Suppose you are exporting Chyawanprash, but that country doesn't allow amla explicitly. So you can hide that ingredient. So that flexibility has been provided under the law to facilitate the exporters. Then true list of ingredients is compulsory for domestic use, but if you want for export, you can avoid complete list. You can specify major ingredients as per the requirement of the importer or agent who is importing your product. So one more thing, explicitly you have to mention export in the label. Next, there should be specific display that it is heavy metals are within the permissible limits. And Dr. Narendra Bhatt has commented on this issue. I also agree with that view that even for domestic and export, there should be similar rules. But in the interest of the industry, we have given the flexible. In coming days, that may be made compulsory for domestic also. Next, test for heavy metals, aflatoxins, pesticide residues, microbial load, they are compulsory for all exported products. I think I have missed one slide here. Sorry. Just open it again. Regarding this free sale license, free sale certificate, we have made it compulsory that within 15 days, this free sale certificate has to be given, and the form is separate for loan licensing and original manufacturer, and also there should be certificate for. So we have made a lot of flexibility in our rules to facilitate export, and this has tremendously helped us at least to reach present level, even though we are not at all comparable compared to China, but we are little bit somewhere in the field at least because of this flexibilities provided. Next, Ayush Ministry has come out with the e-Aushadhi portal, and we have now made the perpetual licensing, lifetime license. Earlier, frequently it has to be renewed. Now it has been perpetual licensing, but e-Aushadhi portal is still in the infancy stage. That's why there are so many teething problems. So we have given 18 months time for the industry to adopt this, and we are putting a lot of efforts in making it user-friendly. And I think in coming days, we'll have a lot of changes with this e-Aushadhi portal. Next, we have come out with one new notification recently in 5th May 2022. It is a very new regulations. It is coming under FASAI. It is Ayurveda Ahara regulations, where a food recipe mentioned in Ayurveda text can be marketed, and there should be mentioned in the authoritative books, just like we have scheduled books for ASU drugs. Similarly, authoritative books are there, and it will open up immense opportunity for our industry to open up business in national and international level. Next, what are the ongoing changes going now? One is we are revisiting GMP provisions, existing GMP provisions as per the practical requirement of the industry as well as the public interest. Then we are reviewing the Schedule 1 books, which has not been changed for a long time, more than 15, 16 years has been happened. We could not able to add even one single new book, but we are putting efforts. And expert committee on even schedule, that is poisonous drugs, that is also is there, and we are coming with the draft regulation in another 3-4 months. That is the speed which government is doing now, and I think you will all able to feel the changes in the regulatory regime in Ayush in the coming days. One more development in this regard,
there is a lot of complaint regarding our pharmacopoeia because we have same botanical drugs mentioned in different systems, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, etc. Some speaker has already told that there should be separate regulation for each system, but that is not feasible, I think, but there should be harmonization. So if a ashwagandha is considered in Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, its standard should be same when it is considered under Unani pharmacopoeia, but that is not there. Now efforts of harmonizing all these under specific one herb, one standard, which should meet up to the international standard. That is our goal. And I hope within a year or two, we will be able to revise all existing pharmacopoeia into this format, and we will come out with the acceptable standard for entire world. Next, an MOU has been done on this issue with PCIMH and IPC, and government, all government institutions are together working towards this end. Next, next issue regarding adoption of new technology, I have already given a hint. Under the chairmanship of Katiyarji, a subcommittee has been formed and a draft guidelines is going to be framed for adopting nasal spray. And I am of the view that we should come out with the new guidelines for adopting nebulizer and such type of modern delivery technologies in Ayurveda also, in Ayush systems also. Then steps are being taken to consider alternate source plants. This is a burning issue in ASU industry. Source materials are not being available. So many alternatives are under use, but it is not recognized by the system regulation. So we are trying hard to bring enabling provisions in the regulations to adopt this type of alternatives or substitute, whatever the name you call, so that we are seriously on the business. And there are certain exotic plants. Sometimes with the state regulatory authority, somehow we will manage to get the license, but whenever it is referred to the central government, we are not in a position to give because our definition of drugs prohibits that. Unless and until it is in the Schedule 1 books, we cannot recognize the medicine as a ASU drug. So because of that, so many drugs are not able to literally meet the requirement of the law, but somehow it is going on and industry is pleading that it has to be regularized. So for that, also we are putting the efforts, we are collating the data available and try to recognize those things in a form of extra pharmacopoeia or formulary drug within the pharmacopoeia itself. And if we do this, it will serve a great thing for the industry. And I think in coming years, we will be able to harmonize everything and we will have a good business and we will reach out to the entire world in another 20 years. Thank you all. Thank you.
I feel that audience is also tired and organizers are also. So I do not take much time and I conclude in very brief. I do not take every speaker individually and I summarize the whole session just in few sentences. The essence of this session is that regulation is need of time. And in my opinion, it is not anti-scientific or anti-Ayurvedic. Rather, it is pro-Ayurvedic concept to have regulation. Because the core principle of Ayurveda is na arthartham, na kamartham, at bhut dayam prati. So, any system cannot be pro-industry or industry-centric. Rather, it should be life-centric. And for that, regulations are necessary. And if we see the ancient texts also, there are regulation procedures in that. So we conclude this session and I beg pardon of our speakers that we have to ring the bell because this was the demand of regulation of the session and that we have to do. So yeah, so thank you very much and I thank the organizers, the university and IASTAM for giving us opportunity to chair this session. And thank you, the speakers, for wonderful. Of course, the topic was very complex and time was short for you. And for that, I again beg your pardons.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request all the session members to please join for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. Now I would request the Department of V Pharmacy, Ayurveda and Pharmacognosy to please come on the stage and take photograph with VC sir.
Can go, no?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For next scientific session, we will have a panel discussion tomorrow at 9 a.m. All the IASTAM awardees are requested to participate in tomorrow's session. Yes.
All of you stay here. All of you stay here.
Now it's time for cultural event, and for that I hand over the stage to Miss Bhavya. And thank you all for your presence and patience listening.
Thank you so much.
Cultural program will be followed by the dinner. Immediately after the cultural program, there is a dinner. So please all be there. Thank you.
दोनों साइड है, बहुत साइड होना चाहिए। कोई नहीं, कौन सा उम्मीद भी नहीं है देखने की। नकली कैंडिडेट देती हूँ। इतना ही कॉन्फिडेंस चाहिए मेरे को माइक चेक करने के लिए गा रहा है। इतने कॉन्फिडेंस चाहिए माइक चेक करने के लिए गा रहा है। अरे मैं बेहोश हो गई तो कितना एम्बैरेसिंग होगा यहाँ पे। उधर 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 अच्छा मैंने मेरे बैकग्राउंड में स्टैंड नहीं होना चाहिए। So we are waiting for that. Once this is done, ये सारे wires में काम के ये अभी next में चाहिए होगा, अभी नहीं चाहिए। Okay.
I request everyone to please be seated. We are now starting with the cultural program. When we dream alone, it is only a dream. But when many dreams come together, it is the beginning of a new reality. A very warm welcome to everyone present over here. It gives us immense pleasure to extend to you all our heartfelt greetings on behalf of Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University. With great honor, I, Bhavya Sati, student of B.Pharm 5th semester DIPSAR, your host for today's ceremony, my co-host,
Arshita Chaudhary, student of B.Pharm 3rd semester DIPSAR,
and the Cultural Organizing Committee, Dr. Richa H. Rai, Professor, School of Physiotherapy, Dr. Punita Ajmera, Associate Professor, and Dr. Sheetal Yadav, Assistant Professor, School of Allied Health Sciences and Management, welcome you all to the cultural program of today's ceremony.
Music has always let us express our feelings in their purest form, be it love, friendship, joy, or sorrow. When words fail, music speaks. The RAG, the Music Society of Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University, is a place where students come to jam, vibe, learn, and make music of different essence. Their melodious tunes and enchanting voices have graced several occasions. They are here today to start this beautiful evening and this event by taking the name of Lord Ganesha and request him to make this event successful and bless us. The stage is all yours, guys.
Give them a huge round of applause.
गणनायकाय गणदेवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताशराय गीतवादपटवे गेयचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गायकाधीन विग्रहाय गङ्गाजल प्रणयवते गौरीस्तनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेशराय गौरीप्रणराय गौरीप्रवराय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
How beautiful, soulful singing. I'm sure we are all touched. Thank you, Rag.
सदियों से वेदों की आधार सुक्ति हमारी गौरवशाली भारतीय सभ्यता की सांस्कृतिक परंपरा के संवाहक रहे हैं। जहां अंधकार नकारात्मक सोच का द्योतक है, वहीं प्रकाश हमारे मन की उमंगों, भावनाओं, सद्भावनाओं और हर्ष का प्रतीक है। Keeping this in mind, it is time to invoke our goddess Saraswati and seek her blessings with a Kathak and Bharatnatyam fusion dance performance. So for that, please welcome Himanshi and Swidhi. The stage is all yours, guys. thank you for this beautiful performance. You guys really kick-started this event. We dance to express. Dance is the ultimate way to express our authentic self. So what better way to take you through the culture and heritage of our country than dance? So to bring this zeal on stage, we would like to call upon stage Malang, the Dance Society of Dipsa Dipsru.
Kashmir's rich scenic beauty transcends human experience of nature and takes you into a spiritual and enticing journey. Topped by snow-capped mountains and verdant farms, it is home to a beautiful culture, religion and history. I can go on, but it can be better explained by our dance society Malang with their rhythmic and soft movements. So please welcome Hipasha Kaul, Amrita Biswas and Richa Tiwari for a Kashmiri performance. Performance. It was really mesmerizing.
राजस्थान में लोक नृत्यों के कई रूप हैं जो आकर्षक, निपुण और मजेदार हैं और किसी भी आयु वर्ग के लोग इसका लुत्फ उठा सकते हैं। राजस्थानी लोक नृत्य पूरे विश्व में लोकप्रिय है। राजस्थान के कुछ पारंपरिक नृत्य रूप बहुत ही अलग हैं क्योंकि केवल कुशल व्यक्ति ही यह कर सकते हैं। With that thought, I would like to call upon stage Vidhi Rani, Riya Sharma and Dipanvita Dev and Vanshika for a Rajasthani folk dance. Please welcome them.
न जाओ जी, मन बीत कराओ जी, क्यों तरसावे हो, मन सकल दिखाओ जी, थारी शरारत सब जानू मैं तो धरी, हर सले मुन भंगा दी मैं कह लगे, मर चिबड़ में जागी दो कणी, चंदा में थारी चांदनी, मन दामन में बाती खुशी रे, झुम 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 झुम, ओ मर चिबड़ में जागी दो कणी, चंदा में थारी चांदनी, मन दामन में बाती खुशी रे, झुम 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 झुम।
Thank you guys for this power-packed performance. It has surely brought life back to this ceremony.
The Bihu dance is an indigenous folk dance from the Indian state of Assam, related to the Bihu festival and an important part of Assamese culture. So welcome Vindhya, Akriti and Sneha for a mesmerizing dance performance. Thank you for such a highly engaging performance.
Garba is one of the highest octane energetic dance forms that has fans all over the world and is a wonderful mix of vibrancy, traditions and festive celebrations. This dance is usually performed around a diya, an earthenware lamp which is symbolic of the divine energy residing in a Devi or goddess. So to bring out the essence of this dance form on stage, I would like to call upon Manisha, Tushar, Sonali, Jia and Saqib to entice us with their moves.
Thank you.
Wow, now that is what I called a power-packed performance. And a special mention to our own Richa ma'am who danced so gracefully here. A huge round of applause for all of them.
Lavani is a genre of music popular in Maharashtra. It is a combination of traditional song and dance which is particularly performed to the beats of dholki. It is noted for its powerful rhythm. It has contributed substantially to the development of Marathi folk theatre. The same will now be showcased by Malang. Please welcome Sanya and Karuna Sagar with a huge round of applause. Thank you for bringing the energy of Maharashtra on the stage.
Kathak is one of the 8 major forms of Indian classical dance. The origin of Kathak is traditionally attributed to the traveling bards in ancient northern India known as Kathakars or storytellers. The dance piece Tarana is based on Persian or Arabic phonemes and is generally done at fast dhrutlaya, that is speed. The same will now be showcased by Swidhi Jain and Niharika Nayan Jha. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. What a splendid performance. I am sure that everyone here enjoyed every bit of it.
Bharatnatyam is a major form of Indian classical dance that originated in Tamil Nadu. This dance item is about Lord Shiva as Lord of Dance Nataraja. Nata meaning dance or performance and Raja meaning king or lord. So please welcome Himanshi Daksh on stage who will be performing the dance item Shivakriti.
Natarajana Karuna Karashivana Gandena Natarajana Tiktalam Tutaka Takata Dina Tumsa Takanaka Chumsa Dikita Takatam Tiktam Tiktam Taka Taking Dimna Tumsaka Takanaka Chumsa Dikita Takate Tikte Takte Taka Taking Dimna Tumsa Takanaka Chumsa Dikita Takataka Takanaka Chumsa Dikita Takatati Takanaka Takati Takanaka 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 Takatiku Kritakachum 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 Kandena Natarajana Karuna Karashivana Kandena Natarajana Karuna Karashivana Kandena Natarajana ಕರಶಿವನ ಕಂಡೆ ಮುಕ್ಕುರವನು ಗೈದವನ ಶಿವನ ಪನ್ನಗಧರನ ಕಂಡೆ ಮುಕ್ಕುರವನು ಗೈದವನ ಶಿವನ ಪನ್ನಗಧರನ ಕಂಡೆ ನಟರಾಜನ ಕರುಣಾ ಕರ ಶಿವನ ಕಂಡೆ ಮುಕ್ಕುರವನು ಗೈದವನ ಶಿವನ ಪನ್ನಗಧರನ ಕಂಡೆ ನಟರಾಜನ.
How beautiful and soulful dancing. Thank you, Himanshi.
Now, let's end this cultural program on a musical note. And for that, I would like to invite Rag for an instrumental and group performance. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
रेवर्ब बढ़ाओ, बेस कम करके शार्पनेस रेवर्ब शार्पनेस और रेवर्ब थोड़ा थोड़ा और भैया दो आवाजें आ रही है। चल स्टार्ट
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
हेलो हेलो चेक चेक सही
अभी हम इधर आ जाते हैं ना फिर तो आवाज पड़ेगी।
हम तू इधर आ जाओ हाँ और आप इधर आ जाओ हाँ चलो ठीक है तार आए
आप लोग उधर
वही दे दो
हेलो
एक इसको दे दो ये रहा वो आ रहा है ना वो ले लेगा वो वाला आ रहा है ना वो वाला ले लेगा
हेलो
चलो फिर हम इसकी चेक हेलो
हेलो
हेलो चेक चेक हेलो 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 हेलो
न पहचाने मैंने हृदय से लगाया, और मेरे प्यार के बदले में तूने मुझको ये दिन दिखलाया। जैसे विरह की रुत मैंने काटी, तड़प के आए भर भर के, जले मन तेरा भी किसी के मिलन को अनामिका, तू भीतर से तेरी भीगी भीगी सी। सच कह रहा है दीवाना, दिल दिल ना किसी से लगाना, झूठे हैं यार के वादे सारे, झूठी है प्यार की कसमें। मैंने हर लम्हा जिसे चाहा, जिसे पूजा, उसी ने यारो मेरा दिल तोड़ा तोड़ा, तन्हा तन्हा छोड़ा। अपना ही साया देख के तुम जाने जहां शर्मा गए, अभी तो ये पहली मंजिल है, तुम तो अभी से घबरा गए। मेरा क्या होगा सोचो तो जरा, हाय ऐसे ना आहे भरा कीजिए। ओ मेरे दिल के चैन, चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Rag. You left our audience happy, and I'm sure that they will be humming some of the songs throughout the rest of the night.
Now, as every good thing comes to an end, here we are at the culmination of this lively gathering. We find it a privilege to offer a vote of thanks to everyone present here, not only for sparing your time, but also making this evening a commendable event. With that said, thank you everyone. I hope you all had a great time today. These are your hosts, Arshita
and Bhavya,
signing off. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Today, I would like to say a few things. Our university is great because of the dedicated faculty. And today, I would like to take this privilege to tell one of the name, one of our program which you have seen, the faculty behind it, Professor Richa Rai. I request her to come. She was amazing, I tell you. And she has, I could not believe when she, came in and started dancing also. I have no words. Please, Satya sir, आइए, please sir, आइए. And આપણે ગુજરાતી છે, વાંધો નહીં સર, આપ પણ આइए. Please, yeah, please. I'm really excited so much. And being professor in physiotherapy, and I don't know what to say. Your commitment. Please, sir. No, we'll take the whole team also will bring. Especially one. Now I request all the participants to join.
I request all participants and all members of the cultural committee to please come on the stage for a group photograph.
अर्शिता